Chapter 5697. If the other party fully supports the female emperor, he will also fall to one side. There is still a sense of measure in this country. If that's the case, let's talk about it later, Jian Wushuang said on the surface, but he didn't give up in his heart. Instead, he told Elder Mu Chun that he must notify him before the other party leaves Yu Kingdom. Mu Chun listened to his flicker and thought he was going to explore the outland with these two people, so he didn't think much about it, so he sent Jian Wushuang away. When he returned to the Wu family mansion, Jian Wushuang did not feel Wu Li's breath and was a little surprised. Went back to the house alone for a while. A familiar breath reappeared, and he was quickly found. Brother Wushuang, I came back so soon. Mu Chun is really too. There is nothing I can't say at Wu family mansion. Wu Li walked into the house, but his expression was a little gloomy, and then said, I still didn't take me. Be yourself. Jian Wushuang smiled helplessly. Brother Wu Li, you have made a lot of money this time. Don't get cheap and sell well. Be careful if Mu Chun finds out. I will put you on some small shoes. Haha, here are you and me. How would he know? Wu Li looked at Jian Wushuang meaningfully, as if to say that the two of them are the same people on the same boat. But if he understands Jian Wushuang, he went straight to the subject and said, this time it is indeed a small profit. The token can be sold for at least this amount, but the people who find it also need unconditional help from the country, so this price a lot lower, or you can sell higher. 300 million. Jian Wushuang was speechless. This is still cheaper. If it is bought out directly, it may soar to 1 billion. 300 million universe crystals. Jian Wushuang finally got 200 million. He never expected Wu Li to be so generous. Originally thought it would be evenly divided, but didn't expect to give him 200 million directly. The 2 billion cosmic crystals were his biggest receipt when he came to Guyu time and space. A full 200 million cosmic crystals. If it is in the Temple of Qixin, I don't know how long it will take to get it. However, the treasures he obtained in the Temple of Qixin were not calculable by the universe crystal, such as the bones of beast soldiers and Dongjun. These two treasures are not calculable with the universe crystal, is placed in Guyu time and space, and is also the top treasure. Beast God Weapon is the most precious treasure of the 7 Tribulations realm, which was made by the God of God. The 9 great beasts are the pinnacle of the entire Morua time and space. Jian Wushuang got only one of the candle dragons. There are 8 more, and they haven't been found yet. Dong Kun's skeleton. The lowest is the skeleton of the 7 Tribulations realm, even stronger. Guyu time and space, the 7 Tribulations realm is not uncommon, and there have been several in the history of Yu Kingdom alone. But in today's era, there is not a single master of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm. There is not even a master of the universe in the 6 Tribulations realm. The most powerful master of the universe today is the female emperor of Yu Kingdom. As for Sanjay, I won't talk about it. There is too much loss of vitality, and it can't be compared with Dongjun skeleton. If Dongjun skeleton were to be taken out, I am afraid the movement caused would be even more terrifying than the 7 Tribulation Supreme Treasure. After all, there are many treasures in the 7 Tribulations realm. There are not many bones of the Lord of the 7 Tribulations realm universe. Most of them just got a piece of bone and held it as a treasure. In addition to these 2 treasures, Jian Wushuang has even more powerful treasures. Guantian chessboard, the treasure of time and space left to him by Mr. Schwani. There were not a few pieces of Moro in time and space. There should be one thing for the god of Qi, as well as extinction, and he also has it. The gods were shattered at the beginning, and the gods got the treasure of time and space. As for the extinction, it is estimated that they got it a long time ago. In the end, it is the Guantian chessboard of the first true king, which is the treasure of time and space left by the original layout of Master Xianyi. After Jian Wushuang got it, he hasn't really opened it yet. The chess record left by the first true king is useless and can only copy the origin of it. Jian Wushuang hasn't understood the intention until now. Some of the most extreme levels of origin are of no use to him, and when the opponent is extinct, it consumes a lot, and he swallows the rest. Now I copy some universe origins in the 3 Tribulations realm. Said it was a copy, but in fact it was slowly devouring it. These origins currently serve two purposes. One is to swallow directly, and the other is to inject vitality and manipulate chess pieces. After arriving at the Emperor, he can manipulate the chess pieces of the absolute top and swallow the origin of the universe. If he becomes a robbery realm, he will be able to manipulate stronger chess pieces, such as those chess pieces that have the font size. Each one is the origin of the strong man above the three tribulations realm. If he injects vitality to restore strength, it will be a big help for him. As for the handsome chess pieces, he can't even copy them, not to mention manipulation. I am afraid that those chess pieces are the origin of the universe above the seven tribulations realm. Finally, there are chess pieces of God size. That is the most powerful source, and the power of time and space above it is also more concentrated. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang now can only watch. Still have to quickly improve the origin. Light up a whole universe as soon as possible. In this way, when he becomes the tribulation realm, he can leap into the three tribulations realm, and even the peak of the three tribulation realm directly creates a universe. This is much stronger than the masters of the universe who refine the universe. Because of this, his dojo is different. The universe crystal sent by Wu Li can speed up his cultivation. There are also the treasures sent by the elder Mu Chun, but they are not polite. Accept them together, and let Wu Li help him exchange them for the source treasures. Wu Li was a little surprised but didn't think much. He knows that Jian Wushuang's divine power is very special. I am afraid that he has reached the peak of the Emperor, and now he wants to cultivate his origin. Pave the way for the future to become a robbery. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jian Wushuang proposed to go out and turn around. He also had some cosmic crystals in his hand, and he went to other countries to buy some treasures that suit him in order to prepare for the holy meeting in the future. Do you need me to be with you? Wu Li said politely. Jian Wushuang shook his head and replied, No need, just buy some treasures. Anyway, there are still 3 years away from entering the royal family. He went out to purchase a batch of treasures for cultivation, and it was normal. Wu Li is just to be polite. He still has very important things to do. Did not ask much. Then the two returned to practice. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to delay a moment. He had improved very little in these 10,000 years. The matter of the sacred meeting, he thought it would take a long time, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Now, can only rely on the flow of time to practice. A few days outside for Jian Wushuang, it is a few years. A few days later, Jian Wushuang received news from Elder Mu Chun. The two emperors have come out of the palace. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and left the Wu family mansion very low-key. Wu Li felt it as soon as he left. Found that he was walking very low-key. Thinking carefully, he went to buy treasures, but it was normal. Chapter 5698. In the dark secret room, when Jian Wushuang left the Wu family mansion, Wu Li also returned to the Wu family Jian tomb through the teleportation array. Both of them have secret things to do, and no one has delayed anyone. It's just a matter of Jian Wushuang. It has nothing to do with the Shenghui. After leaving the Wu family mansion, Jian Wushuang's appearance changed a little. He locked the two emperors through his mind and quietly followed. The more the king is outside, on a battleship, the two emperors left the capital and did not deliberately fly. Instead, they took out a huge battleship and prepared to leave on the battleship. This made Jian Wushuang very surprised. Both of them were previously detained by the Yu state, and now they don't want to hurry away, and they still take the warship so leisurely. There must be demons if something goes wrong. Jian Wushuang became more careful. His flesh body incarnate particles absorbed on the battleship through the void. This battleship is a supreme, eternal treasure, and its power is not strong. Jian Wushuang directly used his thought power to wrap the entire battleship. Every move on was clearly seen by him. In addition to the two emperors, there are still many maids on the battleship. Apparently, she was still an alien handmaid. These two people will enjoy it. Is bathing in the cabin now. Jian Wushuang had no interest in peeking at others to take a bath. After Nianli searched the entire battleship, he lurked down and waited for the two to act. Also watched the chat between the two. And I Kuan, Are you sure that Jin Wushuang has the kind of power that Lord Bobby said? Song Biao, when did I lie to you? I am too familiar with that power. Back then, Lord Bobby D injected that power into my body, and my strength will skyrocket. What Nikuin and Song Biao said made Jin Wushuang frown slightly. Bobby D, he seems to have never heard of it. But judging from the respectful appearance of the two, they should be super strong in the robbery realm. Is at least the Lord of the Universe above the Four Tribulations realm. Otherwise, it is impossible for these two to be so respectful. Just say the name, always carry the word adult. Listening to what they said, the power in these two people really did not belong to them, but came from the Lord Bobby. And also feel the familiar breath from him. Jin Wushuang's eyes turned, and he secretly guessed in his heart. Could it be the force of life? Probably. But the power in these two people is the power of death. This is very strange. Was also full of curiosity about the Lord Bobby. At least the other party knows the existence of the power of death and the power of life. Is not easy. Jin Wushuang held down and continued to monitor. If luck is good, these two people may go to the Lord Bobby. After all, he was discovered by these two people because of the power of life in his body. Maybe they would tell the strong man named Bobby D. After N.I. Kuan took a shower, he casually put on a loose robe and then went to the guest room to relax. Song Biao seems to have no such thoughts, just waiting outside the door. Almost a stick of incense, N.I. Kuan walked out of the room. As for the alien girl in the room, there is only one skeleton left. Pink Skull, this is what I'm talking about. Your time is getting shorter and shorter. Song Biao mocked. N.I. Kuan didn't care. Found a place and sat down directly, waved to let the alien girls go down, and went straight to the subject and said, Jin Wushuang's strength is too strong, and now he is the son-in-law of the king of Yu. It doesn't move him. Jie, we only need to inform Lord Bobby D of this news, and it will definitely give us a lot of power at that time. Sang Biao said indifferently. The two of them were originally ordinary children in the family, but since they met the Lord Bobby, their strength suddenly skyrocketed, became the arrogant of the family. The treasures given by the family still can't satisfy these two people. They can only rely on the Lord Bobby, especially when they discovered that there was such a powerful emperor in the same rank. They were even more greedy and wanted to become stronger. Then go back to the family to prepare, and then go to see Lord Bobby. No problem. After taking their attention, the two began to practice separately. Jin Wushuang was also very curious about these two people's cultivation. When they fully entered the cultivation, their divine power had already slightly transformed. There is death in the divine power. These two big fools don't even know if they're being used. If you continue to practice, you must explode and die. The warship flew all the way and soon left the country. To go to the Eternal Kingdom, you need to traverse 2 kingdoms. It takes about a month, but Jin Wushuang doesn't panic. If he hurried with all his strength, he would be able to return to Yu Kingdom in 3 days. There is plenty of time. Just one thing. When these two people went to visit the Lord Bobby, would he follow him? If he is found out, he will be done. If you don't follow, you can only control these two people first, and then perform a soul search. Jin Wushuang's instinct told him that searching for souls is useless. These two people know too little, can only take a risk once. If the opponent's strength exceeds the 5 Tribulations realm, it is hard not to be discovered. If it is lower than the 5 Tribulations realm, there is still some hope. When the time comes, he must let a clone go forward, not let the deity take risks. Once the clone is killed, the deity needs to escape with all its strength. Thinking of this, Jin Wushuang's deity began to leave with a lot of treasures. Before the battleship entered the Eternal Kingdom, Jin Wushuang's deity stayed in So, which was bordered by the Yu Kingdom and the Eternal Kingdom. His clone is actually not much different from the deity. The only thing worse is the power of the beast god. The beast weapon is on the deity, and the clone cannot use the power of the beast god. But he still has the power of the stars. Before leaving the clone, he injected all the power of the starry sky into the body. Can maintain a peak state for 1 hour, but it cannot be added later. There is only 1 hour of time. Time has passed. then his clone will only have 100,000 times the basic divine power, which is the same as the ordinary calamity realm. Can even threaten the air. At that time, Jian Wushuang would also give up on his own initiative. Jian Wushuang's deity turned into a green grass and fell on the green grassland, trampled by wolves at will, just like ordinary grass, extremely tough. The clone has entered the eternal realm. At the moment he entered the eternal kingdom, Jian Wushuang felt a powerful blood force. That is the breath of the eternal race. This is a very mysterious ethnic group, is a branch of the human race, belonging to the acquired mutant. The ancestor who opened up the eternal kingdom is a half-step and 8 tribulation realm. I am afraid that I have fallen asleep without falling. The ancestor created the eternal family, which has been reproducing since the time of the fall of the goddess, and it is still very prosperous. I heard that the contemporary emperor of the eternal kingdom is the Lord of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. Chapter 5699 is very famous in Guma continent, comparable to Shirshio. The strength and weakness of the eternal clan are all related to blood. The contemporary emperor has awakened the pinnacle bloodline of the eternal race, from the emperor to become the master of the universe of the 5 tribulations, and then stabilized his strength again and stepped into the 6 tribulations. Is only slightly weaker than that ancestor. Jian Wushuang also knows the special eternal race from some messages. The eternal race, since the ancestor opened it up, the Lord of the 6 tribulations realm universe has been born, countless. But in the 7 tribulations realm, there is only one ancestor. If it's an ordinary family power, it's normal. But the 6 tribulations realm where the eternal clan was born is no less than 100, and there is no second 7 tribulations realm. It seems that the malpractice of the eternal family is related to the ancestor. Jian Wushuang guessed in his heart. The ancestor of the eternal race, if it is a great power in the 8 tribulations realm, I am afraid that there will be a large number of 7 tribulations in Hui. If it reaches the 9 tribulations realm, Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. The eternal race is indeed very special and very powerful. He also admired the ancestor of the eternal race even more. It's a pity that after becoming the dispersed tribulation realm, the ancestor himself could not improve his strength, and Hui could not break through the cage. Why is this again? Admire and admire, but he couldn't understand why the ancestor cared so much about the younger generation. If the blood connection of the eternal race is cut off, I am afraid that the ancestor will never stop in the half-step 8 tribulation realm. Not right. Maybe without the blood of Hui erupting, that ancestor may not be able to achieve half a step in the 8 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang seemed to understand. Complement each other. How could it be what he thought? This time coming to the eternal kingdom, anyway, it was not for the eternal family, so he didn't think much about it. The family of Songbiao and Nikuan belonged to the subsidiary power of the eternal family, and there was no family power at all. In the eternal kingdom, the eternal race is the sky. There is no master of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm, but the master of the universe of the 6 tribulations realm, but a large number of them have been born. Almost every eternal race has the Lord of the universe of the 6 tribulations realm. Has a profound background, so in the eternal kingdom, there is no power that can compete with the eternal race. Most of those 7-star sects were already dilapidated, and they couldn't hold it back at all by relying on the Lord of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm. In the eternal kingdom, there is no right to speak. Therefore, many Tianjiao of the affiliated forces will enter the palace of King Zong, opened up by the eternal realm. Cultivating together with Tianjiao of the eternal clan, the status is also based on the strength, and it is completely fair regardless of origin. This is pretty good. If it is an ordinary country, the royal family must be superior. Just like the Yu Kingdom, Wu Li has been complaining about it, which may also be related to the system of the eternal kingdom. Not good. Song Biao directly sat up in the battleship, his expression gloomy. When Jian Wushuang heard this, he thought the other party had spotted him, and he was ready to take action the next moment. What's the matter? And Ai Kuan also got up, seeing Sang Biao's gaffe. He understood the importance of the matter, and immediately asked. The divine power in his body also exploded at the same time. Song Biao said with a sullen face, resenting. We are wanted by people. They are from the Gumu faction. They have already arrived in the capital. The family member just sent me a message. Let us both run to the outer domain. Want it? How is it possible? The two of us didn't seem to offend the Gumu faction. And Ikuin was taken aback. He thought about it carefully, and he didn't figure out why he was wanted by the Gumu faction. And it seems that the family and the eternal family are about to give up both of them. Otherwise, they won't let them run away. If it is an ordinary little thing, there will be the eternal race to help them settle it. Is his own after all? If he is taken away by the Gumu faction, how will he be mixed up in the future? The eternal kingdom, that is also the top 3 superpowers, ordinary trivial things. The Gumu sect will never offend the eternal kingdom for their 2 emperors. This time, they must have done something unforgivable. Otherwise, they won't be allowed to run directly to Outland. Isn't this to disassociate themselves from them? It must be the female emperor of the Yu kingdom. And Ikuin quickly figured out, and then said, she is really vicious and doesn't want to offend the eternal kingdom. She turned around and sold the 2 of us to the Gumu faction. Song Biao nodded. Both of them knew the special power of death. That is absolutely forbidden. It would be okay if the treasure contaminated with the power of death was used, but the 2 of them used the power of death. And the 2 of them are only emperors, and they must feel that there is someone behind them. That's why I came to investigate. The eternal race knew this was the reason, so they abandoned them. Jian Wushuang also understood. I feel a little regretful. If these 2 people really run to Outland, he will have to give up tracking and prepare to shoot directly. Now he is not in a hurry. The so-called authorities are fans and bystanders clear. These 2 are dying, and they haven't seen the situation clearly. Since the involvement is so large, the Eternal Clan might be utterly distracted in order to separate the relationship. It's just a guise to let them run to the Outland. When they get to the Outland, it is true that they will be killed directly. In this way, I am afraid that the Eternal Clan also has a certain connection with that Bobby D. Unknowingly, Jian Wushuang has fallen into another game of chess. Now he is still a chess watcher. It depends on how he wants to make a move. Jian Wushuang's thoughts spread in a wide range, and he has been on guard, really making his guess right. Sure enough, a powerful man from the 3 Tribulations realm rushed towards this side, and it seemed that he had come to kill his mouth. A black robe is wrapped tightly, and the breath on his body is also hidden by some kind of treasure. The 2 inside the battleship are still arguing stupidly. I am running straight now, or go to seek refuge with Lord Bobby. Jian Wushuang is thinking about the next step. Once involved is a tripartite force. The Gumu faction who vows to destroy the power of death. The Eternal Family who hides the power of death. Finally, there is the Bobby D who can manipulate the power of death. The first 2 are in the light, while the latter is in the dark. If Jian Wushuang was inserted in, it would be bright and dark. The choice is up to him. Once the Black Robe powerhouse comes, these 2 will die. When all the dust settles, he will also lose all the news about Bobby D. Can only disperse the clones and return to Vietnam in a dingy manner. If they rescued these 2 people, they would then be designed to take them to find Bobby D, while leaving some clues to attract people from the Ancient Wood School. Take advantage of strength. This might be more perfect. War! Jian Wushuang had war intent in his eyes. He was going to see who the Bobby Emperor was, and whether it had anything to do with extinction. Relying on the clone on the battleship, directly escaped and landed on the land. Chapter 5700. Just sinking, the battleship has disappeared into the sky. But the traces left on the top will not disappear. Jian Wushuang is not in a hurry. After a short while, a frightening atmosphere flew above the head easily. Is the strong Black Robe, 3 Tribulation Realm powerhouse, is not the Lord of the universe, nor is it a member of the eternal race. Is probably a dead man raised by the Eternal Clan. This kind of thing still needs a clean person to do it. The black-robed old man just caught up. Jian Wushuang leaned over with his heel. The plan has just begun. Since Jian Wushuang wants to enter the game, he has to stand his temper. Until the critical moment, never make a move. The distance between the black-robed old man and the battleship is getting closer and closer, and the two people inside the battleship also discovered something wrong at this time and felt a sense of horror. And wanted to avoid. It was too late. A huge black air column soared into the sky, directly piercing the battleship through. Who is it? The two flew out at the same time, all in a panic. When they saw the black-robed old man, their eyelids jumped wildly. The powerhouse of the three tribulation realm. Although he is not the Lord of the universe, it is just a robbery, but it is not something that the two of them can deal with. Is just an emperor after all. The powerhouse of the three tribulations realm, but has a divine power of 200,000. Senior, why did you sneak attack on us? Sang Biao still didn't want to give up at this time, and wanted to delay time. Transmitted the sound to the family. Can now ask for help, just like death. Both the family and the eternal family gave them up. Abandoned child, can't live. You just need to die with peace of mind. The black-robed old man didn't talk nonsense, and directly attacked the killer. 200,000 supernatural powers, all erupted, and directly killed Song Biao and Nikuan. Go! And Kuan yelled, and the power of death on his body climbed again. Can face a strong man in the three tribulations realm, and they have gone away. The black-robed strong man shook his hand with one hand, and a huge wave of energy was thrown out of the palm of his hand, which was as dazzling as the sun, and swallowed the two directly. This air wave contains 200,000 divine powers. How can it be blocked by two emperors? Am not reconcile. And Kuan frantically resisted, but it didn't have any effect. Song Biao began to beg for mercy, and said everything about Bobby D. The black-robed strong man was unmoved. He used his hand again, trying to kill both of them directly. At the critical time, a black mist suddenly rose. Jian Wushuang with black flames all over his body attacked from the rear, and his breath had been transformed into the power of death. This power of death is not pure. It is he extracted from the power of all things. Is covered on the power of the starry sky, and most people cannot see it. This is to trick Kuan and Song Biao into preparations. This seat, by the order of Lord Bobby, come to rescue you too. Jian Wushuang even changed his voice, picked it up, and opened the space, freeing the two people in the air wave. The two people who were already desperate, now that they were rescued, how dare they think too much and nod their heads frantically. At this moment, where Jian Wushuang let them go, they had no objection. The black-robe expert frowned when he saw Jian Wushuang. He is just a dead man in the eternal kingdom, and the inside story may not be known as much as Song Biao and others know. Jian Wushuang would not understand him at all. Thank you, Senior, for your help. After Kun's breath recovered, he quickly bowed and thanked him. Especially when I heard that Jian Wushuang was on the order of Lord Bobby D. My heart was even more grateful. You first go to Lord Bobby. This person will be handed over to me. Jian Wu's double-faced color was cold, and he directly informed the two in a commanding tone. Song Biao and Kuan were stunned for a moment. Then they turned around and fled. The black-robe powerhouse wanted to stop, but was defended by Jian Wushuang. This fellow Taoist, why bother to shoot at the two little guys? Why not play with me? Jian Wushuang moved his wrist. The black-robed strong man had a calm complexion. First, the Eternal Clan was informed by the sound transmission, and then he said, "You shouldn't stop me. How are you?" Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, looked down at the mundane city underneath, and said, "How about changing to a place with no one?" "No need." The strong black robe clenched his fists violently. His aura rose again, his arms spread out, and the nearby hundreds of millions of miles instantly turned into coke. The next moment, he quietly shot and went straight to Jian Wushuang. 200,000 supernatural powers burst out with all their strength. A murder is to pay for your life. Jian Wushuang set his posture, and when the black robe powerhouse rushed in, the surrounding space was instantly shattered, and his figure disappeared in place. The old man in black robe is very experienced. At the moment he disappeared, he had already captured his breath, reached the footing position of Jian Wushuang ahead of time, and directly hit Jian Wushuang's younger generation with a palm. The inner armor of the eternal treasure unshattered directly. The treasures he carries with him are all eternal treasures. Can fight against the powerhouse at the level of the robbery, the eternal treasure, it is not enough to see. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang is a superpower who relies purely on strength. After eating a boring loss, he understood that he still needs to use some strength if he wants to drag the opponent. The key to this battle is not only to stop the opponent, but also to make a large enough movement. Let the people of the ancient Wood School notice. Those people now should be in the Eternal Kingdom. As long as a strong enough breath erupts, it can attract the other party's attention. Although the comprehensive strength of the Eternal Kingdom is very strong, but the strong are also very limited. For example, fighting at the Four Tribulations realm level is enough to cause a sensation in the entire Eternal Kingdom. The superpowers of the Five Tribulations realm rarely take action in the ancient Wood continent. It is usually when going to the outer domain to make a move. Otherwise, the ancient Wood continent would have been shattered long ago. These top powerhouses also have a tacit understanding. If you can't do it in ancient Wood continent, you won't do it in ancient Wood continent. Therefore, the top powerhouses in the Five Tribulations realm would generally not make moves in the ancient Wood continent. 9 days and 10 places, there are already some lessons learned. The continent's destroyed by the power of death, but of vigilance. Destroying another continent would be a great burden on Guyu time and space. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists with both hands, his eyebrows flickered, and he shouted angrily, "Ah!" The breath of the whole body began to skyrocket. Song Biao and Ni Kuan have already left, and he has nothing to hide. Directly burst out the power of the starry sky. Although he is a clone, his combat power can now approach the peak of the Three Tribulations realm. And he is also the Lord of the universe. Is not comparable to these wastes in the scattered tribulation realm. The power of the starry sky burst out, and a gust of wind blew, and the black-robed old man who was blowing was a little unstable, stared at Jian Wushuang in surprise, and was even more curious. When did the Eternal Kingdom appear, such a strong man? He had never heard of it. Chapter 5701. Are you in the Four Tribulations realm? The black-robed elder dared not say anything. He could see that Jian Wushuang had no universe, but he could explode so much stronger aura than him. This shows that the other party may be a powerhouse in the Four Tribulations realm. Only this is possible. He would never think that Jian Wushuang was an emperor, so he didn't master the universe. Surrounded by a blue arc, Jian Wushuang stretched out a finger. If it weren't for me to have something important, you wouldn't deserve to let me use my full strength. This is not to frighten the other party. He can explode 200,000 divine powers by relying on the power of the beast under normal conditions, plus the strong vitality, sling a Three Tribulations realm with ease. It's a pity that he is now a clone. And also thinking of attracting the strong from the Guma faction, that's why it will explode in full strength. Go to hell? Jian Wushuang gathered chi with one hand, and a blue divine sword appeared in his hand, and the power of killing flooded the sky. The black-robed powerhouse stared his eyes wide, and at this moment he saw the origin of Jian Wushuang. 6,000 black holes and a cosmic mystery are shining brightly. The original power beyond his imagination instantly attacked and killed. In the ancient moon time and space dominated by divine power, 1,000 black holes are the masters of the universe. In other words, Jian Wushuang's original background is 6 times that of the Lord of the ordinary universe. Of course, this is not considered combat power. His origin is 6 times that of the masters of ordinary universes, but his divine power is much worse. After all, the opponent is dominated by divine power. The origin is only to improve the realm. Divine power is the main thing, and it is about power to break the 10,000 laws. Unfortunately, no one could do it. Even Jian Wushuang didn't believe this. The black-robed powerhouse passed Jian Wushuang's message to the Eternal Clan before he fell. The Lord of the Universe in the Four Tribulations realm. Hearing this news, The strong of the eternal race was very surprised. Regardless of why a cosmic master of the four tribulations realm suddenly appeared, just talk about the identity of the other party. A strong one sent by Bobby D? In the ancient hall, a master of the five tribulations realm universe was furious. His hand stretched too long. Obviously, I really believed it. In fact, there are not many connections between the Eternal Clan and Bobby D. The two are not a cooperative relationship, nor a relationship between superiors and subordinates. More like the same kind. Originally wanted to help, but after discovering that the other party not only didn't appreciate them, but also complained about them, he stopped paying attention. If Jin Wushuang knew, I'm afraid he would laugh out loud. He was originally worried that the Eternal Clan would notify Bobby D. It now appears that the two have nothing to do with each other. Master, what to do next? Outside the ancient hall stood an old servant in black robe, who was a powerful saboteur in the five tribulations realm. The Lord of the Universe in the main hall pondered for a moment, and then said coldly, "Let the people of the Ancient Wood School go in, just to teach Bobby D some lessons. Let him understand that this is the eternal kingdom, not the filthy outside world." Land. Yes. The black-robed old servant respectfully took his orders. On the other side, the strong man of the Guma school was restless at a banquet. They were here to find clues to the power of death, but they were forced to drink by a four-tribulation realm universe lord of the Eternal Clan. But this face has to be given. After all, it's the opponent's chassis. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not crush a snake. What's more, the other party also promised to help them to find out the news, and they were too cold to leave. Can only wait. But the banquet also has an end. They don't believe it. It will continue forever. Brother Qing Tian, I just received news that the two people you want to find are in the rioting Shanghai in your country. Hearing this, the man in the green shirt suddenly revealed his joy. He thought it was the Eternal Kingdom to make things difficult for them, but he didn't expect to let them find it. In that case, I won't be bothering here. Daoist Qing Tian clasped his fists slightly and greeted everyone to prepare for departure. Brother Qing Tian is too polite. Are you a guest? If you need help, please tell me at any time. Must. Daoist Qing Tian didn't dare to delay and left directly with others. He himself is the master of the universe in the four tribulations realm, with two masters of the four tribulations realm and four masters of the universe in the three tribulations realm. The four masters of the universe in the three tribulations realm were all newly promoted Tianjios of the Guma sect. The two robbers of the four tribulations realm possessed a divine power of over 300,000. As for his own combat power, it is even more terrifying. The pinnacle of the four tribulations realm, the master of the universe, and a superpower who is not far from the five tribulations realm, his divine power has reached an incredible level. His breath envelopes everyone. The speed is extremely fast, and it only takes an hour to reach the rioting sea of stars. That is the only unstable region in the Eternal Kingdom. Wild beasts are rampant, and demons are repaired everywhere. But for them, these are not obstacles. On the other side, after Jin Wushuang destroyed the black-robed dead soldier, he found the aura left on the bodies of the two Songbiao and followed all the way. The speed of the two was not slow. Jin Wushuang could only fly slowly in order not to waste the power of the starry sky. While he was chasing, he was also leaving some breath on his body so that the strong guys of the Gumu faction could follow. Soon, he felt the breath of the two Songbiao has entered the riot sea of stars. Even here, Jin Wushuang's expression changed slightly when he felt the chaotic atmosphere in the riot star sea, and he also understood why Emperor Bobby was hiding here. It is too difficult to find the breath of practitioners here. Fortunately, the aura left by Jin Wushuang was very special. It was the power of the stars. Others couldn't detect it at all. Only he could feel the breath. Otherwise, you will be lost. I don't know. Did the Gumu sect people keep up? Jin Wushuang was still worried about the Gumu sect at this time. He was afraid that these people would be too stupid. In case he couldn't keep up, even if he found Bobby D, he would not be able to solve the opponent, let alone find the source of the power of death from the opponent. So he needs external force. the Qingtian Taoist of the Gumu sect, but Zhao, Jin Wushuang entered the Riot Star Sea in one step. But the atmosphere here is messy. They search around like headless flies. And there is the breath of the Emperor. Taoist Qingtian stopped on a huge reef, and he felt a breath from the Emperor. He raised his brows and greeted everyone to surround him, so as not to let the other party run away again. Jin Wushuang had been keeping a distance from the two Songbiao, so he flew very slowly. At this moment, I also felt that there were several auras coming, and I understood it instantly. This time he was careless, and did not hide himself in order to leave clues to the Gumu sect. As a result, the Gumu sect came too quickly, surrounded him. Boy, you'd better not resist. A master of the universe of the three tribulations realm of the Gumu sect discovered that Jin Wushuang was just a slightly stronger emperor, and he was very relaxed and without any defense. He just wanted to grab the sword. Wushuang. Chapter 5702. Taoist Qingtian felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly shouted angrily, "Don't get close to him!" He rushed to Jin Wushuang, as he said. But the Lord of the Universe was about to touch Jin Wushuang. Hearing Taoist Qingshan's call, he was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and glanced at Taoist Qingtian. But because of this oversight, Jin Wushuang instantly exploded with the power of the starry sky, and his strength suddenly skyrocketed. If his current combat power is converted into divine power, at least 300,000. The pinnacle of the Lord of the Three Tribulations universe. Jin Wushuang directly pierced the chest of the newly promoted Universe Master with one hand. In just an instant, it broke the opponent's divine body and pinched the opponent's cosmic origin. "Don't come here!" Jin Wushuang shouted angrily. "Get closer! I will kill him!" At this time, the plan was a little messy, and he could only make the best move. Attract these people first, and don't act rashly. When Song Biao and Ni Kuan find Bobby D, he will attract these people to go. "Hurry up!" Jin Wushuang prayed in his heart. Taoist Qingtian came to Jin Wufang in an instant, staring at him with a gloomy expression. "Even if you kill him today, you will fall. It's better to cooperate with me, and I will save your life." Taoist Qingtian did not lose sight of being a strong veteran, so he came up to Jin Wushuang's dominance. Jin Wushuang sneered. "Are you threatening me? You can understand it like that." Taoist Qingtian had a calm face, and he gambling on Jin Wushuang didn't dare to fight. But he didn't know that Jin Wushuang was just a clone. There is something he dare not gamble on. The big deal is that the clone has fallen, so he can get another perfect clone. Moreover, in order to ensure that he is foolproof, the deity has refined a second perfect clone and is coming. When this clone of him falls, the second clone will be connected, so he didn't worry about falling down at all. The only thing he worries about now is that the two fools, Sang Biao and Ni Kuan, have lost their way. They have been in the rioting Star Sea for so long, and they have been going around in circles. I don't know if I can find Bobby D. At the same time, he was also worried about the arrival of the Gumu faction early, and whether Bobby Emperor would be wary. What should I do if I don't come out then? Sang Biao and Ni Kuan are just abandoned sons, and Bobby D will not make a head for these two. Then there is only one last way left, and that is to actively expose the power of life and act as a bait by yourself. Since the opponent can manipulate the power of death, he definitely needs to understand the power of life. Once displayed, you will feel it for the first time. He doesn't need to take the initiative to look for it then. Maybe he will bring people to kill. He can sit in the mountains and watch tigers fight, and fish in troubled waters. Thinking of this, Jin Wushuang sensed Ni Kuan and Sang Biao again, but found that the two had stayed in one place and were not moving. That direction is very close to here, and it only takes a stick of incense to get there. Had it not been for these people, he would have arrived early now. Since you want to cooperate, at least you have to show some sincerity. Jin Wushuang stepped back while tentatively saying, "I know what you are here for. It's best not to do it now." "Thanks, Tusk," Taoist Qingtian said in surprise. "Are you afraid that I will expose my strength and scare away the people who want to save you?" Jin Wushuang admired him really well. "It's a pity that I thought about the wrong place. If you have a clearer mind, you won't think about it." He is just a small character. In order to attract the big fish behind, he shouldn't be shot at this time. Can't you follow it secretly? Jian Wushuang complained in his heart. A good plan has been destroyed, but fortunately there is still room for remedy. But he knew that everything in the entire Riot Star Sea had already been captured by Emperor Bobby. In the core of the rioting Star Sea, there is a diamond-shaped flying boat, like a sharp pillar up and down, standing deep in the bottom of the sea. Inside the flying boat, there are several layers. In the core layer of the last layer, there is one tall and one short. Where two aliens stand, there is a huge sky in front of them. The figures of Jian Wushuang, Qing Tian, and others were clearly visible. Together with Sang Biao and Ni Kuan, he also has a panoramic view. Master Bobby, do you need to solve these people? The tall alien powerhouse is extremely respectful to Emperor Bobby, like a slave. Short and thin, but with a huge head, Bobby D shook his head and jokingly said, "It's a pity to kill a few living masters of the universe. Dylan, you go pick up those two ways. I will follow up and introduce them into the space-time flying boat and play with them." Yes. Dylan respectfully took his orders and then disappeared in a flash. Outside world. Sang Biao and Ni Kuan were nowhere near, shouting directly. The two of them have been spinning around in the rioting Star Sea, and they couldn't find the flying boat where Lord Bobby was staying. Damn, I would have waited for that senior if I knew it. Ni Kuan was very upset. At this time, Sang Biao was a little more sober and felt something was not quite right. He reminded, "This matter? Is it too weird? Lord Bobby sent someone to rescue us. It stands to reason that there should be others. It's right for someone to respond. How old are you? Let someone answer." Ni Kuan sneered, but when he said this, both of them were stunned. There is nothing wrong with this. The two emperors of them are nothing. Lord Bobby, why would you save them both? Without waiting for them to think more, a burly figure appeared in front of the two of them. Master Dylan. Ni Kuan looked happy when he saw the visitor. But Sang Biao had hesitation and worry in his heart. The opponent is the first general under Lord Bobby's command, a super powerhouse in the Five Tribulations realm. Why would you pay attention to these two little ones? Even if it is a response, it is enough to send out an ordinary tribulation realm. There is no need for such a fierce person to come out and pick them up. At the same time, the two saw the flying boat docked in time and space. The lair of Bobby D. Follow me in. Lord Bobby wants to see you too. A black mark appeared on Dylan's eyebrows, like a unique totem. At the moment when they saw Feijo, the same pattern appeared on the eyebrows of Sang Biao and Ni Kuan. This is the mark of life. It was planted by Emperor Bobby for the two of them, and could control the life and death of the two, or directly order the two of them. It was a kind of slavery, but the slavery to Sang Biao and the others was simple, and no one could see it without using secret techniques. But the slavery of Dylan was a deep slavery. Sang Biao and Ni Kuan fell into a state of selflessness at the same time, and followed Dylan into the flying boat in a straightforward manner. On Jian Wushuang's side, at the moment Dylan appeared, he felt an aura that combined with the power of death. His eyes flashed, and the blue aura on his body suddenly soared, directly breaking through the Four Tribulations realms, dispersing Tribulation powerhouse behind. Chapter 5703. Dare you? Daoist Qing Tian shouted angrily, exploded directly, jumped up, and instantly caught up with Jian Wushuang. But when he caught up with Jian Wushuang, he was taken aback for a moment, and his speed was greatly reduced. Because he also felt that powerful breath. The owner of that breath was not weaker than him, even stronger. Dylan, the strong man in the Five Tribulations realm. It is much stronger than the master of the universe in the Four Tribulations realm. Feeling the aura he was looking for, Daoist Qing Tian stared at Jian Wushuang, who was fleeing ahead with some doubts. The more he looked, the more he felt that Jian Wushuang seemed to be tempting him to go. But this is fine, and he also notified the Stone Kings who were closer to this place. The emergence of the power of death requires everyone to eliminate it. The Guma faction is too far away from here, and it will take at least a few days to reinforce it. He also did not expect that the death power operator that appeared this time would be so powerful. I originally thought it was some ordinary characters, but I didn't expect that there would be a 5 Tribulation Realm powerhouse appearing. He stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also looked at him. Daoist Qing Tian deliberately slowed down, trying to keep up and find out. But I don't know that both of them have entered the full set. As soon as Dylan's breath disappeared, Jian Wushuang suddenly felt bad, because that breath is closer. He could feel Dylan's breath in advance, and Dylan could also feel their breath. What's more, this is the other side's territory, and the unscrupulous exposure of people like them here will not be detected. He has a unique method of detection, and the opponent can manipulate the power of death, and I am afraid that he can also feel the breath of other strong people in this chaotic place. Not good. Daoist Qing Tian also felt the aura of approaching, just about to remind, but it was too late. Dylan's figure has appeared in front of everyone. The 4 Tribulation Realm and San Tribulation Realm powerhouse who wanted to catch up with Jian Wushuang from the left side ran into Dylan head-on. Dylan's palm was deep, facing the Fang's life gate. A powerful divine power instantly tore the 4 Tribulations Realm into powder. Jian Wushuang's heart jumped at the sight, and he threw the master of the 3 Tribulations Realm universe at Dylan in one hand, and he stepped back and wanted to get closer to Daoist Qing Tian. Daoist Qing Tian, who watched this scene, cursed secretly in his heart. He had long felt that Jian Wushuang was a little bit wrong, and the result was just as he expected. Thief, dare you! Qing Tian couldn't take care of so much, so he could only bite the bullet and save the Lord of the Universe. As for Jian Wushuang, he didn't have time to deal with it. In this way, they were fighting with 2 shots, and it had nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. But Dylan's approach was to surprise Jian Wushuang, who had just stabilized his figure. The burly Dylan didn't attack the master of the 3 Tribulations Realm universe, because Lord Bobby had previously explained that these people are still useful. As for the 4 Tribulation Realm powerhouse who was caught by him in a flash, it was just a loose tribulation, and it was useless to enter the flying boat. The main reason is that he didn't have to master the power in his body and killed him accidentally. Dylan, you still don't do it? Jian Wushuang had a thought on Ni Kuan. Although it was disconnected now, he knew the name of the other party when they met. Hearing Jian Wushuang's cry, Dylan slowly turned his head, his eyes leaking fiercely. With just a glance, Jian Wushuang shut up. The strong sense of oppression made him somewhat unable to breathe. The superpower in the 5 Tribulations Realm. Although the origin of the universe has been shattered, the remaining power still cannot be seen directly by ordinary strong people. Even Daoist Qing Tian felt his chest dull, with a strong sense of oppression. Fortunately, Dylan didn't make a move, which made Qing Tian breathe a sigh of relief, and he didn't dare to step forward. In my heart, I can only pray that the strong of the Stone Country will come quickly. Once they do it, people like them can't hold it for long. What's more, he didn't know if there was any strong behind Dylan. Jian Wushuang's complexion wasn't too pretty, but fortunately, he was careful this time. Only a clone came. Otherwise, I have to fall down today. The guy named Bobby D hasn't appeared yet. To be able to make Dylan such a powerful Dispersion Realm powerhouse as his subordinates, I am afraid that the strength of Baby Emperor is much stronger than Dylan. Very likely to be a super powerhouse in the 6 Tribulations Realm. How to do? For a while, everyone was in a stalemate in midair. Do you go in by yourself, or do I throw you in? Dylan stroked his finger and opened a crack in his back. The interior is pitch black, and you can't see anything. After finishing speaking, he threw the Master of the Universe in the 3 Tribulations Realm in his hand. After the only remaining strong man in the dispersing Tribulation Realm who directly transmitted the sound of the Qing Tian Taoist was broken. His figure was a flash and directly wrapped the 3 cosmic masters behind him with divine power. Judging from the posture, he is ready to run. Jian Wushuang had just reacted, and he felt a burst of powerful divine power growth. It was the old man in the 9-sleeved robe. The 4 Tribulation Realm powerhouse, even though it is Sand Tribulation, at this moment, it has exploded with more than 330,000 divine powers. Before Dylan made a move, he was in front of Dylan in an instant. Exhausting the power of the whole body, His hands gathered qi into a column, and the muffled sound of breaking the sky broke out. The gloomy black breath burst out instantly. Jian Wushuang watched carefully. The Four Tribulations realm powerhouse directly burned the divine body. This is desperate. Qing Tian fled quickly without looking back. Jian Wushuang didn't care. He was a clone, and it was too naive to want to escape from a Five Tribulations realm powerhouse. Daoist Qing Tian is the master of the universe in the Four Tribulations realm. He has this information, but Jian Wushuang does not. There is a big gap between the Lord of the universe and the powerful dispersal. After all, there is a source of supernatural power. The divine body is not easy to recover, but the origin recovers quickly. Moreover, the divine power blessed by the source is extremely powerful and can often double the combat power. Of course, this is comprehensive combat power. Under normal circumstances, the Four Tribulations realm can burst out of 350,000 times the limit of divine power. But the Lord of the universe in the Four Tribulations realm could burst out 400,000. And there is no upper limit. Heaven-defying ones can explode 500,000 times divine power. www.unravel. Because Sanjia realm has no divine power source, it can't explode that powerful divine power at all. 350,000 times the divine power is already the limit. Even if there is a power that exceeds this divine power, it will cause the divine body to burst if it wants to burst out. The gain is not worth the loss. When Dylan felt the divine power on the opponent's body at close range, the corners of his mouth rose. The divine powers of other robbers were fixed on a certain value. But he does not have this limit. Because Lord Bobby had transformed his divine body, there is no vitality in his body at all, but the endless power of death. It was already a dead person, no matter how it broke out, it was the same. Chapter 5704. Is it possible that the dead can still die again? Boom! The breath of Dylan's body was completely unfolded, facing the robbery's strong man with 9 patterned sleeves. Just a simple punch. This punch seemed ordinary, but it contained the power of death. The Four Tribulations realm powerhouse had just taken action to resist, but found that his arm burst directly. A whirlwind shattered his body in half. The divine body was also completely shattered. So unbeaten, Dylan sneered and blasted another punch, this time directly shattering the opponent's chest. The Four Tribulations realm powerhouse, who had fallen into a half-dead state, was directly thrown into the crack by Dylan. There is the entrance of the flying boat. Jian Wushuang also understood somewhat. The other party didn't want them to die so easily. After solving the Four Tribulations realm powerhouse, Dylan jumped up. His divine power increased again. And after a leap, he caught up with Qing Tian and the others who had escaped a long way. While chasing these people, he did not forget to glance at Jian Wushuang. At just a glance, Jian Wushuang felt that the divine body was a little weak. The divine body of the clone is only 100,000 times. Without the blessing of the beasts, there is no source of divine power, and the unique knowledge of divine power. Only the basic divine body can be used. However, his clone combat power does not rely on the divine body, but uses the power of the stars. When using divine power, Jian Wushuang's arrogance was white. When using the power of the beast god, his arrogance is dark red, and he winks with the beast god soldier. The power of the stars is blue, the same color as the sky. It is also the color that represents his peak. Blue Jian Wushuang. In the same rank, his state is invincible. But facing the 5 tribulations, even if his deity came, there was no hope. But Jian Wushuang still had a feeling of eagerness in his heart. If it is at the peak state, fully display the star catalog, I don't know if he can defeat the opponent. This kind of thing, he can think about it, really want to try. It is not necessary. The risk is too great. Just stay here to play with the clone. There is no need to really work hard. He came here mainly to see if the man who manipulated the power of death was extinct. It now appears that it is not extinction. It's the Bobby Emperor. But whether the two are connected, he never knows. He hopes that there is no connection. If the two meet and pursue the same, he should have a headache. Life and death are rivals. You can't get rid of it wherever you go. mind power, thought power, devouring all things life, starry sky. He has completed his heart strength. This is the easiest one, and Zhu Jian will almost be able to reach the peak of Daoxin's full heart strength. The power of thought is different, with many thoughts the most troublesome. His current power of mind is not far from consummation. When he reaches the Lord of the Universe, he will naturally reach the consummation of mind power. As for the power of swallowing, this has no boundaries and will only grow stronger with strength. It is related to one's own realm, belongs to the realm of space, and this power is not mainstream. It's not like the power of mind and the power of everything. It's unpopular. In fact, everyone has the power of all things, but compared with him, these people seem to have none. Their everything is single, but his everything is perfect, more perfect than Wan Daolu. The giant race in the starry sky is the natural host of all things. That's why he needed the power of all things and the power of life at the beginning. The force of life corresponds more like a robbery. Replenish vitality. But everything is domineering. Thinking of the origin of the Lord of all things, Jian Wushuang couldn't help trembling. If the Lord of all things is still alive, even in Guyu time and space, they are all super arrogant. Even stronger than that Shixiao. It's a pity that he was born out of time. If he were in the ancient moon time and space, his achievements would not be weaker than Qixin. This is his deepest power to manipulate so far. The power of life can only be regarded as an aid, and it will play a great role in the future universe. Of course, the prerequisite is to have a deep understanding of everything. As for the power of the stars, when mastered, it is even more weird. From peeping, borrowing, to mastering extension. More like a blueprint for the future. Just like his origin, in the future, he is the one who wants to light up the stars. That's why we can master such a powerful force in advance. Because this kind of power is too strong, he can't maintain it normally and only use it when fighting. And the load on him is great. He will not use it when it is not necessary. Moreover, this is the power of the starry sky after he has been mediated by the eternal changes, which is considered to have diluted the power of the starry sky. In the future, after he becomes the Lord of the Universe, he must improve the eternal changes. Use the strongest starry sky power. Of course, the power of the starry sky will follow his origin and move forward. When he lights up all the original starry sky, I am afraid that the power of the starry sky will be the most powerful. Now a universe hasn't been lit up, it's still far away. When he lights up a universe, he will directly cross the first 3 calamities and become the Lord of the universe. The strong origin can naturally form the universe in the body. This is something that the 8 tribulations realm can do, and he will be able to do it in the 3 tribulations realm. And it could be a mobile dojo, natural advantage, and then his universe can create life. This is the most terrible. The power of death can create death. The power of life can naturally create life. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang raised his brows. Death? Creating death in the universe? Isn't that the loose robbery? He seemed to think of something. Then he looked at Dylan suddenly. At this time, Dylan had already caught up with the 2 Qingtian Dao. The 2 sides fell into a deadly battle. Daoist Qingtian exploded more than 400,000 divine powers. Very powerful. Seemed to be close to Dylan 5 or 5 times. But Jian Wushuang saw it through at a glance. Dylan has something to hide. The black breath erupted from his body. Familiar scene. He had seen it in Ni Kuan and Sangbiao. The power of death. Even the Emperor can raise tens of thousands of supernatural powers. Not to mention a superpower in the 5 tribulations realm. This power just broke out. Dylan's supernatural power directly soared to more than 500,000. Taoist Qingtian was completely desperate. More than 500,000 supernatural powers. This is already the threshold for the Lord of the 5 tribulations realm universe. He was able to burst out such a powerful strength in his own dojo, and he knew exactly what it meant. Not an opponent at all. In your own dojo, you can fight by stepping up, but this is not his dojo. I am a direct disciple of Master Mu Shui of the Gu Mu School. Dare you to move me? Qing Tian yelled, but the next moment he was beaten by Dylan. The redskin behind Dylan tightly bound Ching Tian, hung in front of him, and slammed Ching Tian's chest with a punch. Or, you move the Shenmue King out and see if I am afraid. Dylan was very disdainful. Chapter 5705. In his eyes, the 8-star sects are all shit. Once Lord Bobby's plan is successful, the entire Guyu time and space will be theirs. The 9-star sect, Ancient Moon God sect, had to crawl over to polish their shoes. Such an arrogant thought. I don't know that when people know it, a few big teeth will be laughed. Taoist Qing Tian was completely desperate. The strength is not good. The background is useless. Can only wait to die. Dylan played for a while and felt that it was not interesting, so he carried the other 3 people in Qing Tian and returned to the crack together. You want going yet? Dylan looked at Jian Wushuang. The sword did not change the color of the 2 sides, and there was no intention to shoot, and he strode directly. In front of Dylan, he swaggered in. What can he be afraid of? Another clone has arrived nearby. The aura of that clone is very weak, transforming into a piece of rubble floating in the storm. When his clone is finished, let the clone keep staring here. Even if you fall into it this time, it's nothing. Now that his strength is not enough, it does not mean that he will not be enough in the future. As long as you follow each other, sooner or later you will go to take their lair to see what they are planning. Seeing Jian Wushuang honestly enter, Dylan sneered and followed with a few people. After they all entered, the crack healed again, as if it had never appeared before. Stone Country. After receiving the Gumu faction's request for help, the royal family held a small meeting first without any haste. Discuss this matter. Although the power of death is a public enemy, but the Gumu faction can't call them 5 or 6, right? If this spreads out, wouldn't the prestige accumulated by their Stone Country collapse all at once? No hurry. When they are almost dead, we will crush our opponents again, so as to enhance the prestige of the Stone Country. The old man in the high position beat the armrest of the throne. There's a lot of approval below. Sure duh, you go to the fire demon world, let the gods dispatch a few fire demon to go together. Be sure to take the other side. Below, a short, lean, and strong man got up from his seat to take his command. There is a tail behind him, swaying wantonly. This is a super strong man who transforms his body. Powerful in the 6 tribulations realm. Shurgwa has just been dispatched to start, and the Eternal Kingdom has also received a request for help. But the Eternal Kingdom is not perfunctory. Instead, they quickly mobilized several superpowers from the 5 tribulations realm and headed to the Riot Sea of Stars. They weren't trying to help the strong guys of the Gumu faction, but they wanted to kill their mouths. The Eternal Kingdom has a deep relationship with Bobby D. Otherwise, Bobby D would not choose to lurk in the Eternal Realm. Kill them all, leaving none. Below is a group of powerful aliens in the 5 tribulations realm, each with strange shapes. All members are dispatched. The storm immediately gathered in the rioting Star Sea. The bottom layer in the flying boat. Bobby D received a lot of news. There was news from within the Guma school, as well as from the Stone Kingdom and the Eternal Kingdom. He narrowed his eyes and sighed. After planning for so long, he has to implement the plan in advance. For him, the more powerful people come, the better. The best one is the Lord of the Universe. But this time, among the 3 superpowers, the strong ones who came were all Sanji. Obviously, they are not willing to take risks. Even if the Eternal Kingdom cooperates with Bobby D, it is unwilling to let the Lord of the Universe go. On the contrary, the Gu Mu sect, for the first time, was too careless to let a master of the universe from the 4 tribulations realm go. The Lord of the Universe represents infinite possibilities. Even if the powerhouse who pays the 6 tribulations realm goes to death, Daoist Qingtian must be fished out. After Dylan threw everyone to the top level, his figure followed a hole in the center of the flying boat space and descended directly to the bottom level. Master Bobby! Dylan bowed in salute and stood aside. Everything is ready. You can start. After Dylan heard this, in front of a crystal ball, he began to perform a special magic trick. The top layer of the flying boat. After everyone arrived here, they didn't find anything special. In addition, Dylan left directly, leaving them a bit at a loss. Fortunately, they did not kill them directly. Daoist Qingtian was seriously injured. After scanning the surroundings, he felt that the other party was about to imprison them, so he was relieved. The other cosmic masters of the Three Tribulations realm were a little worried. Jian Wushuang was not worried, but looked around curiously. Hey, aren't you in the same group with them? Among the crowd, the only female lord of the universe said to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang ignored the other party. If only it was a group. Daoist Qingtian recruited the beast, and he understood a little now. Instructed that companion not to talk to Jian Wushuang. This time they were careless. Now it's no use saying more. We can only wait for rescue. But before they relax their vigilance, the surrounding space begins to change. The originally small space has become a star. The sky above is deserted, and the sky is starry. Be careful, Daoist Qingtian shouted angrily. Even Jian Wushuang was taken aback and quickly rose into the air, only to find that the gravity of this star was very large, which was at least 10,000 times higher than the gravity of the outer world. So that when he got up, he took a while and saw countless purple reptiles rushing out from below. Void! It's a void crawler. He encountered it in the Temple of Qishan. This kind of thing is the most troublesome. He had heard God Frosis say that this kind of reptile came from the stars. The void reptile from the Temple of Qishan was brought by him when he was born from the starry sky and attached to his eggshell. How could there be such a thing here? Jian Wushuang frowned. Qingtian and others didn't know this kind of creature and had never seen it before. After discovering that these reptiles were not strong at this time, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The main reason is that these crawlers are too dense, plus they have never seen them before, so they are so gaffs. After discovering that it wasn't a big deal, he didn't take it seriously and killed a large group at will. But Jian Wushuang knew how powerful this reptile was. At the beginning, Frosa told him that once this kind of crawler reaches a certain number, even if the powerhouse of the giant clan encounters it, it will be a headache. A Khonshu. Come after all, it was a creature from the stars. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to be careless. Have avoided these reptiles all the time, did not make a move. Qingtian and others slaughtered at will. After a while, the number of these crawlers did not decrease in any way, but the strength of the single body was continuously strengthened. And Jian Wushuang also discovered that these reptiles carried some power that could corrode the void. The space here has begun to be unstable. Qingtian and others also discovered something was wrong. Now among them, the only ones who still have combat power are the four masters of the universe in the Three Tribulations realm. Their divine power has begun to decline. The gravity here is much higher than the outside world, and the corrosive void makes these universe masters unable to mobilize space. Chapter 5706. Divine power also increased very little. Both are 250,000 times the divine power. Daoist Qingtian resisted the backlash and used divine power to disperse the surrounding void crawlers, but then corroded the collapsed void and crawled out countless void crawlers. The originally complete space is full of loopholes, and in these caves, those void crawlers are still emerging. The first to be unlucky was the Four Tribulations realm powerhouse. He is a strong robber, plus he was severely injured by Dylan. Now he can't hold it anymore. The whole person was plunged into the ocean of void reptiles. After the reptiles contained and eroded, not even a trace of breath remained. Qingtian looked shocking. Despair. Despair from the bottom of my heart from the inside out. How could he be so unlucky? He lost his life on just one mission. Lord of the universe with infinite possibilities. The Lord of the universe who has only survived the Four Tribulations. He is completely hopeful of becoming the Five Tribulations realm. Unfortunately, it's going to fall. Jian Wushuang swallowed. This time, it seemed that he couldn't find the answer. Originally thought, the worst would also see that Bobby Emperor. As a result, he didn't even see the other side's face. It's not a pity to be a clone, it's a pity that he's planning. It was defeated just now. Void reptiles piled up like a mountain. Jian Wushuang casually used the Starry Sky Sword intent to kill those hill-like void reptiles. but it can't be killed at all. The lowest level of the flying boat. My lord, they can't hold it anymore. Dylan looked at the sky, looked at the Emperor Bobby. Bobby is not panicked. That kid called Blue Breath is a little weird. There was greed in Bobby's eyes. The more he stared at Jian Wushuang, the more he felt something was wrong. With the fighting power of the Lord of the Universe, there is also the realm of the universe. But I can't feel the death in the opponent's body, except Jian Wushuang. Those people in the sky have already revealed the aura of death. Because of the death crisis, death will be born. Bobby needs these breaths. Use these chi to condense into the force of death. Can continue to converge to the bottom layer. At this time, a lot of power of death has entered the crystal ball in his hand. These death powers all come from the death aura emitted by the Taoist Qingtian. But there has never been the power of death on Jian Wushuang. This made Bobby D a little puzzled. Whether it is Sanjie or the Lord of the Universe, before facing death, there will be death aura. Why Jian Wushuang didn't have it on him? Emperor Bobby stroked his hands, and Qingtian and others in the sky were instantly imprisoned. Only Jian Wushuang can move. Those void crawlers were not thinking about Qingtian and the others, but rushed towards Jian Wushuang. This makes Jian Wushuang a little surprised. Why is he about to besiege him suddenly? Seeing that Qingtian and the others were tied up but did not fall behind, Jian Wushuang also gave up, thinking that these people are no longer good enough. That's why they are restrained. Then he pretended to be dead too. The power of the starry sky can be maintained for half an hour, and he directly lowered his breath and returned to normal. The figure is also submerged in the sea of worms. When Emperor Bobby saw it, he leaked a weird smile. I thought you were capable of resisting it. It won't work. He felt that Jian Wushuang was not simple, but he couldn't see through it. So I don't want Jian Wushuang to fall like that. A flick of his finger also imprisoned Jian Wushuang. Open the next level. Restore their origins to the peak. Bobby Emperor said excitedly. Dylan did it correctly. You can't just let them fall. It doesn't matter if you die, but the Lord of the Universe is too useful. Bobby D will continue to extract the power of death from these people. Jian Wushuang's figure became lighter, and the sea of insects in front of him had disappeared. In a blink of an eye, everyone has returned to the flying boat. It's just that they have fallen into another level. This time, the layer is different from the first layer. Here, there are 6 treatment chambers. At this moment, they are all soaking in the treatment chamber. The green liquid envelopes the whole body. Jian Wushuang only felt that his body was extremely comfortable. This feeling was too familiar to him. At the same time, I understood what the surrounding green liquid was. That is the source of life. Is it uncomfortable to soak in it? Snapped. Jian Wu both looked sideways. A treatment chamber has been broken open internally. The person who walked out was the Qingtian Taoist. His breath returned to its peak. After seeing him recovering, the remaining cosmic masters of the 3 tribulations realm also broke out. It's not that they don't want to soak, but that after the vitality reaches the peak, the soaking down will eat back the body. This kind of advantage can't be taken up. In addition, they came to an unfamiliar space. Life and death were completely out of their own control. How can they be idle to covet the petty bargain? Jian Wushuang was different. He came here to see what the people behind the scenes were doing, and by the way, to see if the Bobby Emperor who manipulated the power of death had any connection with extinction. So I didn't worry at all, just kept soaking. Qingtian and the others also found that Jian Wushuang had been in the treatment chamber, so they leaned over. He didn't seem to have suffered any injuries just now. How come he has been healing? The female master of the universe stared at Jian Wushuang's treatment chamber in surprise. Taoist Qingtian shook his head and reminded, Don't worry about so much. He is not the same with us. Let's see if there are any exits around here. You can't wait for death here. Yes. Several people searched separately, but Jian Wushuang just soaked. Feel free to absorb the power of life, and then transform it into the power of all things. The power of all things turned into the origin of the universe, and thus became the power of the stars. Although it is not too pure, it is better to have something than nothing. At least he can increase the time to maintain the peak. Being able to delay time here again. What threat is there to make Qingtian and the others stand up to it? The key is that he guessed right. A cage appeared in the middle passage in the cabin. There is still a layer of black cloth on the cage. As for what was in the cage, they didn't know and didn't want to know, but this can't help them. The black cloth disappeared, and they saw the existence in the cage. The cage also began to weaken at this moment. That being, deep claws directly tore the cage apart. Climbed out of it. Eternal clan? Qingtian was shocked. Absolutely. Is the eternal family. The breath on the body is the same. He has dealt with many powerful people of the eternal race, and he is very clear about their peculiar blood. This fellow Taoist. Qingtian just wanted to put it on, but to comfort the strong man of the eternal race, he straightened up, his body swelled continuously, and eventually evolved into a humanoid beast, and his breath was also skyrocketing. Ouch! There was a roar. The powerhouse of the eternal race directly attacked the nearest master of the Three Tribulations realm universe. Chapter 5707. The sharp claws directly tore the somewhat unlucky master of the universe to pieces. The origin is condensed, and the human body has not yet recovered. The humanoid monster directly grew its mouth, spitting out a venom from the mouth. Along with that venom, there was also a horrible black air column. Qingtian couldn't control that much. Seeing that the Lord of the Universe was about to fall, he hurriedly shot and kicked it out, and the strange beast directly kicked into the wall of the cabin. The strange beast wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of killing intent. After feeling that the strength of the strange beast was not too strong, Qingshan's courage also increased, causing everyone to retreat. I want to deal with it alone. The cabin on the ground floor. But Bobby and Dylan stared at the sky with wide-eyed eyes. So much so that they have forgotten to enhance the supernatural power of the alien beast. As a result, the strange beast was brutally beaten by Taoist Qingtian. Taoist Qingtian, who had recovered to his peak, exploded with more than 400,000 divine power, while the divine power of the strange beast was less than 400,000. In the hands of Qingtian, he has been ravaged. Originally, he was arranged to come in, to force these people to leak the breath of death. As a result, now he himself has begun to fear death. It's just this little power of death that Bobby D simply looks down on, because he has been staring at Jian Wushuang. A quarter of an hour, Dylan exclaimed. Bobby D took out a white jade kettle in the shape of a kettle from behind. Is there any extra life left? When Dylan heard this, he shook his head. Go to the third cabin, drain all the sanctions sent by the eternal race, and then pour it into the kids' treatment chamber. Bobby D ordered. If it is not enough, just take these. The master of the universe is also drained. Dylan was a little surprised, but didn't dare to question, just nodded. But Babidi poked his hands excitedly, pacing in front of the sky. The more vigorous the vitality, it also represents the stronger the power of death. He never expected that he would encounter such a miraculous thing. A weak master of the universe can actually swallow so much vitality. Then how strong is the power of death that erupts when the opponent is about to die? Bobby D looked forward to. Originally, according to his plan, even if it was advanced and attracted a large number of strong people, it would take a long time to guide. Now it is possible to do it in one step. Get enough death power from Jian Wushuang. And what he will do with the power of death is unknown. In the treatment chamber, Jian Wushuang didn't care about the supplement of life force at all. On the contrary, he felt that these life powers were getting weaker and weaker, not as pure as his. He plans to go out, because after seeing Qingtian beating the strange beast, he felt that there was no danger anymore. If it is really dangerous, he will face it in the treatment room. The life force in the treatment chamber is getting weaker and weaker, and he doesn't bother to transform. Not only is time wasting, every time he is converted, he will consume a certain amount of his origin. In this way, not only does he make no profit, but he also loses. The Qingtian in the cabin became stronger as the battle became stronger, but he couldn't kill the strange beast. He also saw that the strength of this strange beast should not be weaker than him, but it hadn't completely exploded. This made him very puzzled. Obviously, there is a very powerful divine power, but it does not explode. What is this going to do? As for Jian Wushuang, he hadn't paid any attention for a long time. He only felt that Jian Wushuang was a little weird. He was very indifferent to death when he was on the upper level, and he did not earn or take away. It was in sharp contrast with the outside world. After he came inside the flying boat, it's more like visiting. Now in the treatment cabin, I have not been able to come out, and I don't know what I am doing. Do you want to break through your origins? Qing Tian felt a little funny, but the next moment he couldn't laugh anymore. Dylan, when Qing Tian saw the other party, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, with fear from the bottom of his heart. It was really the blast from the outside world, which left him with a shadow in his heart. Dylan didn't even look at Taoist Qing Tian. Instead, he walked towards the eternal group of powerful beasts. When the other party saw Dylan, his expression was similar to Taoist Qing Tian. It seems that Dylan has been ravaged. Master Dylan, the alien beast kept backing away, with a bad premonition in his heart. Especially when he saw the jade pot in his hand, he couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. Jian Wushuang in the treatment chamber also saw Dylan's appearance. He originally wanted to appear directly. After seeing the opponent, he suddenly changed his mind. Stay comfortable in the short and thin treatment chamber. I want to get out of him killed. Trash! Dylan glanced at the strange beast and grabbed the opponent's head directly from the depth of his arm, so fast that it made people unable to see the movement. The strange beast was caught and could not move. Dylan took the jade pot and inserted it directly into the opponent's chest. Then he saw a green liquid emerging from the opponent's body and entering the jade pot. This scene caused Qing Tian and others to keep backing away. What is taken away is life. The strong of the eternal race is Sanjia. Once taken away from life, it also represents death. They never expected that Dylan would even start with himself. Within a few breaths, the vitality of a four-tribulation realm powerhouse was completely drawn, and nothing was left. The flesh became extremely shriveled, looking at the hollow eyes of the alien beast and the lifeless body. They are all clear and have fallen. Dylan shook the jade pot and felt that the source of life inside was full. So he took the jade pot and went straight to Jian Wushuang's treatment chamber. What is he going to do? Jian Wushuang widened his eyes, with a bad premonition in his heart. When I wanted to destroy the treatment chamber and went out, I found that my whole body was restrained and couldn't move at all. Eternal change. Jian Wushuang broke out with all his strength, and the blue arrogance rose up, directly breaking through the restriction. Boom! The treatment chamber was completely destroyed. Jian Wushuang evaporated all the remaining liquid on his body, staring at Dylan firmly. Watching Jian Wushuang suddenly run away, Dylan was taken aback for a moment and said, "It looks like you have recovered." Looking down at the jade pot in his hand again, feels a bit wasted. After all, it is the vitality of a four-tribulation realm powerhouse. Under everyone's gaze, Dylan held the jade pot and inserted it into his body. But this time it was not to swallow his own vitality, but to absorb the vitality in the jade pot. With such a huge vitality, all absorbed into the body, Dylan's strength skyrocketed again. With the body of Sanjia, it is comparable to the half-step sixth tribulation realm. It's time for you to see what fear is. Dylan threw away the jade pot and shot directly. The violent power is suffocating. The others did see the fear, but Jian Wushuang did not move. He understood now, these people didn't even want to kill them, but wanted to make them desperate. Chapter 5708. I don't know what they think. Anyway, he is not afraid, and if his clone falls, he will not lose. I just didn't see the person behind the scenes. Bobby D staring at Jian Wushuang in the core warehouse at the bottom layer also saw some problems. At the same time, Dylan's shot was stopped. Dylan's figure was frozen in the air like this, with a dull expression. "Come back, I have a way." Dylan leaked a smirk. In his flying boat, everyone has fear and will face death. No one will make exceptions. He had seen Jian Wushuang's flaws. Seeing Dylan retreating, everyone looked sideways and felt a little flustered in their hearts, not knowing what the other party was going to play. Taoist Qing Tian turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang and asked, You don't know anything about this place? What do you mean? Jian Wushuang rolled his eyes. The other party was too stupid, and he didn't understand now that he was not from the Bobby D group at all. It's just using the Taoist of Qing Tian. Seeing Dylan retreat, the central passage in the cabin was also opened. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang walked directly towards the passage. He was eager to see that Bobby D quickly and make some words out of the other party's mouth. After falling from the passage and entering the next floor, the layout is exactly the same as the first two floors. It seems that it still hasn't reached the core warehouse. After Jian Wushuang looked around for a while, he waited quietly for the opponent's means. At this time, Taoist Qing Tian also fell with him. But this time, Taoist Qing Tian fell directly to the next level, and Jian Wushuang wanted to follow him, but was caught by some kind of power. Along with him are 4 other cosmic masters of the 3 tribulations realm. What happened? Jian Wushuang also leaked a surprised expression. How can it be treated differently? Putting the 5 of them on the first floor? Is there any other use? Without waiting for them to think about it, everyone has been teleported away. In other words, the space of the cabin has been changed, but it is still in the flying boat. 5 people came to a huge coliseum at the same time. There are 5 arenas in the coliseum, 1 for each of the 5 people. There are no spectators, only the color of barrenness. The fake is fake. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes slightly and observed with his mind. His single thought of the universe can also do this. And when he becomes the master of the universe, it will be able to condense into reality. This method is nothing to him. He had returned to the past in the Mahayana Lingshan, and this kind of illusion is really a pediatrics. Ding! But just when he was disdainful, he felt 5 strange auras coming. He was very familiar with one of them. It's you! 5 people exclaimed at the same time. Jian Wushuang stared at his opponent who appeared on the ring, his eyelids beating. Jiang Shang. His opponent was actually Jiang Shang. How could it be her? Just when he was surprised, there was an unfamiliar voice in the sky. Ha, little guys, face the fear in your heart. The master of the voice is Bobby D. He also means to summon the most feared opponent in their hearts. Everyone has fear in their hearts. What Jian Wushuang feared most was extinction. Why did Jiang Shang appear? He didn't know that the fears that Bobby Emperor summoned were all from the same level, not opponents that surpassed him too much. There are still people who fear the goddess. He can't make a goddess out, so they're all selected at the same level. Bobby D. Yinli was suspended in the air, waiting for everyone's fear. His real plan was Jian Wushuang. The other masters of the universe, he didn't pay attention to them at all. As for Taoist Qing Tian, he had other plans, because he also had co-workers on the Gumu faction, and he had a close relationship with Qing Tian, so he saved the other party. This doesn't matter. It's nothing more than a master of the universe in the 4 tribulations realm. Think of it as a face to sell to the other party. He is more interested in Jian Wushuang now. One person can absorb so much life force. How strong is the opponent's whole cards? When death comes, all life force will be transformed into death. Let's start. The 5 arenas broke out with terrifying power at the same time. Everyone had a 12-point spirit, ready to fight to the death. These people not only left them with fear, but also hatred. Although Jian Wushuang also broke out with all his strength, he did not have any hatred or fear. It was Jiang Shang's unilateral hatred at best. As for fear, he doesn't know. He had heard that Jiang Shang's strength was not simple, and even Palace Master Qinglong was not an opponent. Although the Qinglong Palace Lord cannot compare to the Lord of the Universe, he can compare to the ordinary 3 tribulations realm. That Jiang Shang's combat power is probably comparable to the Lord of the Universe. But this is not enough. If it was just this strength, he couldn't even beat his clone. Jian Wushuang, you killed my brother. I want you to die. Jiang Shang's voice was like a puppet, without any emotion. Directly rushed. Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed. Too weak. While he was fighting against Jiang Shang, he could still see other battles in the arena. Those opponents of the Lord of the Universe. Although they were also the Lord of the Universe in the 3 tribulations realm, each one was much stronger than Jiang Shang. Some opponents are stronger than his current combat power. Emperor Bobby's gaze also changed. He saw Jian Wushuang's indifferent. still did not reach the level of fear. And the little girl he summoned out was a bit weak. He narrowed his eyes, and when he looked closely, he suddenly realized that the other party was actually an emperor. He is also an emperor. Emperor Bobby raised his brows and looked at Jian Wushuang. The opponents summoned are all of the same rank. The little girl he summoned was the emperor, so Jian Wushuang was also the emperor. Bobby D was extremely shocked. It was not that the emperor was shocked to have the power of the Lord of the Universe, but it was that Jian Wushuang, an emperor, could absorb so much source of life. Call. He took a breath and suddenly thought of something. That is a very long time. When the 9 great time and space rivers were extremely prosperous, he followed an extraordinary existence and took a wooden boat from the starry sky to the time and space river. Before separating from that existence, he knew the pursuit of that existence. Life force. That being has to go to the depths of the long river of time and space to find the power of life. Time and space. The source is the starry sky, a Khonshu. The end of calm is an unknown area. The long river of time and space in the primitive universe where Jian Wushuang was located was very close to the end of the river of time and space. In Mo Luo Shirkong, it is midstream. The 9 core time and space rivers are considered upstream. The endless starry sky is the source. Emperor Bobby recalled that he had left that existence and stayed alone in the 9 great spaces. I don't know how many years have passed now. He recalled the past again. The force of life. It does exist, but he never believed that anyone could create it. Chapter 5709. If you can create the power of life at will, won't you become the creator of all things? He came from the stars and knew more things. I think it's impossible. I just think it's the existence of wishful thinking. When he saw Jian Wushuang today, he was a little convinced. God, treat me well. Bobby Emperor clenched his fists in excitement. He needs the power of death, but also the power of life. On the ring, Jian Wushuang's peak state beat Jiangshang. The sword intent gathered, and the power of the blue starry sky exploded again. It's over. Jian Wushuang tried his best and didn't want to play with Jiangshang anymore. Both hands gathered the power of the starry sky, condensed into an invisible sword, pulled out from both hands, and directed towards Jiangshang. The blue long sword pierced the space, surrounded by blue arcs, crackling. Jiangshang backed away in a hurry, trying to stop him. His hands kept blocking, but he couldn't break free. This was just the transformed Jiangshang. His strength was still the reflection in Jian Wushuang's heart. How powerful is Jian Wushuang said. In fact, he never felt fear of Jiangshang. When the sword of the starry sky was about to completely obliterate the transformed Jiangshang, Jian Wushuang's heart softened. In an instant, he actually stopped the attack. Jiangshang was indeed not afraid of him, nor was he an opponent in his heart. It's just that the hatred in the other party's heart is too deep. That's why it has a causal connection with him. And after being captured by Bobby D, it turns out, the tip of the sword was only an inch away, floating in the center of Jiangshang's eyebrows. Hey! Jian Wushuang sighed, shaking his head. He knew that this was just Jiangshang transformed by Emperor Bobby, but he still didn't want to do it. It was indeed that he should go to Jiangshang at the beginning. Blood sacrifice. This is the black spot of his life that cannot be washed away. If one day, he becomes a super being who masters time and space, and he will definitely resurrect the opponent. To make up for it. In fact, the 2 generals under Misheng's command have a deep hatred with him. Jiangshang's brother died because of his blood sacrifice. Broly's father was killed by Quimen's men. Although they all have something to do with, but all of this really needs to be investigated. In fact, it is the Frosa who wants revenge is to find Frosa. Jiangshang. Imsohe. Jian Wushuang's deep palm, manipulating the starry sky divine sword, wanted to completely crush the transformed Jiangshang. I couldn't bear it for a moment and disappeared at this moment. This is just the transformed Jiangshang. There is no need to be merciful. But just as the tip of the sword pierced the center of Jiangshang's eyebrows, a figure suddenly appeared, pinched the blade with one hand, and snapped it to pieces. Jian Wushuang's body was also shocked. The power of the starry sky burst together with the blue divine sword. Broken power, broken blade. Wow! After the power of the starry sky dissipated, Jian Wushuang saw the figure that appeared. Hui Qing. Jian Wushuang took a step back, a little unbelievable. Hui Qing was dressed in a black robe, and his head was as bare as before. Brother Wushuang. Hui Qing folded her hands and stood side by side with Jiang Shang. This is the deepest fear in Jian Wushuang's heart that he does not want to admit. Jian Wushuang's figure was a little unstable, shaking his head and muttering to himself. This is impossible. He saw a hint of luster in Hui Qing's eyes. This is the color that Jiang Shang didn't see in his eyes. It doesn't seem to be a phantom at all. It's really you, Jian Wushuang said in surprise. Hui Qing nodded when she heard the sound and did not speak. When she turned to look at Jiang Shang, there was a trace of guilt in her eyes. After getting the affirmation, Jian Wushuang still couldn't believe it. But I don't dare to say too much. After all, this is the world that Emperor Bobby is transformed into. Everything can be fake. Cannot believe. Hui Qing touched Jiang Shang's head and said softly, I made you suffer. At this moment, the transformed Jiang Shang seemed to have a trace of emotion, and he recognized Hui Qing. And when he looked up at Hui Qing, there were tears in his eyes. There is a gap between the master and the apprentice. Hui Qing was stupid and didn't think it was a problem. But Jiang Shang is deep in his heart. She knew that Jian Wushuang had an unusual relationship with Hui Qing, so she kept suppressing the hatred in her heart. This sentence suffered and completely broke her, because the master still understands her. Jian Wushuang was watching it a bit unpleasantly. In the bottom of my heart, I couldn't believe it. Not only did he not believe it, but even Bobby D was stunned. He was obviously just a phantom character. How could he look more like it was real? And that little girl, when she saw Hui Qing, there was obviously a change, and the aura on her body was even more frowning. Familiar breath. At the beginning, the breath of that existence. Impossible. Bobby Emperor didn't let Jian Wushuang fall into fear, but fell into fear himself. Thinking of that person, he shuddered. Can't forget the taste of being dominated. He didn't want to follow the existence to the middle reaches of the long river of time and space, but some kind of big event happened halfway, and escaped from that existence. Now that he has been away for endless years, he feels the aura of that existence again, which is a little hard for him to accept. Ban! Emperor Bobby tried to stop and let Jiang Shang and Hui Qing disappear. But there was no change in everything around him, and he was no longer under his control. And there was a voice in his ear that made him extremely frightened. Green-haired monkey. This is the nickname of Bobby D. Only the existence knows. When he came out of the starry sky, Bobby D was covered in green hair, thin and small, just like a monkey. Although there is no green hair now, his skin is still green, his body shape has not changed much from the past, but his head is bigger. Master! Bobby Emperor knelt down in shock. In a daze, he saw the old man carrying the lamp, with a long and narrow body and wearing a certain rounded pointed hat on his head. That existence is extinction, a terrifying existence from the stars. This is the person who fears the most in Bobby's heart. The extinction phantom floated, and after a glance at Emperor Bobby, it disappeared on its own. He is a strong man in the half-step seven tribulations realm. Although Bobby's secret method is peculiar, he cannot maintain the illusion of such a strong man. After discovering that breath and disappearing, Emperor Bobby was relieved. As for Jiang Shang and Hui Qing, he didn't dare to bother about it anymore, and disappeared directly, waiting for the illusion to disappear automatically. On the ring, the remaining 4 masters of the universe have collapsed, basically be ravaged. Only Jian Wushuang was still standing on the ring, lingering in his shot. Hui Qing, why are you here? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Being able to follow cause and effect and allow yourself to enter this place is not a small price. And now Jiang Shang has also awakened his true body, and the expression in his eyes when he looked at Jian Wushuang had even more intense killing intent. The most feared in Jian Wushuang's heart was this moment. Hui Qing and Jiang Shang joined forces to deal with him. This makes it difficult for him to accept. Because of her, Hui Qing pointed at Jiang Shang, her fingertips suddenly gathering energy and bursting out. Chapter 57:10. Jian Wushuang was taken aback by this scene. Jiang Shang even leaked an unbelievable expression. Boom! A golden beam of light burst from the fingertips in an instant, and the humming sound resounded throughout the Colosseum. Hui Qing, what are you doing? Jian Wushuang wanted to stop, but found that there was an extra secret text on the center of Hui Qing's eyebrows. On Dylan's head, too. That means being enslaved by Bobby D. Jian Wushuang understood at this time. No wonder Hui Qing would attack Jiang Shang. But even if Jiang Shang was killed here, there would be no consequences anyway. It was just an illusion. It's just a thought that is dead. Jiang Shang's deity was well in the Temple of Destruction. Brother Wushuang, did I do the wrong thing? Hui Lu pointedly killed Jiang Shang and walked towards Jian Wushuang slowly, her eyes sharpening. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and he never expected that such a simple Hui Qing would be controlled by Emperor Bobby. Bobby D enslaves the strong, generally inducing fear and death in the heart of the opponent. How Hui Qing was controlled. Bobby D, who returned to the core compartment, clenched his fists and stared at everything excitedly. Only he knew that Hui Qing was actively controlled. Of course, it was also because Hui Qing really had fear in her heart. Like Jian Wushuang, he also feared this day. Sandwiched between Jiang Shang and Jian Wushuang, there is no choice. Now he was in the illusion, killing Jiang Shang and letting go of everything. Then fight Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't understand. Jiang Shang is your disciple, and I am her enemy. She wants me to take revenge. You shouldn't interfere. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Even if that day is true, life and death must be separated. It was also he who fought Jiang Shang in a decisive battle. After Hui Qing heard it, she shook her head and said, "She is my disciple, and you are my benefactor. Kill her and repay you. Kill you for revenge." As soon as the voice fell, Hui Qing broke out directly, and his combat power could shake the world. This battle cannot be avoided. Jian Wushuang also broke out. At this moment, he can't control so much. Now that Hui Qing has made up his mind, there is nothing he can't let go of. Go to the special temple to save the gods. At this moment, Jian Wushuang broke out completely. Eternal change. Jian Wushuang squatted slightly, his arms crossed, his breath surged, and the blue arc flickered. With his arms outstretched to the sky, he roared, and he was completely at his peak state. All in blue. The blue arc in his eyes flashed across in an instant, and he saw Hui Qing attacking him. Eyes shrink, far and near small. When he flashed away, he had already taken the initiative to step forward. Since the decisive battle in the illusion, then don't play any means, you will have a good fight. Boom! The two collided fiercely, palm to fist, fist to palm, and exploded at the same time. Boom! Hui Qing withdrew. Behind one hand, a big Buddha emerged. It's not someone else, it's just who you are. Now Hui Qing doesn't need other people's dharma features. Her own is enough. 10,000 Buddhas worship. Hui Qing slapped it with a palm, but a silver long stick appeared in the other hand. Jian Wushuang recognized the pattern on the top. This thing, he also heard Zhun Ling told Hui Qing, is an incredible treasure of the universe. Powerful. In the long stick, there is a universe. In the palm of your hand, Jian Wushuang rose into the sky, and with only his breath, he slapped 10,000 Buddhas and worshipped. The figure was suspended in the air, and he said calmly, "Next, it's really moving. Don't keep your hands." Hui Qing's eyebrows flickered, and the black pattern sank deeper. Jian Wushuang also understood that Hui Qing was going to truly fall into a violent state. I don't know whether Bobby D can control Hui Qing now. He didn't think too much. No matter what, today is going to tell the difference between life and death. Anyway, it is the illusion which will not be resolved today. It's better than solving it in the real world that day. Song. Jueyun sword intent, condensed in illusory Jueyun sword. The silver long stick in Hui Qing's hand was also disillusioned, so that it would be fair and just. Neither of them is the real deity. Both are avatars of avatars. At this moment, Jin Wushuang was also very curious about how powerful Hui Qing really was. Can he reach the level in his mind? In the temple of Qixin, he believes that the emperor is invincible. The only opponent is Hui Qing. He has been unable to figure out Hui Qing's strength. At the beginning, Hui Qing broke out with the power of the Nineth-ranked Dynamortal in one step, and even mastered the ultimate way. Later, everything he saw in Mahayana Lingshan, he felt that Hui Qing had also been to the stars. Even the original Nie Yuan had been to the starry sky, and Hui Qing had been there too. Both of them have great secrets, and both have their own cards. This battle will be extremely exciting. It is also a chance to fight for the Lord of the original universe and the Temple of Qixin. Bobby D in the core warehouse was excited to see this scene, because the death and life revealed by the two at the same time is simply too much, especially the life force on Jian Wushuang. Bobby D excitedly took out a disc with a pointer on it. There are 9 numbers at the top. It is 1 to 9. The number at the top had only reached 7, but now it has reached 8. Several years have passed since he got that thing. It's almost done now. He planned ahead, but he didn't expect that the plan could not keep up with the changes, but made his plan smoother and faster. At the end of this battle, he will shock the entire celestial woman's time and space, and even the long river of time and space. As long as it is in the diaspora realm, he will become his believer in the future. Thinking of this, Bobby D thought of extinction. Master Mieshing, times have changed, and you're getting old too. He is aware of the pursuit of extinction. Things between life and death are the most funny. Even if Jin Wushuang is the emperor who masters the creation of life, can extinction really succeed? At least the extinction was unsuccessful now. And he could also see that Mieshing knew the existence of Jian Wushuang. I knew it, but I didn't succeed. That's even more ridiculous. Not as ambitious as his pursuit. I don't know what kind of plan Mieshing will have after he knows what he thinks. However, the pursuit of the two is indeed very different. The goal of Bobby D is all the dispersion realm. But extinction is the pursuit of the strongest way. Unbeatable road. The pattern is not generally large. As for Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing is still on the rise, and the road is still going. Unlike Daisheng and Bobby D, there is no other way out. On the ring, Jian Wushuang drew his sword. Hui Qing held a stick. The Jueyun sword turned into thousands, and the sky was full of sword aura. Wherever it goes, the space is shattered. The stick in Hui Qing's hand is even more domineering, Hunyuan Tiansheng, without any flaws. The fight between the two is also inextricable, denting the ground and cracking the space in the sky. The conversion of the battle has entered a fever pitch. Neither side suffered any injuries, but the aura consumption was enormous. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't add anything. Chapter 57:11. Hui Qing was no better than him to go there. Her breath was unstable. Be happy. Jian Wushuang took a sigh of relief. His life force widened, and the power of the starry sky was raised again. It's just that the power of the starry sky has been consumed too much now, and it is not enough for him to supplement with the power of life. The treatment chamber in the cabin is magical, allowing his life force to accelerate the replenishment of the starry sky. Hui Qing was silent, and at the same time sighed Jian Wushuang's power from the bottom of her heart. That stalwart figure at the beginning is just as powerful now. He has already exerted all his strength, fighting Jian Wushuang to this day, still unable to tell the outcome. Moreover, his aura is a bit weak, but Jian Wushuang is still as powerful as that. But Hui Qing didn't know that Jian Wushuang was already at the limit. The power of the stars is limited. No way, this is just a clone of Jian Wushuang. If it is the deity, he can fight forever. But now the power of the starry sky on the body is almost exhausted. The strength of both sides is approaching its limit. If it drags on, it will drop. At this moment, they are all gathering the strongest aura ready to use the strongest means. Jian Wushuang's clone, as well as Hui Qing's illusion, both possess the power of the pinnacle of the three tribulations realm. This deity, I am afraid it will reach the terrifying combat power of the half-step four tribulations realm. Next, Jian Wushuang condensed a massive life force and threw it directly to Hui Qing. This is the last life force in his body. Too many can no longer condense, and the origin of the clone is limited. If it is the deity, as long as he needs a little breathing opportunity, he will be able to recover to the peak. When Hui Qing heard it, she was stunned for a moment, but accepted it anyway. Holding that group of life force, his breath climbed to the peak again. It's just an increase in vitality, but the origin cannot be improved. Call! Hui Qing took a breath and exclaimed, "The force of life is really a good thing. Next, I'm ready to pick up my strongest sword." Jian Wushuang held the Jueyun sword in both hands, condensing all the power of the starry sky on the blade. The starry sky catalog appears instantly. Hui Qing's expression moved. With the silver long stick in her hand upside down, King Kong glared. The breath on his body also skyrocketed. At the same time, a huge roulette appeared under his feet. Dojo! When Jian Wushuang saw it, his heart was shocked. An emperor can bring his own dojo. Hui Qing's whole cards were even more terrifying than he thought. At this moment, Hui Qing's aura directly climbed to the half-step four tribulations realm level. Me too! Jian Wushuang shouted angrily. The space changed, and the universe that had not been seen for a long time began to expand. It's just that the current Yin universe is not as powerful as the deity displayed. However, the power of increase is still there. In fact, he didn't plan to use Yin universe. But when he saw Hui Qing display his whole cards, he was a little panicked. Facing Hui Qing, he has always had confidence. Until this moment, there was some pressure. This kind of pressure is not a sense of oppression. Unlike Broly, the stronger the war, the more oppressive it gives. Bobby D stared at Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing in the core compartment and had forgotten the disc in his hand. The moving dojo. Both emperors have. Although it does not seem to be a complete dojo, the increase is only 30%. But after they reach the tribulation realm, I am afraid they will be able to create a complete mobile dojo. This means that after the two of them become Tribulation Realm, their combat power will be one level stronger than that of the same rank. Being strong at one level is actually nothing. In the Tribulation Realm, although there are few who can fight beyond the ranks, who are Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing, that is the super arrogant cultivated by Qixin Temple. Moreover, Tianjiao, who was recognized by the starry sky, was ranked in the top even in Gyue time and space. After they became the Tribulation Realm, even if there was no moving dojo, they were able to cross the ranks of World War II. If you add a moving dojo, the combat power will be different. Once Jian Wushuang became the Tribulation Realm, he would directly become the Lord of the Universe, that is, the three Tribulation Realm. This is something unprecedented. Even Jian Wushuang didn't know what the situation would be. Coupled with the mobile dojo, Jian Wushuang is equivalent to saying that after becoming the Tribulation Realm, he will have the power of the Lord of the four Tribulation Realm universe. Coupled with the strong origin, the half-step five Tribulations realm is not a problem. Maybe it can be comparable to the dispersal of the five Tribulations realm. This promotion is no less than the promotion of his Daojun after breaking through to the Emperor. Even a little more. At the sixth level of the Emperor, the distinction in the middle is not as obvious as the robbery realm. Ding! The disc in Bobby's hand suddenly gave out a black mist and made a strange noise. Successful. Bobby Emperor didn't go to see Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing's battle anymore. Dylan was also very excited when he saw the disc move. He has followed Bobby D for the longest time and is also the first warrior under Bobby D. Peak combat power comparable to the half-step 6 Tribulations realm powerhouse. Master Bobby, are you going to turn it on? Dylan took the initiative to light up the lamp in the gap. The light appeared, and a huge egg was placed in front of the two. The eggshell has lines, and the color is black. If Jian Wushuang saw this egg, it would definitely be extremely shocked. He has seen this kind of egg several times. The first time was in the murals of the Three Kings Court, and the second time was in the origin of everything. The third time was when Frosa and Fuego left. Giant clan? Bobby Emperor shook his arm, very excited, because the egg broke its shell immediately. The egg of death he picked up at the beginning is now hatched by him. The existence in this egg will be the Lord of Death, even worse than his master. It is very heavy to enlighten by death. Bobby D and Dylan look forward to it together. Jian Wushuang on the ring also felt an extremely asymmetrical breath coming from the ground. A bad thought arose. He understands roughly in his heart and has a connection with himself. The power of life is very special in the flying boat. Bobby D also valued this kind of power. He broke out unscrupulously. Perhaps some kind of unknown creature was brought out. This made him want to solve the battle more quickly. Take out your strongest means? Jian Wu raised the long sword in both hands, and then said, "This sword I want keep my hand." Hui Qing's brows moved slightly, and she seemed to understand something. The silver long stick gathers energy, and a terrifying aura rises from the dojo under his feet, blessing him. Jian Wushuang's Yin Yin Master of the Universe. The scope has been reduced a lot. After all, it is not his deity's display. That dare to hope, display the strongest master of the starry universe. He can't even use the life universe. He can only use the most ordinary lord of the universe devouring. Probably withstood the power of a black hole. Chapter 57:12. But it can also increase his combat power by nearly 30%, which is already very good. Back then, he relied on this trick to fight against an unknown number of Tianjiao. Star Catalog, Jian Wushuang shot in an instant. Hui Qing also yelled angrily, and the long stick stirred the situation and rushed directly at Jian Wushuang, wanting to face him head-on. Hui Qing's long stick flew out suddenly, and a set of self-made cosmic secrets suddenly broke out. The lines on the top are so complicated that they gradually formed a shield. And Jian Wushuang's Starry Sky catalog is the strongest killer. One main defense, one main killing. Really met an enemy. But Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. In front of the star catalog, there is no defense at all. Space will degenerate and time will be suspended. This is the meaning of time and space. Unstoppable. Kill. Defend. The two collided fiercely, and the Jueyun sword did not pierce the shield, but spread to the entire space. The space here begins to freeze, and time goes backwards. When Hui Qing saw it, the speed of her eyes slowed down. His shield is self-defeating. Brother Wushuang. Hui Qing felt her body start to freeze, and was about to sink into a portrait. When Jian Wushuang saw it, it was too late to stop. Hui Qing, this is just an illusion. You will be fine. I'm sorry about Jiang Shang. Jian Wushuang leaked an apology. The mark on Hui Qing's eyebrows began to disappear, which also represented the return of sanity. This matter. Let's stop here. I will find a way to resurrect her brother in the future. Hui Qing's expression eased. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, "One person does the job, the other person, you don't have to be caught in the middle to be embarrassed. By the way, how can you bring your thought power to this place?" Jian Wushuang looked at Hui Qing suspiciously. When they entered the Gyue time and space together, he saw Hui Qing blocking the heavenly girl, and he didn't know if it was an illusion or what. Originally, I wanted to ask, but I have been fighting until now, and the two players can be regarded as a winner. After Hui Qing regained her senses, her eyes were a little dull. He glanced around and replied, "I was in a strange place in Gyue time and space, and I had an acquaintance to help me. So I entered here." "Acquaintances?" Jian Wushuang was surprised and asked, "Do you have any acquaintances in Gyue time and space?" But after another thought, Hui Qing had been to the stars. There might be something left, but it's nothing strange. Hui Qing nodded and didn't go into details. After all, this place is the place of Emperor Bobby, and there are some things that really can't be said. "Brother Wushuang, I don't have time." Hui Qing's body was completely condensed, leaving only a trace of thought power. "This time, I lost completely." Although he knew it was a phantom clone, Jian Wushuang still couldn't bear it. Life and death are close, but it is a killer. Jian Wushuang forced to apologize in his heart and said calmly, "We will see you again soon." "No." Hui Qing shook his head, struggling, and then said, "You have to be careful of Guyu Ejiao and don't go to Guyu Ruins. Never go, never go, never go." As soon as the voice fell, Hui Qing's body was completely plunged into a flat space and turned into a starry sky catalog. Jian Wushuang carefully recalled what he said just now, a little confused. Guyu time and space are 9 heavens and 10 earths. Guma continent is one of the 10 places. The ruins of the ancient moon are also one of the 10 places. Only that piece of the mainland's secret realm became a relic. Countless strong people take risks, also known as Outland. Like this kind of ruins, there are 2 more among the 10 places. It also contains powerful special beings, as well as some sect aliens. It's a messy place. According to what he saw from the books, the ancient moon ruins were once the origin of the ancient moon in time and space. It is called the Land of Origin. Why did Hui Qing stop him from going to the ancient moon ruins? Jian Wushuang was a little strange, but this is still far away from him, so he didn't think about it. The power of the starry sky was also completely exhausted at this moment. His clone, only divine power remained. 100,000 times the basic divine power. Even ordinary tribulation realm cannot beat. Fighting power is not as good as air. The surrounding space is shattered, and the illusion is broken. Bobby D., who was in the core warehouse, breathed a sigh of relief after feeling it. After all, after being out of his control, he felt that something was wrong, and now the illusion was broken, and the stone in his heart also fell. Now just wait. The existence in the giant egg will appear. The mountain of roulette felt the pointer, and when Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing fought, they directly reached consummation, and even the pointer broke. Obviously, the power of death required is enough. Now wait for the eggshell to hatch. It was discovered that Jian Wushuang was still alive, and his strength had regressed very seriously, and there was no life force in his body. He is a great hero, Dylan. You go and bring him here. I want him to taste the despair. Bobby Emperor carried his hands on his back and stared at the giant egg. Dylan bowed to take the command, and his figure flashed to Jian Wushuang's side. Putting one hand on Jian Wushuang's shoulder, his figure flashed, and he brought Jian Wushuang to Bobby Emperor's side. Before Jian Wushuang could react, he saw the short and thin green-skinned alien in front of him. And the head is big, but the limbs are slender. "You are Emperor Bobby." Jian Wushuang called his name without any fear. When Dylan heard this, he was furious. He squeezed Jian Wushuang's neck and shouted angrily, "What kind of thing are you? Dare to be disrespectful to Lord Bobby?" "Forget it, Dylan." Bobby Emperor is in a very good mood now, and he is not angry at Jian Wushuang's disrespect, but feels that Jian Wushuang is his lucky star. Especially seeing Jian Wushuang's death approaching and being so calm, I felt that it was a talent. Emperor Bobby looked up at Jian Wushuang and replied, "What's the matter? Have you heard of the name of this seat?" "Slightly heard." Jian Wushuang touched the dented neck and then said, "What is your relationship with extinction? You can even manipulate the power of death." "Master Mieshing." "You really know Master Mieshing?" Emperor Bobby exclaimed. "Since you know him, it's not easy to be alive." Jian Wushuang leaked a smile and said in surprise, "Why? Is he strong?" "One half-step, 7 tribulations realm. Even in the time of God, the 7 tribulations realm of extinction is not bad." After all, he didn't think how powerful Dongjun could be. This is still a guess. When Emperor Bobby heard Jian Wushuang's words, his eyelids trembled, and he felt that Jian Wushuang was talking big. He knows most about whether the life is strong or not. The extinction before leaving the starry sky is already the overlord of the starry sky, and no one can do anything against him against the 10,000 clan of the starry sky. The power of extinction cannot be understood by the fish in the long river of time and space. Emperor Bobby sneered and asked, "What do you know about the catastrophe?" "Tribulation." After asking this question, Jian Wushuang was really stunned. Chapter 57:13. In his understanding, the powerhouse of the robbery realm mastered the complete space, and then cultivated the origin of time. But when Guyu time and space arrived, he found that there was another way. It is not a single route. All roads lead to the starry sky, depending on which one suits you. However, in Jian Wushuang's heart, he has always believed that time and space are the most powerful. He didn't believe in the so-called one force breaking 10,000 laws. If there is such power, how can no one get it? If there are no ancients to reach that point, then the line of divine power is a big pie. Deceptive. Time and space are different. Time Kong Zhibao can testify, as well as teacher Xianyi. Jian Wushuang recalled, "When I met with teacher Xian in the Three Kings Court, I once said that I would meet together in the future, able to travel through time and space." Naturally, there is no need to say more about the strength of teacher Xianyi. The beginning is a powerful person who masters time and space. He hadn't seen the existence of Ely breaking 10,000s of laws, so he didn't believe it. Even the goddess back then was only in the Nine Tribulations realm. Although opening up this long river of time and space is about to reach its peak, it has hurriedly fallen. Explain that this road is not easy to follow. Even the goddess failed at the beginning. These spiritual practitioners are afraid that they're not dreaming. If you want to break the 10,000 magic with one force, at least it is stronger than the goddess. But since the goddess fell, Guyu's time and space has been increasingly dilapidated. There is no such opportunity at all. There is also the power of death. Whether it is extinction or the current Bobby D, it is a shortcut. This road is also difficult to follow. Otherwise, extinction will not be trapped in this realm for so long. Thanks, Tusk, young man. Emperor Bobby saw Jian Wushuang's thoughts and then said, "You are an emperor with such strength. You should be proud. But there are some things you have to learn with a humility." Jian Wushuang asked in amazement, "Why, to absorb the strength of others, do you still have to learn this approach?" He almost laughed. As far as this ability is concerned, he is not bad at extinction. It's just that he doesn't have the strength to swallow the death. That day, after his strength surpassed extinction, he still learned a fart, swallowing extinction directly, and mastering reincarnation. Plus the extreme time and space. What he has mastered is the time and space of reincarnation. Then there is a higher level of starry sky. Many lights suddenly appeared on the dim, ancient road. Jian Wushuang was unusually firm. Just as he looked around firmly in his heart, he quietly found the dome hidden in the darkness. Dark eggshells and familiar textures. Giant. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. His clone did not carry the giant token that Frosa left him at the beginning, so he never felt the giant egg. Seeing it this time, my heart was shocked. He tremblingly pointed at Bobby D and said, "This is a giant egg?" Emperor Bobby was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Jian Wushuang, an emperor, would actually know the Starry Sky Peak tribe. "You dare to plunder the giant egg. Are you afraid of the superpower of the giant clan coming?" Jian Wushuang asked. At the time Frosa was imprisoned by the three royal courts, it attracted Fuego, but after the destruction of Moro's time and space, the Titans could not find Frosa before giving up. Otherwise, the Temple of Discord would never be spared. He really didn't expect that this Bobby Emperor would also have giant eggs. "Thanks, Tusk. It seems that you know a lot." Emperor Bobby stared at Jian Wushuang with interest, pointed to the giant egg, and said, "This is a dead egg." "Dead egg?" Jian Wushuang frowned. He couldn't believe it. The egg was dropped by the giants. How could it die? Frosa never said that there were dead eggs. The more he looked at this egg, the more difficult it became. Looking at Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bobby didn't believe it and coldly snorted. "Even if it is a living giant egg, what can be done? The giant clan is not in the long river of time and space, and their mastery of the long river of time and space is far inferior to the human race." "But you are not a human race," Jian Wushuang reminded. "Although I am not a human race, this place is the chassis of the human race, the dojo of the goddess. Do the giant gods dare to come?" Bobby D said very hard. Jian Wushuang was also bluffed, because when he came here, he was indeed threatened. Later, it was because Hui Qing blocked the goddess and didn't know what he said. He came to succeed. In this way, The will of the celestial lady probably has not disappeared, but has merged into the heavenly realm of Guyu time and space. He thought of Huiking's reminder just now, telling him not to enter the ancient moon ruins. From when I first came in, I was eager for the opportunity of the robbery, to the willow in the back, and even today. Before he knew it, the black mist seemed to shroud him in a cage again. Jian Wushuang shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. He hasn't even gone out to the ancient wood continent now, and there is no need to go to the ancient moon ruins in the future to stay away. Young man, just watch it, Bobby D proudly said. What I do is shining by heaven. No one can stop it, but there will be countless people supporting me. After Dylan heard it, he did not forget to pat the horse and said, The dawn of Lord Bobby will shine on the entire time and space. Vision, Jian Wushuang sneered. Although he is a little confused now what the Bobby Emperor is going to do, but looking at them, the elder looks like a villain. It won't last a few days. There is only one Dylan, let alone the Gumu faction, who can't bear the anger of the Eternal Kingdom. Daoist Qingtian must have asked for help. I'm afraid it won't take long for reinforcements to come. I wanted to see if these people could be so hard-headed then. Coincidentally, he just thought of reinforcements. They are here. The great power of the Stone Country and the superpower of the Eternal Kingdom come at the same time. The terrifying aura of the Six Tribulations realm rose instantly. The entire flying boat was shaking. Dylan's complexion changed, and his breath began to soar. Don't worry, these people can't get in at all. Bobby D has absolute certainty. These people came. He was not surprised at all, because he had known in advance. Even if no one notified him, he could still think with his that Daoist Qingtian would ask for help. Click! The three of them looked at the giant egg at the same time. Cracks began to appear in the eggshell. Bobby D was pleasantly surprised. It's about to succeed soon. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to watch. He actually wanted to know what kind of monster would be born in the egg of. Dead egg. What can this give birth to? Just as the three were waiting for the eggshell to burst, the flying boat collapsed first. Boom! The superpowers from the outside world saw the flying boat collapse before they even took action. They were taken aback and looked at the spacecraft revealed from the void in surprise. Don't confess? There is fraud inside. They confirmed their ideas for the first time. A terrifying force of death quietly spread. Chapter 57:14. Those who came were all in the tribulation realm, not the Lord of the universe. The most feared is this kind of power. At this time, I was a little panicked without fighting. This terrifying power of death was much stronger than any one they had encountered before. How is it possible? Isn't it the Five Tribulations realm? The mighty person of the Sure Kingdom stared at the broken flying boat in disbelief. In the crevice, a terrifying snake of death spread. The core compartment. Emperor Bobby was also a little panicked. His cosmic boat, but brought from the starry sky, suddenly shattered. This spacecraft is a treasure that can resist the superpowers of the Seven Tribulations realm. It broke suddenly. Because of that egg, Jian Wushuang reminded him at this moment. He holds the power of life, and can most appreciate the horror of that egg. It is now beginning to break. The atmosphere inside became more and more terrifying. Although there is no richness and purity in the body of Daixing, the things in this egg are definitely stronger than Daixing. Beyond the Six Tribulations realm, most likely it is the Seven Tribulations realm. How could he be so powerful? After the birth of the giant clan, isn't he the Lord of the universe? The strongest is no more than the Three Tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang now understands why Emperor Bobby has such a strong confidence. Feelings, this superpower that can give birth to the Seven Tribulations realm. After hearing Jian Wushuang's doubts, he was not sorry for this cosmic boat. Instead, he waved his arms in excitement and explained with enthusiasm. He is the giant egg that I have opened with my own hands. The ordinary giant egg, why? Maybe compare with him. The Seven Tribulations realm is not a goal. According to his speculation, the death giant of the Nine Tribulations realm will be born. That's it. Jian Wushuang understood. No wonder Bobby D had to treat them like a desperate situation, and then healed them. Keep giving them life, and keep giving birth to fear and death in their hearts. All the extracted power was injected into this egg. Today, such a terrifying powerhouse came out. Before he was born, he had the aura of the Seven Tribulations realm vibrate at this time. The ancestor of the Eternal Kingdom was the first to discover. Emperor Bobby succeeded. He was the ancestor who opened up the eternal race, the pinnacle of the Seven Tribulations realm of strength. Although not the master of the universe, has strong vitality. The ancestor of the eternal race leaked a fierce look and shouted angrily, "Babbitt, dare you lie to me?" He cooperated with Bobby D, but the other party promised that once the plan is completed, he will be notified as soon as possible. Notify all the awakened clansmen to go to the Eternal Palace. I want to preach. The ancestor of the Eternal Clan leaked a trace of bloodthirsty expression. The creation of the Eternal Family is for today. Gather the blood and return to the peak. Then look for breakthrough. Every tribulation realm imagines that one day it can reignite the road of cultivation. Weak ones may not be accessible, but the powerful Seven Tribulations realm, and even the Eight Tribulations realm, they all have their own plans. Even if it is a bit of rumors, some legends, they are not willing to give up. Emperor Bobby has mastered this, using the power of life to deceive a lot of powerhouses in the dispersing tribulation realm. Inform them of your plan. Once it succeeds, it can stop the diaspora realm from stagnating and even break through. Although many people think it is impossible, they still believe it. This is the last hope, and no one wants to give up. Hope of breakthrough. The Seven Tribulation realms of the ancient Wood School appeared at the same time, and due to their eyes, it was the Eternal Kingdom. The ancestor of the Eight Tribulations realm of Sure Kingdom also opened his eyes. The flame who guarded the Stone Kingdom was also discovered. However, the flame gods are special beings, not Sanji or the Lord of the Universe, and there is still an endless road to go. He didn't know the plan of Emperor Bobby, but now that he felt the power of death, he understood that the sky of Ancient Wood Continent was about to change. 9 core time and space. There are truly powerful people who have survived forever. None of those existences can create a way to improve the tribulation realm. Many people have no hope, but there are also some people who are lucky and feel that those powerful people are unwilling to watch the dispersal tribulation realm continue to practice. In this way, those who master time and space will continue to increase. There are only 3 publicly identified super-exists in the 9 great space. If it is the realm of Sanjia, you can also reach the pinnacle, so more or less will make these beings feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Even if there is a way, it will not create this kind of method. Natural selection, in accordance with the way of heaven. There are no catastrophes for special beings and some strange races. An ethnic group like the human race should be bound. Otherwise, it won't turn back. Some Seven Tribulations realm powerhouses in Ancient Wood Continent set off one after another towards the Eternal Kingdom. Emperor Soul Heaven, your place is really lively. Sure Guidanung, who was the first to arrive, had already reached the rioting Star Sea. Jian Wushuang's clone was frightened and shattered without any hesitation. His deity returned to the country of Yu. That huge figure just now is definitely a powerhouse in the Seven Tribulations realm. At the beginning, he had seen the body of the god and could feel that breath. Above the riot sea, in addition to the super-existence, there was also a blood-colored figure. He has white hair, but his face is as white as jade, and his facial features are abundant and handsome. It is the ancestor of the eternal race. Soul God. He came earlier, but came as a clone. The deity is in the Eternal Palace. Shi Xian. The Emperor Soul Tian looked at the huge figure, frowning. Although this place is his chassis, those old monsters in the Seven Tribulations realm are all simple. That's why he was anxious to swallow his blood and let himself reach the peak, so that he could compete with the Eight Tribulations realm for Emperor Bobby. The few powerhouses in the Six Tribulations realm below, seeing the ancestors descend, came to visit one after another. Observe the scene inside the spacecraft together. The terrifying force of death is still spreading. Even Soul Tiandi and Shi Xian of Sure Kingdom were a little trembling. Sure Xian, why didn't your ancestor come? The Soul Tiandi stared at the opponent, wanting to delay a little longer. It was only a Seven Tribulations realm from the Sure family who came now, but the ancestor of the Eight Tribulations realm did not come. Don't tell me, your ancestors don't know about it. Sure Xian replied indifferently. Does the ancestor know that it is not important? He is the backbone of the Stone Clan and cannot take risks. This matter has a lot to do with it. What if the ancestors come and fall? Shirgua may be over. The Flame Gods are willing to protect the Stone Country because of the ancestors of the Stone Country. Once the ancestors fall, the gods will also leave. Never let the ancestors take risks. He is the most powerful Seven Tribulations realm of the Sure clan in the present age, so naturally let him come. As for the Lord of the Universe, there is already hope of promotion, so there is no need to take risks. Even if you plan ahead, you don't need to take such a big risk. The Stone Clan is not as powerful as your Soul Clan. You will die if you die, and the Soul Clan will not be ruined. Sure Xian knew that the Soul Heaven Emperor who founded the Eternal Clan was not a local powerhouse in Guyu time and space. Chapter 57:15, but from other time and space. After hearing this, the Emperor's soul was not angry, but heaved a sigh of relief. He hoped that all Eight Tribulations realm would think so that no one would be his opponent. Even if Sure Kingdom's strongest Seven Tribulations realm was in front of him, it could not withstand a single blow. He condenses the blood pool and can recover to the half-step Eight Tribulations realm. It can match the general Eight Tribulations realm. Except for the Master of the Universe in the Eight Tribulations realm, no one can kill him. Now in the entire Guyu time and space, there are not many Masters of the Eight Tribulations realm universe, and there are very few in the Seven Tribulations realm. The ancient Wood continent, theoretically, has no Master of the Universe. But the Flame created his own Flame Fuckingdom, and the strength is not weaker than those of the Masters of the Universe. In addition, it is a special life, and it is terrible and powerful. In Guma continent, almost no one is his opponent, except for the Shenmue King at the pinnacle. It is a pity that the current Shenmue King is also old. Your deity? Sure Xian suddenly felt a terrifying aura, which came from the Eternal Kingdom, and was shocked. The clone of Soul Tiandi gradually dimmed, and there was no answer. Tiger poison still doesn't eat children. You are so cruel. Sure Xian stared at the Emperor, Soul Heaven, in disgust. At the same time, all the Seven Tribulation realms that had cooperated with Bobby D descended. Except for the ancestors of Shirgua, they have gathered together. The soul of the Emperor is still a strong man who the awakened blood in Hui. Together with the Emperor of the Eternal Kingdom, they also turned into dead bones. All of them didn't realize until they died that they were just pawns. It was calculated by my ancestors. In the blood pool, the last half-step strongman of the Eternal Clan in the Seven Tribulations realm raised his head and looked at the Soul Heaven Emperor and said angrily, "You are the greatest enemy of my Eternal Clan. The human race is on the brink. You are all foreign races. Even if I personally created it, you will all die." The Soul Heaven Emperor sneered, without any mercy. All the strong who awakened his blood in the Eternal Clan have fallen. The rest are ordinary people. The strongest is the Three Tribulations realm. The Soul Heaven Emperor rushed into the bleeding pool, and he didn't even plan to let go of these people. Together with the Six Tribulations realm powerhouse who was dispatched by him to riot Shanghai, all rose up. Their bodies began to dim and shattered. The red blood veins all gathered towards the Soul Heaven Emperor, and his strength is constantly skyrocketing. This shocked all the powerhouses in Riot Shanghai. What a cruel heart! The strong man of the Gumu faction was speechless. Sure Xian's complexion was gloomy, and he was more worried about the current Emperor's Soul Heaven than condemning him. The strength suddenly soared so much, these people are definitely not opponents. Snatching Bobby D later is a problem. Here, there are a total of 9 Seven Tribulations realm, and it is considered that the Soul World is 10. As to whether there are other strong players, they don't know. The entire Eternal Kingdom began to collapse. The storm on the rioting star sea swept across the earth, and all things that slack life were all dimmed. Only these seven tribulations realm can resist. At this time, the eternal kingdom was quietly closed. People outside cannot feel the changes in the eternal kingdom at all. Just discovered those powerhouses gathered in the eternal realm in the seven tribulations realm, gathered on the edge of the eternal realm, and discovered a huge screen that soars the sky. Block their way. Go back and notify the ancestors. These people only left the clones to observe here, and all the deities returned to the clan to notify the ancestors. Those who can cooperate with Bobby D are all in the seven tribulations realm, and even the eight tribulations realm. There are some Sanjis who are relatively old-fashioned and do not want to believe in Bobby D. Nowadays, knowing the changes in the eternal kingdom, many superpowers of the robbery have come one after another, but they can't enter the eternal kingdom and can only do it in a hurry. The Wood King of the ancient Wood School, the ancestor of the Stone Kingdom, just looked at all this from a distance. They all discovered that in the eternal kingdom, two terrifying forces have risen. One is the Soul Heaven Emperor. He has absorbed all the eternal blood and has achieved the battle power of the eight tribulations realm. On the other is the infinite death power of the Carrier, which is extremely terrifying. Now the aura has risen to the eight tribulations realm, more powerful than the Soul Heaven Emperor. This time, the soul of the Emperor was self-defeating. The ancestors of the Stone Kingdom and the King of Shenmue frowned. They still underestimated Emperor Bobby, a powerful alien from the stars. How could it be so easy to create the method of the diaspora realm? Even if it is created, Bobby D will not give it to them for free. So what is he planning? The strong in the eternal kingdom are almost dead. Several seven tribulations realm who can be close to Bobby D will also be in the doomsday. These people have neglected Jian Wushuang's existence. It seems that no one knew that Jian Wushuang was in the center of the storm. Eternal Kingdom. It can't be regarded as a country anymore because people were killed by the founding emperor himself. In order to forge a pool of blood, the people of an eternal kingdom were killed. Improve his bloodline and kill all the strong of the eternal race. Completely achieve the terrifying combat power of the eight tribulations realm of the Soul Heaven Emperor. Only a barren desert was left in the devastated Star Sea. The sea water has long been evaporated. 10 people stood in the dim scarlet sky. 9 people besieged one at the same time. They all want to enter the spaceship half buried by yellow sand. Emperor Soul Heaven, cruel to the common people, I will kill you on behalf of the ancient Wood School. Wolf's ambition, don't stay. Each of these 7 tribulations is an ancestor of one party, or the facade of a family. Now he was speaking high-sounding words and besieging the Soul Heaven Emperor. The Soul Heaven Emperor had done something wrong, and the mistake was that he didn't do anything in advance and killed all these people as soon as possible. Now facing the 9-7 tribulation realms, although he still has the upper hand, he also understands that he can't drag on like this. Bobby D is also not simple. Everyone, you seem to have forgotten your mission. After the Emperor's Soul Heaven suppressed a 7 tribulations realm casually, he continued, we are to rekindle the road of cultivation. Why bother to hurt each other now? I swear by Soul Heaven, Emperor Bobby will definitely let him spread the teachings throughout Guyu time and space. Shixian snorted coldly and said gloomily, you have even cut off your children and grandchildren, so why do we trust you? In fact, the Emperor Soul Heaven really had this plan. You reading www.Akanshu comments not how selfless he is. Rather, he wants to unite all the powerhouses in the dispersal tribulation realm to establish his own eternal kingdom. The eternal kingdom now is a joke. He also dreamed of the arrival of the Emperor in the kingdom of thousands of immortals. Brother Shixian, haven't you seen the reality clearly? The Soul Heaven Emperor yelled and slapped Shixian, who was rushing forward with a palm. He pointed to the cosmic boat below and said, don't forget, Bobby D has never appeared. Although the power of death is constantly rising, who knows who owns that breath? Yes, these people haven't even seen that existence. How can they believe that Emperor Bobby has created the method? Chapter 57:16. The power of death can be born infinitely, and then the breath will skyrocket. What if it's not a human race, or it's not suitable for them to cultivate? There are still more problems. Can't fight inwardly. Just when these people hesitated, a large number of powerful people gathered outside the eternal kingdom. Among these powerhouses, there are quite a few masters of the universe. They can say that they don't know anything about Bobby D. A superfamily like the Stone Clan, cooperating with Bobby D, is only the ancestor of the Stone Clan and no Shirshian. They are not so stupid to let their own universe lord participate in it. Not to mention whether the strength is enough. In case the ancient moon god sect finds out, it will probably fall into the sky of anger. Not worth it. Guyu's time and space was dilapidated, but the power controlled by the ancient moon god sect was not something their families could bear. Today, there is still the Lord of the Universe in the 8 Tribulations realm in the religion. Who can stop this kind of superpower coming? The flame gods have to stay behind. After all, it is an abnormal dojo. Even if it comes to the kingdom of flame god, you can fight the god of flame. The real master of the universe is not comparable to a special life. Even if you create your own kingdom of God, it won't work. At the border of the eternal kingdom, a familiar figure of Jian Wushuang descended here, looking inside through the huge scarlet screen. It seems that the rumors are true. Wu Li stood with his hands behind his back and looked into the depths. He was talking to himself, looking particularly funny. But inside his body, there was a heavy voice answering. The power of death is ridiculous. Wu Li touched his nose and then said, the power of death is regenerated. Doesn't this mean that those who disperse the calamity have a way to reignite the path of cultivation? It's not that simple. Death is death. Only the power of life is hope, especially the power of life that is in line with Wanlu. When you enter the interior of Wanlu, you will understand that the strongest power of life can even be used in the universe. The hope of resurrection and dispersal requires a super being who masters the power of life, rather than relying on these crooked ways. A heavy voice came from Wu Li's mind. I hope so. Wu Li nodded, and did not stay here for too long before returning to Yu country. Because Jian Wushuang's deity returned, he needed to replace some of the original treasures, and he had to do things with Jian Wushuang. Now Jian Wushuang, but Wu Li's greatest reliance in entering the Wanlu Shenmu, he will do his best to do whatever he wants, regardless of his requirements. The level of life force in his jade sword is not too high. Compared with Jian Wushuang's life force, it is obviously not at the same level. The purity is different. Ordinary life force is the vitality in the body. This is the cheapest, and some things can be refined from the origin. The power of life can be refined at the highest level, and even the master of the universe in the 8 Tribulations realm can't refine it. The life force he got was still given to him by the existence in his body, and it was taken from the Wanlu Shenmu at the beginning. It is the life force of Wanlu. The life of wood represents the pinnacle. The jade sword is only contaminated with the slightest, and it has extremely powerful vitality. Can also rely on this kind of intimacy to open up the Shenmu. But Wu Li didn't know that the sword had no life force on his hands, and it was not taken from the sacred tree. At that time, when the Shenmu is turned on, I don't know what jokes will be made. It's just that these are things to follow. When the holy meeting came, more than 10 Seven Tribulations realm experts gathered in the eternal realm on Gomu continent, and no one knew what was going on inside. Inside the spaceboat. At this time, Jian Wushuang and Bobby D and the others worked together to break the crack in the giant egg. This scene was very funny. The secret technique of Emperor Bobby's cultivation is very powerful, but the combat power is not strong. Only the level of a catastrophe. But the ability of enslavement is unique in Guyu time and space. At this time, all his strength was exhausted, and the giant god's eggshell did not move. Make a little more effort. Those people outside will definitely risk coming in later, and they will all be done by then. Bobby Emperor was anxious at this time. He was very excited at first, thinking that the giant egg could directly give birth to a super strong. As a result, the power of death is now gone, and the eggshell still hasn't opened. He panicked. This is his strongest hole card. Without this egg, Dylan alone could not stop those 7 Tribulations realm. Gula Gula! Bobby D pinched Ju, cast a peculiar spell. One hand pointed at Dylan, and the other pointed at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took the initiative to accept the breath, but did not hesitate. It was a clone anyway. So strong. Jian Wushuang suddenly clenched his fist. His supernatural power doubled immediately. From 100,000 times to 200,000 times. The breath on Dylan's body also went from the half-step 6 Tribulations realm to the 7 Tribulations realm. Don't be stunned. Hurry up. Bobby Emperor yelled at the two. He himself has not changed anything. He can only make others stronger. Jian Wushuang ignored him, and when he felt his strength had grown stronger, he began to pull the eggshells that had not yet escaped from the clean. After Dylan's supernatural power increased, one piece at a time, he went crazy to disassemble those eggshells. The eggshell is about to be completely cracked. Jian Wushuang was already peeping through the gap. Obviously, he has extremely powerful power, but he can't get out of it. This made Jian Wushuang very curious, and he didn't need Bobby Emperor to threaten him, so he took the initiative to disassemble the eggshell. After knowing the greatest reliance of Bobby D, he was relieved. Although it is temporarily unclear whether he and Mieshing are in the same group, at least the other party knows that he has the power of life, but has no intention of devouring him. This is much better than extinction. Seeing him is like a wild dog seeing shit. No, it can't be compared like that. Anyway, extinction is anxious to swallow him. The two can only live one. Bobby D did not have this idea. This can be seen from the eyes. But this does not mean that the other party will not do anything to him. If the two are relatively close, Bobby D will definitely send him to extinction. If the relationship is not good, Bobby D will break the path of extinction and kill him. There is no way to survive. Unfortunately, Bobby's strength is too weak. Can't see that he is just a clone. Dylan is loosing the robbery again, has improved his divine power, but he has not improved his realm, nor can he see his details. Only knowing the death, he will not die so easily. Jian Wushuang and Dylan continued to disassemble, and there was movement inside, and the aura seemed to strengthen again despite the drop of the eggshell. This made Bobby D very excited and continued to inspire the two of them. Dylan, hurry up. When I succeed, I will seal you up as a prince. Jian Wushuang, you can't stop. If I reach the top, I will help you swallow the extinction and let you take the reincarnation of time and space. The words of Bobby D are getting bigger and bigger. Mastering the cycle of time and space has come out. If you really have to master it, Jian Wushuang can aspire to all the time and space. Chapter 57:17. Believe is definitely not believed. These old guys are very bad, but he was not idle. He has to work harder than Dylan, and can't wait to let the giants in the eggshell come out. In fact, it is not only because of curiosity. More importantly, he has the token of the giant gods. With that token, the born dead giant clan powerhouse might not attack him, maybe even help him. This is a great helper. It has not yet come out. It has the aura of the 8 Tribulations realm. If it comes out, not to mention the soaring to the 9 Tribulations realm, it may be possible to reach the state of half a step in the 9 Tribulations realm. The half-step 9 Tribulations realm represents the peak of Gu Yu's time and space. Perhaps Gu Yu Xinjiao didn't have such a powerful opponent, and the opponent really wanted to help him. This Gu Yu time and space, he was not walking sideways. Tear! The sound of space tearing sounded. Jian Wushuang's busy hands paused, and then he felt the tightness of a few horror auras wrapping him. Babbitt! 10 terrifying figures appeared in the core warehouse. The whole space was trembling. Bobby D backed back one after another, suppressed a little breathless. It is no different from Jian Wushuang. Even Jian Wushuang is more able to resist pressure than him. Dylan saw these people without fear, and directly stood in front of Emperor Bobby, stretched out his hands, and stopped everyone. This time, without being reminded by Emperor Bobby, Jian Wushuang frantically destroyed those eggshells. Want that giant clan powerhouse to come out quickly. Otherwise, he will be eliminated from the game this time. It's you guys, what is this going to do? Although Emperor Bobby was suppressed, his heart was like Ming Jing, knowing that he would buy time for Jian Wushuang now. The Soul Tiandi glanced sideways at Jian Wushuang and then said, "Respected Lord Bobby, what you promised back then should be fulfilled. Let me stay quiet. Our respected Lord Bobby, what are you doing behind our back?" Shi Xian walked slowly. Dylan wanted to stop, but Shi Xian hit his chest with a punch, and his entire body sank in. One punch hit Dylan hard, and he didn't reveal a trace of supernatural power. Bobby retreated to the corner, not daring to move. Although knowing that these people will not kill him, if he is looted, he will be over. In the past, these people didn't deal with him because they wanted to raise fish. Now that the fish is fat, it's time to catch it and enjoy it. And Shi Xian also found Jian Wushuang. The aura seen from Jian Wushuang's body was only 200,000 divine power, and the realm was not clear. A calamity realm with 200,000 divine powers is not afraid of them, and after they descend, there is still a giant egg. This made Shi Xian very surprised. That power is in the egg. Only then did the Soul Tiandi discover it. The inside of the cosmic ark was special. They hadn't noticed something wrong just after it arrived, but now they discovered that the giant egg was exuding the aura of the 8 Tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang knew that it wouldn't work anymore, so he thought about it and jumped off the giant egg. "Stopped everyone!" The Soul Tiandi sneered and said with a mockery, "Why? Is Lord Bobby's servants no longer?" A calamity realm with 200,000 divine powers stopped in front of the 9-7 calamities realm and dared to face a Soul Heaven Emperor who possessed the combat power of the 8th stage realm. Let a nasty kid come out? Everyone smiled. In their opinion, the divine power has not broken 1 million, and they are not superpowers. 1 million divine power requires at least half a step of the battle power of the 7 Tribulations realm. Dylan, who had just over 1 million, was defeated by Shi Xian. Probably the weakest of these old guys have more than 5 million magical powers, full of oppression. Even if Jian Wushuang was the deity here, he used the strongest Starry Sky catalog, as if he was scraping these people. The Starry Sky catalog, although you can plunge your opponent into a Starry Sky portrait. But these people can't do everything with one force. But breaking Jian Wushuang's method was easy. The sword has no double-sided color and is calm. Not only was it a clone, but he had a countermeasure. "You old guys!" Jian Wushuang raised the corners of his mouth and yelled directly. "This is the egg of the giant gods, and it contains your method to reignite the road of cultivation. I see who of you dare to attack." The Soul Tiandi and others were all taken aback. Shi Xian moved the corner of his eyes and said with disdain, "Boy, do you dare to bluff me?" "Thanks, Tusk. I didn't scare you. If you don't believe me, just try it." Jian Wushuang gave way and stretched out his hand to let everyone go forward. Bobby D was furious at this time. This is his masterpiece. Even if it is dead, I don't want these people to be ruined. "Dare you?" Bobby Emperor played a secret method and directly arranged an enchantment on the giant egg. Want to keep dragging. The more he looked at this time, the more he felt wrong, the power of death, and it was still rising. If they let the opponent out, they might not be opponents. There is still a crisis of fall. Destroy it, caused by everyone's gaze. There was a voice in my heart. This is a scourge. They felt that Bobby D was able to revive a dead thing and enhance such a powerful strength. They already believed that the other party had created a way to rekindle the path of cultivation. There is nothing to lose by destroying this egg. But Bobby D knew that he had never created a way to reignite the path of cultivation. "I never thought of creating it to benefit the entire time and space. His plan is to control all the dispersion realm and then dominate the entire time and space. What is the most in the 9 great spaces? The most scattered robbery. Except for the existence of the 3-9 Tribulations realm that can last forever, the rest will basically embark on the road of dispersal. And there will be more and more such powerhouses. As long as these people are mastered, then Bobby D can dominate time and space. That's why he will revive this giant egg after death. Once his experiment is successful, he will be able to use the giant gods with the power of death to erode those dispersal realms, and then control them. No, Bobby Emperor wailed. Dylan got up from the ground and wanted to stop him, but was shattered by the powerful aura directly. Calm only has half life left. Jin Wushuang didn't think as much as Emperor Bobby. A trace of pride appeared in his heart, and then waited for these people to take action. Huh! The Emperor's soul heaven gathered chi with both hands and condensed two groups of colorful chi waves from the clenched palms. When he pressed his hands, the two chi waves merged together, and an aura that ruined the world and the earth burst out in an instant. Antiquity! Hum! The breath strengthened again. Jin Wushuang came directly behind the Soul Heaven Emperor this time. His aura was too strong. He could fall as long as he contaminated it. With this blow, I am afraid that the entire Eternal Kingdom will be destroyed, and the Guma continent will be shaken. Maybe the mainland will have to land and sink. Crazy! The other 9 superpowers in the Seven Tribulations realm were also moved. Chapter 57:18. They have not done anything like this in Guma continent. Even if they did it, they didn't have such a strong strength. The power gathered in the hands of the Soul Heaven Emperor had reached the level of the 8 Tribulations realm. This blow can really destroy the Eternal Kingdom. But it doesn't matter. People have been sacrificed in blood by the Soul Heaven Emperor, and now that the Eternal Kingdom disappears with a single blow, it is completely destroyed. Broken. The Emperor's Soul Heaven shouted the last word. The colorful air wave between his hands blasted out, and the universe ship was instantly annihilated. Jian Wu's hands were quick, and he brought both Dylan and Bobby D to a safe position. That is, behind those 7 Tribulations realm, relying on the aura of those 7 Tribulations realm to resist the powerful waves of air. The scorching heat wave hits, and the divine body is less than 100,000 times lower than it can be melted in an instant. Fortunately, Emperor Bobby blessed his divine power to 200,000 times. Otherwise, he would never see this horrible blow. Under the heat wave, through the endless white light, Jin Wushuang witnessed the power of the 8 Tribulations realm with his own eyes. The entire Eternal Kingdom is gone. Looking from the top of the ancient wood continent, there is an unfathomable huge pit on the land. After the heat wave and white light, the ground was shaking. The nearby countries and even the entire ancient wood continent are shaking. It took a few breaths before it slowly calmed down. Jin Wushuang was completely shocked. He thought of the time and space of Moroa at the time. He knew that the time and space of Moroa was destroyed at the time. He thought that people were all dead. Now it seems that it was destroyed by pure power. Destroying a long river of time and space in the middle reaches is not only because of swallowing it. Fear. These 2 words can't describe Jin Wushuang's mood at this time. The glare reflected, and everyone experienced brief blindness. The Soul Heaven Emperor seemed to have overdrawn his power, and the aura of the whole person dropped a little. The rest of the 7 Tribulations realm was sighing, but fortunately, they didn't fight the Soul Heavenly Emperor. Otherwise, if the blow continues, they will be seriously injured if they die. Too frightening. The power of the 8 Tribulations realm is really not comparable to them. He also sacrificed the blood of his own Ho-E with the blood of the Emperor's Soul Heaven, allowing himself to return to the pinnacle, comparable to the 8 Tribulations realm. However, this kind of power should be limited, and the same method would not be used a few times by the Soul Heaven Emperor. But even so, the strength of the Soul Heaven Emperor at this moment, the ancient wood continent, can also be ranked in the top 5. Except outside the 8 Tribulations, the universe master in the 7 Tribulations realm was able to fight the Soul Heaven Emperor. This is the first time many people have seen such a terrifying power. Bobby D once followed the extinction in the peak period, but he was not shocked by this blow, just worried about the destruction of the giant egg, now staring at the black mist in the center of the strong light. The rest is the same. It should be dead, Shi Xian said tremblingly. Although Jin Wushuang's strength is not as strong as these people, the power of death is very sensitive to him, and he can still feel a trace of the power of death. Just now, the Soul Tianyi made a full blow, but did not destroy the giant egg. Now wait for the strong light to dissipate and find out. Even if he is not dead, I am afraid that there will be a sigh of relief. Jian Wushuang shook his head helplessly. If these people knew the truth, I am afraid they would regret doing it now. The hope of Emperor Bobby is all on the giant egg, and the method of creating a renewed spiritual path is also related to the giant egg. Destroy now, it's over. Call. The Emperor Sol Tian put away his breath and took a deep breath. He had just displayed 10% of his supernatural power, which indeed consumed a lot. The power of the dispersing tribulation realm is getting less and less, and he can't use it a few times to attack him at this level. Of course, he was also betting that he could rekindle the road of cultivation this time. So what was the amount of energy spent now? Wow! The glare ended. The bright light outside the Eternal Kingdom also disappeared. Countless tribulation realm who came to watch fled one after another. The breath just now has exceeded their imagination. If it weren't for the twilight, they would have to die. That wave of energy passed through the giant egg, and all the remaining power hit the blood twilight. Fortunately, the blood twilight was extremely powerful and did not break. If there is a rupture, only a trace of strength is needed to wipe out those unlucky catastrophes. As for Jian Wushuang and the others, they were resisted by a few seven tribulations realm. There was nothing to do, but the bright light couldn't open their eyes. Now the light has settled. The three stood up. Dylan was already seriously injured, but he was still supporting Bobby D. My lord, it's over. Dylan stared at the position of the giant egg and couldn't help sighing. The eyes of Bobby D's eyes were about to burst. Only Jian Wushuang felt that it was not that simple. The position of the giant egg, now there are only some floating eggshells. As for the giant inside, it is gone. But the force of death is still there. Qi floating in the air. Shi Xian and others breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, it seems that it has been solved. Soul Emperor. The others are a little worried about the future development. The strength displayed by the Soul Heaven Emperor is too terrifying. And these people are not opponents at all. Now Bobby D is by his side. Everyone wants monopoly. The war is about to start. But when they were guarding the Soul Heaven Emperor, they found that the Soul Heaven Emperor was motionless and pale. Not good. Shi Xian first noticed something was wrong and quickly backed away. Just as Shi Xian retreated and the rest of the people just reacted, the body of the Soul Heaven Emperor burst instantly. The power of death revived again. After being broken into his body, the Soul Heaven Emperor seemed to have escaped from the cage. He's in my body. The Soul Heaven Emperor looked shocked. He just finished his attack and felt that it had been resolved, but he did not expect that the breath that he swallowed contained the power of death. And this force has will. Everyone moved their sights to the bursting flesh of the Soul Heaven Emperor, their eyes sluggish. Still alive? Bobby Emperor exclaimed excitedly. As long as the giant in the egg is still alive, there is still hope of a comeback. None of the 10 great 7 tribulations realm here is an opponent. Jian Wushuang also looked shocking. He thought this giant should be seriously injured even if he didn't die. But now that force of death is climbing extremely and getting stronger. Frightening power. A Khonshu. Calm in the sky. Countless breaths of death gradually condensed into a black mist and then rushed to the place where the soul of the Emperor's body burst. It seems to be merging. After the recovery, the soul of the Emperor's eyes shrank, and he shouted angrily, hurry up and kill him. At this time, the rest of the people also reacted, and they all tried their best. At this time, the Emperor's Soul Heaven compressed his breath again with both hands, preparing to expand his moves again. But Emperor Bobby stood up and blocked the place where the black mist condensed. You have to do it again. Even this seat will be killed. Bobby D gritted his teeth. He didn't want to be controlled by others. The days of being a dog from Yeshing were not easy. Finally he escaped. After so long, he didn't want to be controlled by these people. Chapter 57:19. Even if I'm going to die, I will not bow my head. Shi Xian and others hesitated. If they kill Bobby D, they will be in vain this time. Seeing everyone hesitate, the Soul Heaven Emperor furiously said, you want pull him away. At this time, someone reacted and wanted to step forward to catch Bobby D. I saw that the Seven Tribulations realm powerhouse had just approached, and he was stopped by the protective cover outside Bobby Emperor. It's not that easy to catch me. As long as you attack, I will remove the protective cover and die together. Jian Wushuang looked at it scyphily. At this time, he had no choice but to be a bystander. This time it was not in vain. Even the power of the Eight Tribulations realm has been seen, and the only regret may be that he did not see the birth of the giant god. Although these Seven Tribulations realm are very eager to rekindle the path of cultivation, they still choose the latter compared to their own fate. Do it! No one was hesitating this time. It is bound to kill even Bobby D. Otherwise, when the giant gods condense, they will be finished. The breath of the power of death is too terrifying. The 10 Seven Tribulation realms, each showing their magical powers, took out the chassis one after another. For a time, countless rays of light shone down from the sky. Jian Wushuang had escaped early. A huge petal withered from the sky, followed by a loud hum, shattered space, and time disorder. The figures of everyone are a little distorted. The space they are in is already unstable, and they can only step back to see the situation. Jian Wushuang was staring at Dylan, who had fallen into the abyss below. He flashed and instantly came to Luo Luan and fished Dylan out of the gravel. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief when the mark on the opponent's forehead was still there. The mark of Dylan's control is still there, proving that Bobby D is still alive. Moreover, the force of death has not disappeared. This time it was Sol Tianda's turn, and Shi Xian and others desperate. Can't kill. The 10 of them work together, plus Soul Heaven Emperor, a super powerhouse with 8 Calamity Realm combat power. It is already comparable to the top 8 Tribulations realm. It hasn't succeeded yet. On the contrary, the force of death became stronger, and the aura continued to rise. Jian Wushuang frowned when he felt the force of death. It seems something is not right. Emperor Bobby has something to do with extinction. He has something to do with extinction. Then when I arrived in Guyu time and space, it didn't take long before I met Emperor Bobby. It was a coincidence. And now Bobby Emperor has come up with another thing similar to extinction, based on death. Although he has mastered the power of life, he is not based on life. Ji Dao evolved into a starry sky, lighting up the universe, and he was all based on the sword. It can be regarded as normal cultivation, which is different from extinction. Power is not single. Exit. Jian Wushuang held Dylan and turned to look towards the sky. He wants to run away now. In the sky, the black mist gathers. A figure slowly formed, the size of 1,000 battles. There are still red lines on the face of the devil's chest. Tight. There are 9 red striped roads on his chest, linked to the dark red core in the center of the chest. There is his heart. It is still shining now. Jian Wushuang saw the identity of the opponent at a glance. Giant Clan, the line of Red God, Overlord of the Starry Sky, the Giant Clan. There are also clans and branches. Frosa, Fjago, and Fomesa are all giants of the clan with noble blood. And this Red God line is just a branch. But even so, they are true giants, not to be underestimated. Moreover, this existence was carefully crafted by Bobby D. It was supposed to be dead, but now it is based on the power of death and reborn. It's over. The 7 Tribulation realm powerhouses all leaked out of despair. That power is terrible. And in the center of the eyebrows of this giant tribe, there is also the mark of slavery of Bobby D. Bobby D appeared out of thin air, covered with a red light mask. Thank you, Qi Jiuxiao. Emperor Bobby was full of confidence on his face. He turned his head and thanked Qi Jiuxiao first, and then turned to look at those 7 tribulations. Titan Qi Jiuxiao. When Emperor Bobby's unkind gaze swept over, Qi Jiuxiao's gaze also looked over. This makes everyone can't help but shrink their necks. Jian Wushuang, come here. Emperor Bobby greeted Jian Wushuang to come, and then pointed to those 7 tribulation realms and said, I will give you a choice. Kneel down and be a dog. Jian Wushuang, who flew towards Bobby D, almost fell from the sky when he heard these words. This is definitely the most arrogant thing he has ever heard. A choice. That is no choice. Carrying Dylan and came to Bobby Emperor. Jian Wushuang stood behind Bobby Emperor. Now he seems to be a man of Bobby D. Your performance just now is very good. Bobby D's complexion eased, and then said, I originally planned to kill you. In this way, the old dog will definitely go crazy. He is looking for life. It took a long time before I found you. As long as you die, you can actually give peace to the starry sky. Otherwise, this guy will definitely harm the starry sky after he returns to his peak. Jian Wushuang was as calm as ever. Anyway, the clone came, and he was fearless. Listening to Bobby's narration, he nodded and replied, It seems that you have changed your mind. Yes, Bobby did not deny. He was indeed planning to kill Jian Wushuang. This is no longer necessary. Perhaps after seeing Qi Gxio's strength, he started to be a wolf. Or, he has other plans for Jian Wushuang. In his way, return his body. He also wanted to use Jian Wushuang to destroy the opponent. Not why, just to vent the evil anger to the original self. He wanted to help Jian Wushuang to devour the life. When Jian Wushuang heard this idea, he sneered in his heart. He accepted this kindness. In his opinion, Bobby D still does not understand extinction. Extinction can talk to him through the time and space of Morrow. Who can guarantee that the giant Qi Jiuxiao has nothing to do with extinction? Although the power of death on the two bodies is different, the smell is too similar. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to be careless. The deity is planning to run away at any time. Extinction seemed to have seen through and explained, Don't worry, Qi Jiuxiao doesn't need to swallow life force, just as it can reach the top. It seems to be wrong. Jian Wushuang could only nod his head at this time, and even those 7 tribulations realm were about to be dogs. He is an emperor, but he has no choice. Fortunately, it's just a clone. Why don't you just follow Bobby D? The deity is hiding in the Yu country, waiting for the holy meeting to start entering the Wanlu Shenmu. Next, let's see how Bobby D planned. Seeing that the Soul Tiandi and the others really twisted, Bobby's palm was placed on Dylan's chest, and Dylan's injury was instantly restored. Chapter 57:20. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Really can't underestimate people. Obviously, the strength is very average, but it can control so many strong people, and can also heal and increase. Call. After Dylan recovered, he stood behind Emperor Bobby, staring at those who twisted the super strong, his mouth raised. Doomed, but so. Qi Jiuxiao. Go kill a few to practice hand skills. Bobby Emperor saw that these people didn't give him a lot of face, and he took 3 breaths. These people haven't thought about it yet. Hearing the order of Emperor Bobby, Qi Jiuxiao shot instantly. Directly found the most powerful Soul Heaven Emperor. His instinct told him that if he swallowed the opponent, he would strengthen himself. This is also the most perverted place in Qi Jiuxiao, and also the proud place of Emperor Bobby. To rekindle the path of cultivation in the Sanjia realm, it is to swallow those weak Sanjia. Of course, only Qi Jiuxiao can do this. No matter what, as long as the road can be rekindled, it is already half the battle. Next, we still need to continue to improve. From the perspective of servitude, we can remove the devouring thing that is too deep, so that those diaspora realms can condense the power of death to practice. Then it can create a way to reignite the path of cultivation. In this way, all those who practice this method in the dispersing tribulation realm needed to become his slaves. As for the devouring class, forget it. It will cause the 9 great time and space shocks, and then the masters of the universe will also find him trouble. Although there are many tribulation realms, the real combat power is still on the side of the master of the universe. And there are 3 eternal existences that will last forever. Can't be too crazy. Be low-key. On the other side, Qi Jiuxiao had already confronted the Soul Heaven Emperor. With just a few moves, the pinnacle Soul Heaven Emperor hit was severely injured. The other 9 Seven Tribulations realm, including Shi Xian, came to the side of Emperor Bobby and directly bowed down and bowed. They are not stupid. I don't agree now. Only one death. It is promised that not only can you live, but you can also become the first batch of superpowers to rekindle the path of cultivation. Why not do it? The Soul Heaven Emperor only supported a few breaths and couldn't hold it anymore. Master Bobby, I am willing to be your dog, the Soul Heaven Emperor shouted loudly. But Emperor Bobby turned a deaf ear to his ears and chatted with those 7 Tribulations realm emperors who had taken refuge in very politely. This also made those 7 Tribulations realm powerhouse sigh. The strength of the Soul Heaven Emperor is much stronger than them. Bobby D didn't care much. It seems that being a dog doesn't matter how strong it is. It depends on who is more knowledgeable about current affairs. Loyalty comes first. After understanding this, everyone spoke more attentively. What Jian Wushuang was watching was clear from the side. The way of slavery is really extraordinary. Bobby D can reach today with absolute mind. Seeing that the Soul Heaven Emperor could no longer hold it, Emperor Bobby waved his hand and said, "Jiu Xiao, come back." Jiu Xiao heard that without any hesitation. Even if he wanted to swallow the Soul Heaven Emperor very much, he still honestly returned to Bobby Emperor and stood respectfully. The figure has also changed from the size of 10,000 battles to the height of a battle, even stronger than the burly Dylan. The appearance of the flesh is like an evil god. It's terrifying, and it's turbulent just to make people look at it. Those in the 7 Tribulations realm saw this plague be so respectful and obedient in front of Emperor Bobby, and his kneeling posture changed into a straightforward manner. This time, Emperor Bobby didn't need to speak again. The Emperor's Soul Heaven flew over. Master Bobby! The Soul Tiandi knelt at the feet of Emperor Bobby like everyone else. Such a powerful Soul Heaven Emperor, the Soul Heaven Emperor who sacrificed all his relatives in blood. In the end, it became a dog. Bobby D proudly raised his head and stretched out a hand, with a ring made of various gems on the top. The Soul Tiandi swallowed when he saw the green paw sticking out. He stretched his head and kissed. Master! The eyes of the Emperor's Soul Tian changed, staring at the eyes of Emperor Bobby, extremely respectful. A black mark appeared on the center of his eyebrows. When the others saw it, they rushed forward and kissed the back of Bobby D's hand. Jian Wushuang was speechless. He was wondering if it were the deity, would he be like these people now? At present, it seems that Bobby D wants to keep him. I just don't know if Bobby D will enslave his clone. Once he wants to be enslaved, he still has to go. If the clone is enslaved, even the deity is enslaved. He is finished. Wow! A circular spaceship appeared above the crowd. Emperor Bobby backed his hands and said calmly, "It's time to leave." Everyone entered the cabin together from the floating compass below the spaceship. The furnishings in the core warehouse are weird. It's nothing like objects in time and space. This is something from the Starry Sky civilization. They don't know, and it's normal. In front of a round table that grew from the ground, Bobby D was sitting in the first place, and Jian Wushuang was sitting on the opposite side. On both sides are the top 10 7 Tribulations realm powerhouse. Dylan stood behind Bobby Emperor like a guard, without taking a seat. As for the table, there are all kinds of metals. Bobby D picked up a piece at will and chewed it. The rise of eating. The rest, including Jian Wushuang, did not move. Seeing that these people didn't use their mouths, Emperor Bobby wiped the corners of his mouth, swept everyone's eyes coldly, and said, "Take it out and don't eat it. Isn't it not giving me face?" When everyone heard it, their bodies trembled, and they picked up the metal on the table and gnawed at it. Jian Wushuang hesitated and glanced sideways at Qi Jiuxiao's location. Qi Jiuxiao didn't sit here, but built a honeycomb on the cabin, and his body turned into a black mist and stored inside. Apparently, it is a habit of inheritance. Jian Wushuang, why don't you eat it? Emperor Bobby looked at Jian Wushuang with unkind eyes. The people who were still gnawing at the metal also raised their heads to look at Jian Wushuang. Their eyes were also bad. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and he quickly explained, "Master Bobby, I have no appetite." He didn't hide it and said it directly. Those 7 Tribulations realm are the dogs of Emperor Barbie, but he is not. After hearing his words, Bobby's eyes were getting colder and colder. Akanshu, Calm looked at each other for several breaths, and finally Bobby Emperor laughed and said, Ha, you are honest, and I like it. Thanks for the praise. Jian Wushuang also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he is not enslaved, everything is easy to do. It's even better if we join hands to deal with extinction. If Bobby D is willing, now they can kill back to the time and space of the original universe. Directly crush the life to death. Isn't it cool? Jian Wushuang also had some expectations. But then Bobby Emperor's words poured cold water on him. Jian Wushuang, I am very optimistic about you. You're different from their waste. In the future, you will be able to grasp the existence of time and space reincarnation, practice hard, and catch up with the pace of extinction as soon as possible. Then I will help you to devour extinction. As soon as Emperor Bobby said this, Jian Wushuang was a bit lonely. Chapter 57:21. But the soul of the emperor, Shi Xian and others, but they leaked enviable gazes. Although these people are enslaved, they also have their own will. It's just that this will is completely controlled by Emperor Bobby. Let them go east, they won't go west. The reason why Jian Wushuang couldn't get excited was because he had caught up with the pace of extinction, and Emperor Bobby needed to help him. It is not better to solve it by yourself. What if Bobby Emperor slaps him again? Ugh! Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart, but there was a hint of joy on his face. He stood up and held a fist respectfully to Emperor Bobby, which was regarded as a thank you. Then took a seat. He is very curious now where Bobby D will take them. The Eternal Kingdom has been destroyed, and when he left, he saw that Bobby D even cut away the space. This is to hide yourself completely. Fortunately, Bobby D didn't intend to conceal them, but said his next plan. Reignite the method of road repair. This is also what the Emperor Sol Tian and Shi Xian and others look forward to most. According to Bobby D's plan, they will go to a dangerous place and wait for a while to go to a special place to find a treasure. As long as he gets that treasure, Emperor Bobby will be able to create a way to rekindle the path of cultivation. Now I still need some layout. Some of you need to go back to their respective sects and conceal my affairs. I will explain the details to you. Bobby Emperor began to arrange the tasks of everyone. Jian Wushuang was nothing, just listening curiously. The Seven Tribulations realm of Gumu School Jiangliang, as well as some other ancestors of the Seven-Star sect, all returned to their own forces and continued to practice normally. If there is a need, Bobby D will notify them. These people have been enslaved, and they are not afraid of rebellion, although they left. But every move is under the supervision of Bobby D, and there is no possibility of escape at all. Okay, it's probably this arrangement. Everything can be done according to my orders. Emperor Bobby had a serious expression, and he was more concerned about the method of reigniting the road of cultivation than those of the dispersing tribulation realm. After everyone heard it, they took their orders. Yes, never disappoint the adults' expectations. Bobby D took out a stack of tokens and distributed them to everyone at will. There are also numbers above, from 1 to 10. The Soul Heaven Emperor's hand is the number 1 token, and Shi Xian is the number 2. The Jiangliang of the Guma School is number 3. It seems that they are ranked according to their strength. It's just that the token looks nothing special. Jian Wushuang didn't hold it in his hand, so he was a little curious. Bobby D explained at this time. You are mine with this token. This time the plan needs to conceal your identity, but in the future, you can definitely tell outsiders that you are my people or godsons. Okay. Yes, Godfather. The Soul Tianyi became smart this time, and he called the first one to speak. It is simply to recognize the thief as the father. The others also opened their mouths and shouted. Jian Wushuang stared at Shi Xian. This guy's father is still alive. Okay, you can set off. If you don't have the orders, you can find the secret room to practice here at will. Bobby D was also full at this time and slowly got up from his chair. Jian Wushuang glanced around. Some people left, some people also got up and went into the secret room to practice. It seems all this is normal, but just now, they beat you to death. Things are impermanent. Bobby D also left the cabin, and when he entered his own core cabin, he turned to look at Jian Wushuang and said, Jian Wushuang, if you have any treasures you need, you can find me at any time. After speaking, he left. Dylan also followed into the core cabin. Jian Wushuang himself was left in the cabin. When I looked up and saw Qi Gxio's hive, I realized that this fellow was there. He didn't rush to practice in the secret room, but came to the edge of the cabin and looked at the outside world. Before the huge French windows, everything is transparent, and he can see the outside scenery. It is a miniature universe. Represents a master of the universe. Although I don't know where the flying boat is going. But he himself knew that he should also head towards the Lord of the universe, leaving the Temple of Qixin in just 10,000 years. He is an emperor who has already participated in the battle at the 8 Tribulations realm level. Although just a bystander, he doesn't need any effort, but also a little reluctant. He needs constant strength to be able to gain a firm foothold in Guyu time and space. His thoughts rose. Jian Wushuang's eyes were firm. He sat cross-legged in front of the French window and slowly closed his eyes. The subject has also returned to the deity. You state, Wu Mansion. The matter of the eternal kingdom passed only 3 days, and the entire Gumu continent, and even Guyu time and space, spread. The soul of the emperor sacrificed blood to the common people, and the major forces went to encircle and suppress the dead and wounded. Xian of the Shi family has fallen. In the 9 great 7 tribulations, only 4 came back alive. For a time, this matter swept all over the place. From the tribulation realm to the emperor, they are all talking about it. After the blood twilight of the eternal kingdom fell, many people went to check it out. On this day, Elder Mu Chun came to Wu Mansion and insisted on pulling Jian Wushuang and Wu Li to join in the fun. There is no way. Whoever makes the other party's status high, the two of them can only go together. For some reason, Jian Wushuang found that Wu Li didn't seem to care about this matter. According to common sense, such a big battle broke out. No matter who it is, it should be shocked and curious. The 3 set out together and arrived in the Eternal Kingdom in 1 day. Jian Wushuang pretended to be curious and looked around. There is no choice but to socialize. He just left with Bobby D a few days ago. Too familiar with everything here. As for the war, with the inside story, he knows better than anyone else. There is really no curiosity at all. In less than half a day, he began to persuade Elder Mu Chun to leave with him. There is really nothing good to see. The space and land here are gone. There is only one huge black hole left. There is not even a trace of breath. It is not a battle relic, has nothing to study at all. Finally, under the persuasion of him and Wu Li, the 3 turned around and left. When they left, a group of people came on the other side of the black hole. They are people from Vietnam. They are very close to the Eternal Country, but they are much faster than our people from the Stone Country. A young man in the group said methodically. A group of 7 people, 4 old men and 3 young men. When hearing about U-State, one of the young people said, "People of U-State Tusk, I heard that Sergio suffered a lot in U-State a few days ago and was beaten to sleep by an emperor. Being able to defeat Sergio, it seems that the opponent's divine power has surpassed 180,000, and his hands are really itchy." The 2 young emperors were talking about each other. It's just that the woman in red standing in front of them is very indifferent. Chapter 57:22. I have been watching the tide of the black hole, the abyss already below. A battle at the tribulation level. She is curious, especially the 7 tribulations realm. The 2 young emperors behind him were always talking about Yugua. By the way, the emperor who defeated Sergio is the heavenly arrogant of that family. It's so close to you, State. Why don't we go and play? I heard that it is the nephew of the ancestor of the Wu family. What is it called? The young emperor scratched his head, and then thought of something, said, "By the way, his name is Jian Wushuang." Jian Wushuang. When she heard this name, the red-dressed woman's expression changed. She blurted out unknowingly and turned her head to look at the 2 of them. Seeing the expression of the woman in the big red dress, both of them were shocked. The 2 of them are Hoi, the guardian deity of Shigua, and Tianjiao, the emperor of Shigua. But compared with the woman in red, their status is far worse. The woman in red is the strongest among Shirgatijun Tianjiao recently. It is also the Hoi with the most stored blood among the flame Hoi. The status surpasses the general lord of the universe, and is the Hoey that the flame cares most about. This time he came out and even arranged 4 or 5 Tribulation's realm powerhouses for protection. Hoey of the other 2 flame gods, although jealous, they are not as good as the woman in red in terms of status and power. Fan Tianfeng. In other words, it is Fan Feng. When she heard Jin Wushuang, she was not surprised, some were just excited. She is now much stronger than before, and she has long wanted to find someone to show off. She even thought that she had surpassed the once Emperor Jueyun. Jin Wushuang, Fan Feng said silently in his heart. Also learned from the second population of Jin Wushuang's recent 10,000 years. He is the nephew of the ancestors of the Wu family, and he is also the son of the Yu kingdom in the future. Thanks, Tusk. We are all moving forward. You are good. Just a few days after coming here, I thought about being a door-to-door son-in-law. Fan Feng thought disdainfully. The 2 young emperors behind him didn't know what the eldest lady was thinking, and stopped talking for a while. Fan Tianfeng had an idea at the bottom of his heart, and said, Go back to Shirwa, go to the royal family to see what kind of waste was lost to a kid from the Yu country, and even shot by someone. They can lose this face, but we can't. Throw it together. This? Both of them hesitated. What does the shame of the Stone Kings have to do with them? They didn't know that Fan Feng was about to take Jin Wushuang's knife. And there is already a plan. Jin Wushuang, who is especially good at calculating, can't imagine that he will be calculated by his own people. At this time, Jin Wushuang returned to Wu Mansion and finally sent Elder Muchen away, then hurriedly returned to his room and began to practice. There are many treasures on his body now, especially the original treasures. Wu Li helped him to exchange a lot, and now it happened to be able to improve his strength again before the holy meeting came. Since fighting Shijiao, he felt that he couldn't underestimate the Emperor of Guyu time and space. Maybe those emperors who don't appear to be leaking on the surface have a big killer. Just like Sang Biao and Enai Kuan. The sudden outbreak is the most terrible. He doesn't want to lose to the same rank. To be honest, after he broke through to become the emperor, he is not practiced in retreat. At the emperor level, he has the least improved strength. Of course, it's the head of Hidao, and it doesn't count when it comes to Hidao. Daojun is the one who has improved the most strength. And the emperor cannot fall. Wow! Under the enchantment cloth, the time flow rate was adjusted to 100,000 times. 1 year outside, here is 100,000 years. There is still more than 2 years before the wedding. He plans to leave the customs 1 month in advance, and all the remaining time is spent on cultivation. More than 200,000 years is enough for him to digest the treasures he has recently obtained. The original treasure is worth hundreds of millions of square meters. Not to mention being in the Temple of Qishan, even in Guyu time and space, a strong man who can take out so many treasures at one time is at least in the 3 Tribulations realm. The poorer 3 Tribulations realm might not be able to be taken out. After all, the strength of the same rank is also very different. Jie Jing is not an emperor. The dispersal of the Third Order realm and the master of the universe in the Third Order realm can be said to be one world and one earth. The heart of time and space. Jin Wushuang opened a jade box, somewhat curious. According to the introduction above, this green round stone is worth 70 million cubic meters of cosmic crystals. 1/5 of all treasures are standing. This treasure is not simple. Contains the true meaning of time and space. Now he just fumbled for the true meaning of time. Still know nothing about time and space. The space is simple. Time is tedious. Now he didn't even understand the time. How could he understand the power of time and space? It's just a fuzzy feeling. For example, knowing time and space can travel between the future and the past. The only swallow. Jin Wu's hands pressed hard, and the power of time and space heart entered his original starry sky along the palm of his hand. 6,000 black holes are running at the same time, and the power that bursts out is comparable to that of the Lord of the universe. Although he has not come into contact with many masters of the universe. But in the conversation with Wu Li, he also learned the source of divine power. Space is very weak, time is even more ordinary. A lot of cultivation time in the Seven Tribulations realm was not as good as the master of the Five Tribulations universe in Morwa time and space. After all, they just used time and space to assist, not caring. 1,000 black holes can condense the universe and become the master of the universe. When Jian Wushuang saw those universes, he said it was a miniature universe. It is too small, and the universe is not as big as his thoughts. Not to mention, his origin is starry sky. Just 6,000 black holes lit up can be comparable to the Lord of the Universe in the Four Tribulations realm. In the ancient moon time and space, 10,000 black holes represented the pinnacle of the Lord of the Four Tribulations realm universe. Of course, this can only mean that the Lord of the Universe in Guyu time and space is much weaker in space. But supernatural power can make up for this shortcoming. Plus the integrity of the method. Guyu time and space's tribulation realm powerhouse is generally stronger than Morwa time and space. However, there is one thing that makes Guyu time and space's tribulation realm envy. That is the step realm powerhouse of Morwa time and space, who walks in time and space. The time to cross the robbery will be very long. The catastrophe of the strong in Guyu time and space is coming sooner. A strong person who is the best in time and space has a more precise grasp of time and can be delayed. Has more than 3 times the time of the strong person of the divine power line. This is why the original Morwa space-time was basically the master of the universe. There are very few scattered robberies. This also caused many tribulation realm powerhouses to abandon the scattering tribulation, and even if they fight to the end, they do not want to become scattered tribulation. This is how the gods are. It is also possible that it was because of the encounter with the death that he did not want to become a robbery and cooperated with the death. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's aligning approach was also relieved. Those 7 tribulations realm in Guyu time and space were willing to have enough seats. Compared with Qixin, Qixin is more structured. Chapter 57:23. Just cooperate with Daixing. In order to rekindle the road, these scattered robbers are all fighting. There is no right or wrong. Jian Wushuang sighed and continued to practice. Swallowing the heart of time and space, he once again lit up thousands of black holes. 7,000 black holes have been lit up in the original star sky. Then it is slowly digested. Don't be too anxious. After all, it is the power that is swallowed. Need to be stable. After 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang stabilized the original starry sky and swallowed it again. It lasted for 100,000 years before he swallowed all the original treasures and firmly linked all the black holes together. The strongest universe in the starry sky is about to be born. Jian Wushuang's original clone, standing above his own universe, was very satisfied. There are a total of 9,000 black holes, and the secret realm of the universe has risen to 9. When there are 6,000 black holes, he has only one cosmic secret realm. Now that 3,000 black holes have been lit up again, 8 cosmic mysteries have been refined. The deeper the background, the faster you can cultivate. Jian Wushuang was very excited. The 9 cosmic secret realms, if they were practitioners of Guyu time and space, would already be comparable to the 9 cosmos. Next, it's supernatural power. Jian Wushuang took out Dongjun's bones. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. Bobby D increased his divine power, and it still maintains it now. He just used this power to speed him up to devour Dongjun's bones. The divine power of increase, but the divine power of real deal. It's not like the beast warrior, it's just imaginary. Jian Wushuang exerted his strength one by one, directly reaching the divine power of 200,000. The clone is slowly conducting. This is the power of Bobby D. He can't maintain the deity for too long, otherwise he will be discovered. But only a stick of incense time is enough. Now it has a basic divine power of 200,000, so use 4 times the power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists and let out a low growl. Divine power suddenly exploded. Double the power of the beast god, directly increase 80,000. 2 times is 160,000. 3 times 240,000. 4 times 300,000. Jian Wushuang held his breath. His divine power reached its peak. With the basic divine power, it is already 500,000. If Bobby Emperor's increase is reduced, his basic divine power is still only 100,000. 100,000 basic divine power cannot maintain 4 times the power of the beast god. The divine power of 500,000 times is now comparable to the 5 tribulations realm, although most of it is not his real combat power. But Jian Wushuang was already very excited to be able to burst out. It was a feeling of the combat power of the 5 tribulations realm in advance. If it was only 100,000 times the basic divine power, his peak might be just over 200,000. But if the basic divine power is increased to 200,000 times, it will be able to burst out 500,000 times the divine power. Dongjin Bones! Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and stroked it lightly. A chill came, piercing his mind. The divine body that was tens of thousands of times in the first place could increase its divine power by tens of thousands of times just by absorbing the breath he radiated. A glance will cause serious injuries. Nowadays, 500,000 times the divine power can be touched at close range. Jian Wushuang put one hand on the bone, and the other hand grasped the arm placed on the bone. The swallowing power ran wildly. The 9 universes with infinite power burst out to the extreme. Now what he has absorbed is the divine power on the bones. Powerful. He already had 500,000 times his magical power, but he was still a little struggling. The golden aura exuding from the golden bones continuously gathered into Jian Wushuang's palm, and then spread to the divine body. Jian Wushuang's divine body also began to increase crazily. The basic divine power has risen directly from 100,000 times to 150,000. Too strong. Jian Wushuang was not excited, but frowned. No wonder the real spirit will set a ban, so that he will devour it when he robs the realm. The burden of devouring him is too great now. A slight instability can crush his divine body. You must know that his current divine body has increased by 500,000 times. Reach the threshold of the 5 tribulations realm. The weak points of the sabotage have 500,000 supernatural powers, and the strong ones can reach 600,000. The Lord of the Universe will forget it. Even if he is not in his dojo, he may be able to explode more than 700,000 divine powers. If you are in your own dojo, your divine power can break 1 million. This is the horror of the Lord of the Universe. However, after he became the Lord of the Universe, he was even more against the sky than this. There are now 9,000 black holes in his universe. Calculated on the basis of 10,000 seats, his own dojo blessings at that time will probably be 10 times stronger than the Lord of the Universe in Guyu time and space. This 10 times is an increase of 10 times. Converted into combat power, it is 10,000 times. 10,000 times more than the same order. It can be several orders directly. Moreover, he has the bones of Dongjun, and his divine power will not fall. At that time, it will be double happiness. Break the law with one force. He doesn't believe that other people can do it. Now he has some confidence in himself. He was really going to succeed. He had too much power at that time. The power of life can certainly be useful for a long time, mainly assisted. I want to talk about swallowing. Now it's only used for cultivation. Everything and the starry sky are his strongest 2 powers. The power of all things brought his origin to the limit. The power of the starry sky represents the strongest starry sky. The power of blue is extremely terrifying. If it is divine power, it can also reach the top. At that time, he will have time and space reincarnation plus infinite divine power. Shuttle through the past and the future, and master the cycle of reincarnation. Divine power breaks all obstacles. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but swallowed. How powerful it would be. What? Holding both fists suddenly burst into air. The divine power transformed by the golden arrogance began to climb. The basic divine power jumped to 150,000 times. According to his speculation, just swallowing all the aura wrapped in the golden bones can reach 200,000 times the divine power. But now he can't do it yet. Because of the increase given to him by Bobby D, there has been an unsuccessful performance. If you continue to practice like this, Bobby D will definitely doubt it. Time to stop. The remaining breath can only be swallowed a little bit. Call. His divine power instantly dropped from 500,000 times. The power of the beast is not exploding either. Only 150,000 times the basic supernatural power remained. This time it has increased 50,000 times. The slower the increase in the later stage. Just absorb 10% of the golden arrogance. There is still 90% left without absorption. 10% increase the power of 50,000 times. The remaining 90% can be increased by another 50,000 times. But after reaching 200,000, these arrogance may not be increased by 10,000 times. He is in the Emperor, the limit is in this state. After he can no longer use the power of Bobby D, his basic divine power plus the increase of the power of the beast can probably increase to about 380,000 divine power. 100,000 years is enough to swallow all the remaining arrogance. At that time, his basic divine power will be 200,000 times. Belongs to the real limit. Chapter 5724. 5,700 chapters? Just sinking, the battleship has disappeared in the sky. However, the traces left above will not disappear, and Jin Wushuang is not in a hurry. It didn't take long for a terrifying aura to fly overhead. It's the Black Robe Powerhouse .3 Tribulation Realm Powerhouse. Not the Lord of the Universe. Nor is he of the Eternal Family. I am afraid it is a dead man raised by an eternal family. This kind of thing still needs a clean person to do it. Just as the black-robed old man caught up, Jin Wushuang followed. The planning has only just begun. Since Jin Wushuang is going to enter the game, he has to be patient that don't take action until the critical moment. The distance between the black-robed old man and the battleship was getting closer and closer, and the two people inside the battleship also discovered something was wrong at this time and felt a terrifying aura. When you want to avoid it, it's too late. A huge black column of air soared into the sky, directly piercing the battleship. Who is it? The two flew out at the same time, all in a state of embarrassment. When they saw the black-robed old man, their eyelids jumped wildly. The powerhouse of the three tribulations realm. Although it is not the master of the universe, it is just a robbery, but it is not something the two of them can deal with. After all, it's just an emperor. The powerhouse of the three tribulations realm has 200,000 divine powers. Senior, why did you sneak up on us? Sang Biao didn't want to give up at this time. He wanted to delay time. On the other hand, the voice transmission was sent to the family. But asking for help now is the same as asking for death. The family and the eternal family have given up on them. Abandoned son can't live. It's enough for you to die with peace of mind. The black-robed old man didn't talk nonsense and directly killed him. 200,000 divine powers exploded, directly killing Songbiao and Nichkun. Go! Nichkun shouted angrily, and the power of death on his body rose again. But in the face of a strong man in the three tribulations realm, they would go there. The black-robed powerhouse shook it with one hand, and a huge wave of air was thrown from the palm of his hand, as dazzling as the sun, directly swallowing the two of them. This wave of air contains 200,000 divine power. How could two emperors be able to block it? I'm not reconciled. Nichkun rebelled wildly, but it didn't work. Song Biao began to beg for mercy and told everything about Baby D. The black-robed powerhouse was unmoved and tried to kill the two of them directly at the critical time. A black fog suddenly rose. Jin Wushuang, who was full of black arrogance, attacked from behind, and the breath had been transformed into the power of death. This power of death isn't pure. It is extracted from the power of all things, covered in the power of the starry sky. Ordinary. People can't see it. This is to coax Nichkun to prepare with Songbiao. This seat, on the order of Lord Baby D, come to rescue the two of you. Jin Wushuang even changed his voice as soon as he fished it. He opened the space and rescued the two people in the air wave. The two, who were already in despair, dared to think too much after being rescued, and nodded frantically. At this time, Jian Wushuang asked them to go, and they did not have any objection. The black-robed powerhouse frowned slightly when he saw Jian Wushuang. He is just a dead man of the Eternal Kingdom, and he may not know as much as Shou Biao and others that he didn't understand Jian Wushuang's words at all. Thank you, senior, for saving your life. After Nichkun's breath recovered, he hurriedly bowed to thank him. Especially when I heard that Jian Wushuang was under the order of Lord Babidi, I felt even more grateful. You all go to the Lord Babidi first, and this person will be handed over to me. Jian Wushuang's face was cold, and he told the two of them directly in the tone of an order. Song Biao and Nichkun were stunned for a moment, then turned around and ran away. The black-robed powerhouse wanted to stop it, but was blocked by Jian Wushuang. This fellow Daoist, why do you take action against the two little guys? Why don't you just play with me? Jian Wushuang moved his wrist. The black-robed powerhouse had a calm expression on his face. He first notified the Eternal Clan through a sound transmission, and then he said, "You shouldn't stop me." The city of the city, he said, "How about changing to a place where no one else is? No need." The strong man in black robe clenched his fists violently. The breath on his body increased again, and his arms spread out, and the nearby hundreds of millions of miles instantly turned into coke. The next moment, quietly shot went straight to Jian Wushuang. The divine power of 200,000 erupted with all its strength. Killing is to pay for your life. Jian Wushuang took a stance, and when the black-robed powerhouse rushed, the surrounding space was instantly shattered, and his figure disappeared in place. But the black-robed old man is very experienced. The moment he disappeared, his breath had been captured, and he had reached the position where Jian Wushuang had settled in advance, and hit Jian Wushuang's junior directly with a palm. The set of eternal treasure inner armor on his body shattered directly. The treasures he carries are eternal treasures, but to fight against the powerhouse of the robbery level, the eternal treasure is simply not enough to see. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang is a super powerhouse purely relying on strength. After suffering a dull loss, he realized that if he wanted to drag the opponent, he still needed to use some strength. The key to this battle is not only to stop the opponent, but also to make a big enough move. Let the ancient wood sect people notice. Those people now should be in the Eternal Kingdom. As long as a strong enough breath bursts out, it can attract the attention of the other party. Although the comprehensive strength of the Eternal Kingdom is very strong. But the strong are also limited. For example, a fight at the level of the Four Tribulations is enough to stir up the entire Eternal Kingdom. The superpowers of the Five Tribulations realm are rarely shot in the ancient wood continent. Usually, it is only when they go out to the outer domain to make a move. Otherwise, Guma continent would have been shattered long ago. These top powerhouses, SonicMTL.com, also has a tacit understanding that if you can't do it in the ancient wood continent, you won't do it in the ancient wood continent. Therefore, the top powerhouses of the Five Tribulations realm generally do not take action on the ancient wood continent. 9 days and 10 places. There are already some lessons learned. Those continents destroyed by the power of death are vigilant. Destroying another continent would be a huge burden. On the ancient moon spacetime, Jian Wushuang clenched his fists with both hands. His eyebrows flickered, and he shouted angrily. Song Biao and Nichkun had already left, and he had nothing to hide. Directly burst out the power of the starry sky. Although it is a clone, but now his combat power can also approach the peak of the Three Tribulations realm. And he is the Lord of the universe. It is not that these wastes of the sanctuary realm can be compared. The power of the starry sky burst out, and a gust of wind blew, and the black-robed old man was a little unsteady that he stared at Jian Wushuang in astonishment, and was even more curious in his heart. When did such a strong man appear in the Eternal Kingdom? He had never heard of it. Chapter 57:25. Are you in the Four Tribulations realm? The black-robed old man dared not believe that he can see that Jian Wushuang does not have a universe, but he can burst out an aura that is so much stronger than him. This shows that the other party may be a powerhouse of the Four Tribulations realm. There is only this possibility that he would never have thought until his death that Jian Wushuang was an emperor, so he did not master the universe, surrounded by blue electric arcs. Jian Wushuang stretched out a finger. If it wasn't for me having something important to do, you wouldn't be worthy of letting me use all of my strength. This is not to scare the other party. He normally relies on the power of the beast god. He can with a burst of 200,000 divine power, coupled with a strong life force. It was easy to hang a 3 tribulation realm, that it's a pity that he is now a clone. Moreover, he also wanted to attract the powerhouses of the Ancient Wood sect, so he exploded his full strength. Go to hell. Jian Wushuang gathered chi with one hand. A blue divine sword appeared in his hand, and the power of killing filled the sky. The black-robed powerhouse widened his eyes, and at this moment, he saw the origin of Jian Wushuang 6,000 black holes, and a cosmic mystery shone brightly. The power of the source beyond his imagination, attacked and killed in an instant, in the ancient moon time and space where divine power dominates. 1,000 black holes are the masters of the universe, in other words, the origin of Jian Wushuang is 6 times that of the ordinary master of the universe. Of course, this is not considered combat power. His origin is 6 times that of those ordinary universe masters, but his divine power is much worse. After all, the opponent is divine. The source is just to improve the realm. Divine power is the main thing, and it is about power breaking all laws. Unfortunately, no one can do it. Even Jian Wushuang doesn't believe this. That black-robed strong man before the fall. The information of Jian Wushuang was passed to the interior of the eternal family, the Lord of the universe of the 4 tribulations realm. Hearing the news, the powerhouses of the eternal clan were very surprised. Regardless of why a cosmos master of the 4 tribulations realm suddenly appeared, he just said the identity of the other party, that a strong man sent by Babidi. In the ancient hall, a lord of the 5 tribulations realm universe was furious. His hand is too long. Obviously, he really believed it. In fact, there is not much connection between the eternal family and Baby D. The two are not a cooperative relationship, nor a relationship between superiors and subordinates, that more like the same kind that I originally wanted to help out. But after finding that the other party not only did not appreciate it, but also complained about them, they ignored it. That if Jian Wushuang knew about it, he would probably laugh out loud. That he was also worried that the Eternals would inform Baby D. Now it seems that the two have no connection. Master, what do you do next? Outside the ancient hall, there stood an old servant in black robes, a robbery powerhouse of the 5 tribulations realm. After pondering for a moment, the Cosmos Master in the main hall said coldly, "Let the people of the Gumu sect go in, just to teach Baby D some lessons. Let him understand that this is the eternal kingdom, not the filthy place of the outer domain." "Earth, yes." The black-robed old servant respectfully took orders. That on the other side, the strong man of the Ancient Wood sect was sitting uneasy in a banquet. They came to find clues about the power of death, but they were forced to drink by a master of the universe of the 4 tribulations of the eternal family. But this face has to be given. After all, it is the opponent's chassis. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not overwhelm the snake. What's more, the other party also promised to help them to inquire about the news, and it is not easy for them to leave with a cold face. Just have to wait. But banquets also have an end. They don't believe it. It will go on forever. Brother Qing Tian, I just received the news that the 2 you are looking for are in the rioting Shanghai in your own country. The man in the blue shirt burst into joy upon hearing this. He thought that the eternal kingdom was going to make things difficult for them, but he didn't expect them to be found. Since that's the case, I won't bother you here. Qing Tian Taoist clasped his fists slightly and greeted everyone to prepare to set off. Brother Qing Tian is too polite. The visitor is a guest. Let me know anytime if you need help. Definitely. Taoist Qing Tian did not dare to delay, and left directly with people that he himself is the master of the universe of the 4 tribulations realm, with 2 robbery powerhouses of the 4 tribulations realm, and 4 masters of the universe of the 3 tribulations realm. The 4 cosmos masters of the 3 tribulations realm are all newly promoted Tianjiao of the Guma sect, and their strength is not weak. The 2 robbery powerhouses of the 4 tribulations realm possessed a divine power of over 300,000. As for his own combat power, it is even more terrifying. The Lord of the universe at the peak of the 4 tribulations realm, a super strong person who is not far from the half-step 5 tribulations realm, His divine power has reached an unimaginable level. His breath enveloped everyone, and the speed was extremely fast. It only took an hour to reach the riotous Shanghai. That is the only unstable area in the Eternal Kingdom. Wild beasts are rampant, and demons are everywhere. But for them, these are not obstacles that on the other side. After Jian Wushuang killed the dead soldier in black robe, he found the breath left on the two of Sang Biao and followed them all the way. The speed of the two of them is not slow. In order not to waste the power of the starry sky, Jian Wushuang can only fly slowly, and he can catch up so as not to lose. While chasing, he also left some breath on his body, so that the strong men of the ancient Wood sect could follow. Soon, he felt the breath of the two men. Has entered the riot star sea. It's actually here. When Jian Wushuang felt the chaotic atmosphere in the riotous Shanghai, his complexion changed slightly, and he also understood why Baby D was hiding here, that it is too difficult to find the breath of practitioners here. Fortunately, the breath left by Jian Wushuang is very special. It is the power of the starry sky. Others couldn't notice it at all. Only he could feel the breath. Otherwise, it will be lost. I don't know if the people from the Gumu sect are following. Jian Wushuang was still worried about the people from the Gumu sect, that he is afraid that these people are too stupid. If he can't keep up, even if he finds Baby D, he will not be able to solve the other party, nor will he find the source of the power of death from the other party, that is, he needs help from outside. Dao is Qingtian of Gumu sect, but Zhao, Jian Wushuang entered the riotous Shanghai in one step. But the atmosphere here is messy, and they are like headless flies, searching everywhere. Well, it has the breath of an emperor. Qingtian Tao is stopped on a huge reef. Sonicinal.com felt a breath from the emperor. He raised his brows and greeted everyone to surround him from all sides, so as not to let the other party run away. Jian Wushuang kept a distance from Sang Biao and the others, so he flew very slowly. This time, I also felt a few breaths coming, and I understood it instantly. This time, he was careless. In order to leave clues to the people of Gumu sect, he did not hide himself. As a result, the people from Gumu sect came too fast to surround him. Boy, you'd better not resist. A cosmos master of the three tribulations realm of Gumu sect found out that Jian Wushuang was only a slightly stronger emperor. So he was very relaxed and did not have any defenses. So he went straight to grab the sword unparalleled. Chapter 57:26. This kind of nepotism can be completely trusted by fighting the secret realm together. It is much stronger than an old fox like Wu Li. Every good helper is worthy of their best efforts to win over them. Wu Li also saw that Jian Wushuang's aura was much stronger, but didn't say much. For him, the stronger Jian Wushuang, the better. At the same time, he didn't worry that Jian Wushuang would turn back. His chassis is also not simple. Elder Mu Chun is praised. It's just a slight breakthrough. Jian Wushuang shook his head modestly, and the aura on his body began to shrink like a black hole until the whole figure looked like nothingness, which could only be seen with the naked eye. The power of mind is not perceivable. Of course, this is also the strength of Wu Li and Mu Chun. If he were the lord of the five tribulations realm universe, he would naturally be able to feel Jian Wushuang's existence. Seeing Jian Wushuang's breath disappear, the two were also a little surprised, but their personal strengths were very sensitive, so naturally they wouldn't ask much. Sit down and talk. None of them are outsiders. Wu Li saw Jian Wushuang a little uneasy about standing, so he asked Jian Wushuang to sit down and talk. Mu Chun also nodded and said, "Yeah, we will soon be a family. The palace just prepared for you, and Jinshan has been built. You can move in a few days." Where Jian Wushuang was sitting, he could only nod frequently. "Wushuang nephew, I think you are a little restrained. Isn't it because you haven't married before?" Elder Mu Chun asked curiously. If this kind of thing is in the ordinary, it will definitely not be said. But everyone is a cultivator, and all have become emperors of the tribulation realm. There is nothing bad to say. Who did not marry a few Taoists in the mundane period? But when I think of some family children, they are still teenagers in ordinary times, and they will be able to become Taoists in 10,000 years. Jian Wushuang also had some sympathy for the children of those big families. None of them have experienced the red trials of the mundane world. Hearing Elder Mu Chen's question, he thought of what he used to be, the days of struggling in the mundane world. Juvenile, sword pavilion era. He experienced the warmth and coldness of human relations, and he asked the sword wholeheartedly. At that time, he was full of spirits, and he broke things that he couldn't understand with a single sword. How chic! Green Fire Realm, Divine Power Universe. On every journey, he is fearless. The original partner, brother, and Taoist couple. Now I don't know how. They are far away from to see you. Emperors are hard to find. But now in the long river of time and space, there are two major overlords. Temple of Qi, Temple of Destruction. I don't know if that piece of pure land will be broken. I haven't gone back for some days. But he's still remembered, not forgotten. I even often remember the bits and pieces of the time, longing for the beginning. But he had to go forward again. Go out of your own way. Let's go to see the wind and the snow and the moon. Suddenly looking back, Jian Wushuang had already become the strongest emperor, and he was about to win the tribulation realm soon. Looking back at the past, looking at the path I have walked, all the tribulations are nothing more than just adding cold snow. Wife! Thinking of this, a figure appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind. Cold as frost. That was his Jian Wushuang's wife. How could he ever forget? Both Elder Mu Chun and Wu Li could see the reminiscence in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The gossip flames in the two people's hearts rose, and they couldn't help but want to listen. Especially Wu Li. He has not figured out the identity of Jian Wushuang. More like knowing where Jian Wushuang came from? Is it 9 heavens and 10 places, or the other 9 great time and space? He never thought that Jian Wushuang would come from the last travel time and space. No one would believe that such a powerful emperor would appear in the last travel time and space. After Jian Wushuang reminisced, seeing the two staring at him curiously, he quickly explained, "Before there were only some beauties, but they haven't been married. That's a shame." Elder Mu Chun patted his thigh, seemingly unbelieving. At this time, Wu Li hurriedly rounded the stage, changed the subject, and talked about some recent events. It was about the sacred meeting. Jian Wushuang also listened carefully. There are no faults. Listening to Wu Li's meaning, this time the sacred meeting will not only select candidates for the saint, but will also attract a group of strong people into the Guma sect. Jian Wushuang didn't understand it when he heard this. Since he wanted to attract the strong to join the Guma sect, why didn't he recruit it directly? Participants in the sacred congregation are some strong family members. What good is it for absorbing these people? Being in Gumu and in the family, raise a group of vampires. It is better to search for those who have great potential for casual repairs. Only when such people are cultivated will they have a sense of belonging. Elder Mu Chen also understood this meaning, and was also a little confused. Of course, I only heard that some people say that Guyu God Church recruited peripheral members during the holy meeting. Just listen to this kind of thing. Don't take it seriously. Wooly said, haha, ancient moon god sect. That is the only 9-star sect. Even if it is just rumors, it will provoke a lot of people. Guyu's sect, a peripheral member that has been absorbed. The weakest is the Lord of the universe. The dispersal realm is not qualified at all. Even the dispersal of the 8 tribulations realm would not absorb it. Because within the ancient moon god sect, the most indispensable is the 8 tribulations realm powerhouse. With the accumulation of countless ages, there are too many 8 tribulations realm experts of the ancient moon god sect. But the master of the universe in the 8th stage realm is scarce. There is only one. There will be one in almost every era. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the ancient moon gods to convince the crowd. With the superpower of the 8 tribulations realm universe, who doesn't want to enter? Even the peripheral members can walk sideways in 9 days and 10 places. That's why a lot of people are shaking. This time, the quota of the congregation was also copied to a very high level. Wooly said that this incident was because of regret in my heart. The thigh is almost broken. If he shoots now, he can earn several times more. It's cheaper for others. The qualification token he sold was sold to a 4 tribulations realm universe master. The promised request is still counted. It means that Wu Li has an additional ally in the 4 tribulations realm. It's not too bad to come. The three chatted for a while, and Wu Li saw that Elder Mu Chen had come here. Of course, he didn't come to him, so he took the initiative to retire, leaving Jian Wushuang and Mu Chen to chat alone. Elder Mu Chen confided the truth after Wu Li left. He was hesitant at first, but after seeing Jian Wushuang's aura stronger again, he was relieved. I've been chatting until now, only to tell the truth about my visit this time. After Jian Wushuang listened, his brows opened up. He thought it was a big deal. It turned out that it was Princess Jinshan's eldest brother, his future eldest brother-in-law, who wanted to learn from him. This thing is easy to handle, but the Lord of the Universe? Jian Wushuang asked about the opponent's strength. Elder Mu Chen waved his hand and said, "It's not that strong. If it were the Lord of the Universe, I wouldn't come to you anymore. It's not bullying." Chapter 57:27. That's easy. I can accompany you at any time. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. If he is the Lord of the Universe, there will be some trouble, and he needs to expose his strength. It is very simple if it is not the Lord of the Universe, and pure divine power can crush the opponent. This time he returned from the Ancient Wood sect, and he has become the Three Tribulations realm, and he is very close to mastering the universe. You should be careful. Elder Mu Chen reminded. By the way, there are a few others with him. The Tianjiao of the Ancient Wood School. Remember not to offend. Otherwise it will be against us during the holy meeting. Jian Wushuang didn't answer, but just nodded slightly. As long as you don't sin against him, everything is easy to say. But that eldest brother-in-law, how could he have to ask him to fight? Could he know Shi Jiao and miss his brother-in-law? The corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth rose up, making him amused. It's all in the tribulation state, and I don't want to go to the tribulation, but take care of this boring thing. His marriage with Jin Chun is a foregone conclusion. Not a prince can block it. After talking about this matter, Elder Mu Chen said some more about the rules of the wedding in a few days, and then left. Jian Wushuang got up to see him off, but was declined by the other party. As soon as Elder Mu Chen walked away, Wu Li appeared. It seems that you big brother-in-law, it's not easy to get it done. Wu Li folded his hands on his chest, frowned slightly, and turned his eyes to the distant sky and said, "Come on." Jian Wushuang followed his gaze together. In the sky, three figures appeared. Two masters of the universe in the Three Tribulations realm, and one in the Three Tribulations realm who has not yet mastered the universe. The strength is not even counted. These people can also be regarded as the proud children of the Ancient Wood School. His age was only a few hundred epochs older than Jian Wushuang, but his realm had reached the Lord of the Universe. It is indeed the proud son of heaven. The ones who come are not good. The ones who are good don't come. Jian Wushuang smiled on his face. He didn't care. But Wu Li was a little awkward in his heart. Entering his Wu mansion without going through the door, the three of them were the first to dare to do so. Fly in directly, without giving him any face. You are Jian Wushuang. The golden-armored man headed by the three, with a firm complexion, looked at Jian Wushuang with a lofty posture. Jian Wushuang was very upset with this feeling, and his face sank a little, and he said calmly, "It's your Royal Highness. Since it's here, let's talk about it as follows. I don't think it's necessary. Such a small yard is not enough to stretch your feet." The big prince didn't even look at Wu Li. This made Wu Li, who valued face very much, a little angry, and wanted to take action to teach the three of them. Really want to shoot. These three people together are not his opponents. Especially the great prince, who had just successfully crossed the tribulation and had not yet mastered the universe. He dared to be so arrogant. If you become the master of the universe, don't you have to open your eyes to the top of your head? His Royal Highness. If you think the yard is small, I can expand it specifically for you. Wu Li continued, waving a single hand, bursting out a powerful divine power, and directly flattening half of Wu's mansion. This powerful force broke out, but it was extremely restrained. As a result, most of the Wu mansion was destroyed, and the outside world did not feel the fluctuation of divine power. This scene caused all three of them to shrink their eyes. Wu Li raised his other hand and swept across the other intact mansion. Enough now! Wu Li gritted his teeth. Jian Wushuang was astounded. The whole Wu mansion was flat. Where do they live at night? A few days later, it was his wedding day, but Wu mansion was razed to the ground at this time. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing to spread this out? The prince frowned. He didn't expect Wu Li to be so hard-hearted. And the strength is so strong, beyond his expectations. It seems that he even has the idea of shooting him, so it's better not to anger him. The two Gumusek masters of the universe next to them were a little curious about Wu Li's strength, and asked, "Junior brother Lu Chun, is this person Wu Li, a well-known strongman among the masters of the universe, who has crossed the three tribulations realm?" "Yes, he is Wu Li, and the ancestor of the Wu family, one of the top 10 families in the Yu country. His strength is half a step and 4 calamities." The eldest prince Lu Qin responded indifferently. When Wu Li saw them talking about their title, a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. Even if it is to provoke him, it is enough to recognize his strength. He hummed coldly in his heart. After opening Wanlu Mingjin ancient Wood Continent, let alone a little Yu Kingdom prince, the female emperor of Yu Kingdom had to be polite. Everything still speaks for strength. Huh. The three slowly landed. Both sides watched. "Senior Wu Li, you are so kind." Lu Qin glanced around. This time it was really spacious. Jian Wushuang was worried about where they would live at night. It's not good to be too angry. Wu Li sneered after hearing what the eldest prince said. Of course he has to be polite when he comes to the humble house. Otherwise it will be said, "If that's the case, then I'm not welcome." Lu Qin's expression sank before turning to look at Jian Wushuang. He didn't recognize this brother-in-law. Not because Jin Qin didn't like it, but Jian Wushuang's background is too weak. The Guma school is a place where he speaks about his birthplace, and his cultivation over the years has made him understand that birthplace is very important. As for the fear of drawing wolves into the clan, he disdains. Stone Country is so powerful. How could it be greedy for a small Yu country? If Lu Qin's thoughts were known to the ancestors of the clan, he would definitely be so angry that he would crawl out of the sarcophagus. Regardless of any forces, they are all from the weak. Why do you want to belittle yourself? Sure, Guo is indeed from a good background, but it doesn't matter where he is. It is also a normal precaution to be greedy for the country. How powerful is Sure Guo's ambition? Outsiders only see its dominance and strength. But he didn't see Sure Guo's greed for neighboring countries. Wild ambition, undoubtedly revealed. Had it not been for the Gumu faction, the 16 kingdoms would have long since become the family of Sure Guo. The founding ancestor of Sure Kingdom was a realm of 8 tribulations. The flame who guards the Stone Kingdom is a super strong who is not weak as the master of the universe of 8 tribulations. Although Gumu sect has several ancestors in the 8 tribulations realm, it is not enough for the flame god to fight it alone. That's why Sure Guo dared to take advantage of this arrogance. A Khonshu. Calm coupled with the demise of the Eternal Kingdom now, the Stone Kingdom has fewer obstacles. Among the 16 countries, ranked first is the country of Sure, who does my part. The second is the daughter country. The third Eternal Kingdom is gone. The rest of the kingdom is much weaker, and it's not at the same level at all. Not only does it have no 8 tribulations realm, but even the 7th stage realm has only 1 or 2. If the Stone Country invades, it will be a complete sweep. In a country like the Yu country, if it recruits the son-in-law, the Stone Clan, I'm afraid I don't know how to die. The best thing is not to get involved with Sure Guo, and to get support from the Gumu sect at that time, or sit in a boat and only serve as cannon fodder for Sure Guo. This is what the ancestors of the Yu Kingdom did not want to see. Chapter 5728. The size of the pattern is far beyond what the eldest Prince Lu Chun can imagine. It can only be said that the smell of milk is not dry, and the thinking is too simple. If you want a strong background, just be a dog for Bobby D. No, Bobby D doesn't like such a weak dog. The 3 tribulations realm really couldn't enter the eyes of Emperor Bobby. Jian Wushuang had an idea. He suddenly thought that he was also a member of Emperor Bobby, and his background was not weak in Sure Guo. Today, the power that Emperor Bobby has mastered not to mention sweeping the stone country. There is no problem in defeating it. No matter how strong the flame is, it can still pass Qi Jiuxiao. Half a step in the Nine Tribulations realm, even in the Flame God's dojo, can blow up the opponent. His Royal Highness, if you are not satisfied with you, you can do it at will. Jian Wushuang's aura remained unchanged. But as long as the opponent makes a move, he will definitely defeat Lu Chun as quickly as possible. Lu Chun didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be so tough. It's not that a family doesn't enter a family. Well, if you have this sentence, you still haven't lost your ambition, but you are only an emperor. If I use my full strength, I will provoke outsiders to laugh, so let's suppress half of your divine power and fight with you. If you can't resist a stick of incense, I can't ask any more about you and Jin Chun. Lu Chun stretched out his hand. His strength dropped rapidly. 200,000 supernatural powers. Jian Wushuang narrowed the corners of his eyes. Is this half of the special? The Lord of the Universe in the Three Tribulations realm only has a divine power of more than 200,000. In the Three Tribulations realm, he is probably at most 250,000 times divine power, and only suppressed 50,000, which can also be called half. A stick of incense. This one is simple. I'm just worried that I'm too heavy, and the other party won't be able to hold a stick of incense. Wu Li's face was gloomy, and he looked at Jian Wushuang and said, I have set up a barrier here. You can shoot at will and give me a severe lesson. He has absolute confidence in Jian Wushuang, and he exploded a Three Tribulations realm, and it was too simple for Jian Wushuang. When Shijiao was defeated last time, Jian Wushuang's explosive power was already comparable to the Lord of the Three Tribulations realm universe. Now dealing with the Three Tribulations realm without mastery of the universe is the same as playing. Indeed, after Jian Wushuang heard Wu Li's words, his eyes widened and shot instantly. The breath on the body has not changed. The eldest Prince Lu Chun was a little surprised. He thought Jian Wushuang would first use all his strength and then make a move. He didn't expect to be so arrogant that he would dare to make a move without breaking out of his supernatural power. Can't you see that there is a 200,000 times divine power erupting in him? But when Jian Wushuang rushed in, the rain of fists from the sky fell, and the eldest Prince Lu Chun felt his arms numb and his body trembled when he responded. You hide your breath. So mean. Jian Wushuang said calmly. His Royal Highness Lu Chun can suppress strength. I can hide my breath for a while. It's not too much. Feeling full of nothingness, he was like a ghost. The other two Gumu sect masters of the universe looked a little staggering. His power is so strange that he has not missed anything, and his divine power can grasp this level. It looks like, just like what junior brother Lu Chun said, he has 200,000 times the divine power under his full strength. You see that his offense has reached the limit. Although he can hide his breath when he fights against the Tribulation realm, this ability is considered chicken ribs. Although the two were a little surprised, they soon felt that they knew Jian Wushuang through. On the contrary, it was impossible for the eldest Prince Lu Chun to defeat Jian Wushuang with 200,000 times his supernatural power. The experience of mastering supernatural power is not as good as Jian Wushuang. Under the same supernatural power, Jian Wushuang could not be defeated naturally. The blood at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth could tell that the fight just now did not hurt less. At this time, the divine power on his body continued to leak, which had exceeded 200,000 times. Jian Wushuang assumed that he hadn't seen it. Wu Li, who was watching the play, did not speak. He was willing to fight, waiting for Jian Wushuang to break out and defeat the opponent. Otherwise, reminding him now would make Lu Chun leave easily. The two masters of the universe of the Gumu school frowned. A respectable person, if he fights against the emperor, he still has to shame and lose Fengpa. It's just a family matter, and they don't have much to say. Even if it wasn't, they couldn't say it. Isn't it even more embarrassing to say it? Right away. This is what is wrong. So Jian Wushuang didn't believe in Jingma. Just follow your own way. What if it is the way of heaven? In his own dojo, he is the way of heaven. One move made him despair. Lu Chun attacked again, losing his weight with a punch, but he didn't even hit Jian Wushuang. Turning to find Jian Wushuang's position at this time, but found that Jian Wushuang was already standing in the air. This time, Jian Wushuang was aloof. His Royal Highness can give it a try. Don't be restrained. Jian Wu's double-faced color remained unchanged, standing in the air like a god. Lu Chen clenched his fists. His divine power exploded again. This time, he exerted 90% of his supernatural power. If it breaks out again, it will be a deadly battle. The supernatural power of 250,000, all scattered. Wu Li frowned and sighed inwardly. No wonder the Empress would pass her throne to her Princess Jinshin, not the eldest prince. The character is too bad. Entering the Gumu school is also because of the background, otherwise it will not be the climate. Junior brother Lu Chun, it's a bit past. Gumu Sect's master of the universe shook his head. It's really too much. Although Jian Wushuang has a good grasp of divine power, it is easy to defeat it. There is no need to use so much divine power. The two of them didn't fight Jian Wushuang, and they didn't know why. Only Lu Chun was sweating behind him. Even if he had used 90% of his supernatural power now, he still felt a sense of oppression when facing Jian Wushuang. It's not from divine power, but can't see through the details of the other party. And every time he strengthened his divine power, he still didn't get any head start when fighting Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang played against him, just like playing. The big prince, after the strength unfolded, once again shot. This time, directly used the pinnacle secret method and come up with the strongest trick on the bright side. Wang Wejie. The prince put his hands together like a bright moon. The electric arc on his body crackled, and the eruption of strength was terrifying. It definitely surpassed 250,000 times of supernatural power. This surprised the few people who watched the game. The battle continues to escalate, but they think Jian Wushuang is very ordinary. He didn't understand why Lu Chun was so anxious. Jian Wushuang stood in the air, staring at the rushing prince, without avoiding it. When the opponent was only an inch away from him, he suddenly roared. The quartet world dimmed instantly. A huge black hole appeared behind him. That is the power of 9,000 black holes, completely introverted and swallowed. The space began to shatter under his roar. Wu Li's eyes shrank, and his hands quickly pinched the tactics to stabilize the surrounding barriers. Fortunately, there is still formation blessing on Wu's house. Chapter 57-29. Otherwise, under Jian Wushuang's roar, I am afraid that half of the king will be destroyed. The legs were slightly bent. Jian Wushuang, with his fists clenched, stared at the eldest prince Lu Chun, and then roared. Even directly broke the opponent's pinnacle secret method. Mochizuki shattered. Lu Chun received a lot of backlash. His breath dropped by a large amount, and he forcibly endured the dullness in his chest. Otherwise, he would vomit it on Jian Wushuang's face. After defeating Lu Chun, the aura on Jian Wushuang's body was calm again. The two masters of the universe of the Gumu school saw that at this time, their expressions were not only shocked, but also doubtful. Just now from Jian Wushuang, they felt an extremely powerful atmosphere of the universe. That is the power beyond them. The universe of the two of them has gradually grown from 1,000 black holes, and now they have cultivated for such a long time, but it has only reached 1,000 or 200. In the universe, there is not even a secret realm. When I felt Jian Wushuang's strong black hole power, he must be surprised and puzzled. That power, in their view, has not completely evolved into the universe. It's a black hole. This means that Jian Wushuang is definitely an emperor. An emperor's eruption in an instant surpassed them countless times. Just a moment's time, it completely suffocated them. Isn't he only 200,000 supernatural powers? The news is wrong. Lu Chen barely suspended the void, his face pale. Can't even speak because a mouth will definitely vomit blood. Even Jian Wushuang himself was a little surprised at the outbreak just now. Unexpectedly, I can't lift the energy. Jian Wushuang moved his neck. Maybe it was because his origin had improved too quickly. He hadn't been tempered by a great battle, so he broke out suddenly and didn't reach the peak. Originally, he planned to use the power of the beast to solve the battle, but he saw Lu Chun getting more and more unpleasant. Let the other party despair once. Break the enemy with one move. And they didn't do it. Directly severely injured the eldest prince Lu Chun. Jian Wushuang was not afraid that he would say it. People like Lu Chun love face the most. If you tell others that he was caught by an emperor, he would be seriously injured by a roar. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, he has no face to say anyway. His Royal Highness, I think that's it. Jian Wushuang slowly fell to the ground. White clothes on the body are not stained with dust. It was Lu Chen's ashamed face. Cough! Lu Chun wanted to open, but as soon as he was about to open, he coughed up a trace of blood. At this time, Wu Li hurriedly came out to make a round and said, "They are all about to become a family. I think this kind of meaningless discussion is almost the same. Today, the humble house cannot entertain the eldest prince and the people of Guizhou. Another day, I will be in a fair, and I will recount the old times with His Royal Highness." Humph! Lu Chen didn't dare to open his mouth, so he could only snort it coldly. Flicking his sleeves, he immediately rose into the air. When he passed by his companion, he left without saying a word. The two Gumu sect masters of the universe received the sound transmission from the bottom of their hearts and hurriedly followed. Jian Wushuang sighed. Looking at Wu Li, he said, "What should I do next?" He glanced around. Within 100 miles, even a tree was gone. It will soon be married to Princess Jinshin. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to be seen by others? And the home was razed to the ground. Those who didn't know thought that they too had no abilities. They were beaten into the house, and even the house was knocked off. Small problem. Wu Li smiled and shook his head, then snapped his fingers. After a crisp sound, the space changed. Suddenly, a magnificent mansion descended on the surrounding open space. There is no difference from the previous layout. Only some details have been changed. Jian Wushuang looked around, a little surprised. This is actually an energy body? Yes, it's not a pity to ruin it. As long as there is a universe crystal, you can have as much as you want. The entire king capital is actually in this layout. Wu Li explained. Jian Wushuang knew everything in his heart, and then asked, "But I didn't feel it for the first time." This kind of energy body comes from the formation. That is the formation created by the great power of the 8 tribulations realm. If you can see it, it will be weird. Wu Li snickered and laughed. But my heart sank. This kind of layout is very common throughout Gyue time and space. How could Jian Wushuang not know? And as for the formation of the energy body, it seems that he doesn't know at all. Randomly picked a wild flower. Jian Wushuang held it in his hand and played with it, but he didn't know that his identity was once again suspected by Wu Li. After Lu Chen's trouble, Wu Mansion also began to lively. Many servants began to prepare for their wedding in 3 days. However, Jian Wushuang was happy and leisurely, walking around Wu Mansion at will, and from time to time he would only lay down people personally how to make arrangements. He looked like he was going to get married. He was married for the first time. It's also considered a cumbersome. I have always heard how unbearable the son-in-law is. Now he feels pretty good. Just practice. Others will give back the resources. If this kind of good thing had been encountered by him a few years earlier, there would be no headaches in the back. He had eaten and waited to die a long time ago. However, if this were the case, he would probably not be trained by Teacher Xianyi. The original Teacher Xian, I'm afraid that there are no less training practitioners. He is only one of them, but he is the only super talent in the original universe to stand out. I've been walking until today. Never let the other party down. 3 days passed very slowly. For Jian Wushuang now, it was the 3 most fulfilling days he had had. In these 3 days, he has never felt relaxed. It's like giving yourself a break. Leave everything behind. Leisurely life. Follow the elder Mu Chun to visit the royal capital and drink fine wine. Fishing for arowanas on Shenlong Lake. Bai Shuai's fights against wild beasts. It's so fun. Unfortunately, there are only 3 days. After the wedding, he will go to Shurgwa for the Excalibur embryo. After the embryo is completed, it is almost time for the holy meeting. The time of the congregation varies from person to person. Maybe soon, tens of thousands of years will be over. But this time, I am afraid it will shake several epochs. Because Jian Wushuang and Wu Li's plan was to open Wanlu. By then, the two of them will become the target of public criticism. Everyone will stare at both of them. I want to get the treasures from the 10,000 Willows sacred tree from them, including Gomu School. The vitality of the Shinmu King was revived, and he needed to obtain vitality suitable for the 8 Tribulations realm from the Wanlu Shinmu. This kind of vitality could not be created by Jian Wushuang. Even if the current origin is very strong, the vitality of creation can revive the body of the god. But to revive the divine body, that would be too difficult. It is also difficult for him to become a robbery. Otherwise, he can sell his life and make a fortune. With his strong vitality, I am afraid that it will not take a long time to buy the entire Guyu time space. He can think about this kind of thing. Chapter 57:30. Even if he becomes the tribulation realm, when in a certain realm, he can breathe life into those scattered tribulations. Once exposed, countless tribulation realms will be swarmed. There is still trading. It is estimated that all the 8 tribulations realm powerhouses would rob him at that time. Unless there is enough strength, there will be orderly trading. But if he really wants to have that strength, why should he sell his life force? It's not better to grab those families directly. Jian Wushuang shook his head. The big wedding tomorrow. Taking advantage of the bright moon tonight, he began to paint. Draw a scene of ancient moon time and space. He draws slowly and seriously. When he returned to the Temple of Chishan that day, he would also give some friends to tell about his experience in Guyu time and space. This painting is a testimony. Finished. It's dawn. In the early morning of the royal capital, the sun was dazzling. In the palace above the clouds, colorful auspicious clouds fell, and a pair of luxurious welcoming teams descended on Wangdu Avenue under the colorful auspicious clouds, floating all the way to the outside of Wufu Gate. On both sides of the street, whether it is ordinary or immortal emperor, they are all looking forward to the color. When we are greeted, a loud voice sounded, and Princess Jin Shun, wearing a red robe, stepped on colorful clouds and entered Wu Mansion. It's just that her complexion is a bit embarrassing. Originally wanted to let his elder brother teach Jian Wushuang a lesson, but after his elder brother came back, he ignored her. Ask and say nothing. Ugh! Crossed the threshold. After entering Jian Wushuang's room, her expression only eased slightly. That's the end of the matter. She has no other way. Hard ones are no good, only soft ones. You're here. Jian Wushuang was sitting in front of the bed. He was also in a red robe. From a distance, the two can be regarded as talented women. It's just that Jian Wushuang's white hair is a bit distracting. Jin Shin replied softly. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised when he saw that the other party was talking to him so peacefully. I don't know what trick this princess is playing. He has to be careful. The two looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a while. It was the first time for the eldest girl to marry. Jian Wushuang married for the first time. Jin Shin got married for the first time. After a while, Jin Shin took the initiative to speak. I heard that you have been in Outland. Are you still used to returning to Yu country? Fortunately, I am used to being free. As long as no one threatens me, I can get used to it everywhere. After Jian Wushuang finished, he didn't forget to add, if your Royal Highness is not used to it in the future, you can tell me at any time. Jin Shin sneered, but when he thought of asking Jian Wushuang after the big wedding, he replied softly, definitely. The two passed the time with each other. In the welcoming party outside, Mu Chun and Wu Li chatted happily. After checking the time, he was about to go to the palace with Jian Wushuang. It's good time, get up. After Jian Wushuang heard this, they walked out of the house together. There was already a circle of people outside. Each of them is a powerful person in the Yu country. Either it is Tianzhao among the emperors. Congratulations keep coming. Jian Wushuang clasped his fists in return. When he left Wu Mansion, Wu Li stood in front of the door, tears crisscrossing, and holding Mu Chen's hand, complaining, I'm just such a nephew, brother Mu Chun, you can. Don't worry, you are all your own, and you will definitely not let Wushuang wise nephew be wrong. Jian Wushuang was embarrassed listening to him. That is, he had a thick-skinned face. Otherwise, you must find a seam to drill in. My son-in-law, it really wasn't so good. At least be thick-skinned. Jin Shin stepped on the colorful, auspicious clouds and brought Jian Wushuang into Longhu. Following everyone's gaze, the welcoming team flew to the palace. It was the first time that Jian Wushuang took a seat in Longhu, and he also enjoyed the luxury of the emperor. But when he looked at Longhu, he felt a strong breath, directly surpassing the welcoming team. Several terrifying auras are all around the Six Tribulations realm. The coma is not good. Jian Wushuang looked out through the curtains. The welcoming party was blocked by a group of people. 3 people stand upright. A woman in a red robe stood in the first place, with a red mark on the center of her eyebrows. That represents the flame god. Not only the people of Sherwin knew it, but the strong people of the entire Guma continent knew it. 9 heavens and 10 earths are very loud. After all, it was a totem mark left by a special life in the 8 Tribulations realm. Except for the Lord of the Universe in the 8 Tribulations realm, the Flame God is invincible. The Lord of the Universe will become the Dispersal Tribulation because of the failure to cross the tribulation. But the Flame Gods are born without disaster. No one dared to offend this super existence. Even the Master of the Universe in the 8 Tribulations realm did not want to offend. Once offended, you must get rid of it. Otherwise, when you fail to cross the robbery that day and get hit by someone, you will have no chance. God Holy, Jian Wushuang frowned. He hadn't heard of the relationship between the Yu royal family and the Flame Gods. And the other party is not good. It looks like it's not here to congratulate. On the contrary, it seems to be a smashing place. Isn't he going to grab a kiss? Jian Wushuang frowned. He was robbed, and he also robbed others. It can be said that he has experienced a lot. But this kind of thing, can't let him come across every time. Jian Wushuang looked at the Princess Jin Shun, thinking that this time it was because of the other party. The flame is the patron saint of the Stone Kingdom. Jin Shun has a relationship with Shi Guogua. It must be the cause of the other party. Jian Wushuang recognized it in his heart. Princess Jin Chen's eyes flickered, but she hoped that Shi Jiao would bring someone to grab her. But there is no such possibility. The ancestor of the royal family has already greeted the Shi family. The matter of Shi Jiao has been settled privately. As for the Hui, she also knows a lot. Right now, I don't know him. And looking at the breath is also an emperor. The 2 black robe elders behind him were all 6 Calamity Realm powerhouses. Divine power leaked, full of pressure. Among the welcoming team, the strongest is nothing but Elder Mu Chun in the half-step 4 Tribulations realm. At this moment, he felt those 2 breaths of 6 Tribulations realm, and his expression sank. When he saw that woman, he turned his head and glanced at Jian Wushuang in Long Huzhong. A woman of the Hui stood in front of her. It looks like it's not because of Jin Shun, but Jian Wushuang. This time it really made him guess right, without waiting for him to come forward and interrogate. The woman in red at the head said, Jian Wushuang, you are so laid back. After hearing these words, there was a flame in the eyes of Elder Mu Chun. He was worried that the Shi family would make trouble. After being dealt with by the ancestors, I thought that there was no worries about the future. As a result, Jian Wushuang's trouble came up again. Princess Jinchen in Long Hu was a little excited in her heart. If it was Jian Wushuang, wouldn't it be that she didn't need to marry Jian Wushuang? After Jian Wushuang heard these words, he panicked a little. Stand up directly. He opened the curtain and walked out of Longhu. He was dressed in a red robe with white hair. When seeing this face, the corner of the Ho-Yi's mouth rose, and she guessed it was indeed Jian Wushuang. Chapter 5731. The Power of Life Exposed. The claws directly tore the somewhat unlucky Lord of the Universe to pieces. The source was condensed, and before the physical body was recovered, the humanoid beast directly grew its mouth and spit out a mouthful of venom. Along with the venom, there was a terrifying black column of air. Qingtang couldn't take care of it anymore. Seeing that the Lord of the Universe was about to fall, he hurriedly shot, kicked it out, and kicked the alien beast directly into the wall of the cabin. The alien beast wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of killing intent. After feeling that the strength of the alien beast was not too strong, Qingtian became more courageous and made everyone retreat to want to deal with it alone. Inside the cabin on the ground floor, baby Dylan and Dylan stared at the sky with wide eyes. So much so that they all forgot to enhance the divine power of alien beast. As a result, the alien beast was beaten violently by Taoist Qingtian. Taoist Qingtian, who had recovered to the peak, erupted with more than 400,000 divine powers, while the divine power of that alien beast was less than 400,000. In the hands of Qingtian, he has been ravaged all the time. Originally, he was arranged to come in to force these people to leak the breath of death. As a result, now he himself has begun to fear death, that it's just this power of death that baby D doesn't like at all, because he has been staring at Jian Wushuang. "A quarter of an hour!" Dylan exclaimed. Babidi took out a white jade pot in the shape of a kettle from behind him. "Is there any extra life?" Dylan shook his head after hearing this. Go to the third cabin, drain all the scattered tribulations sent by the Eternal Clan, and then inject it into that kid's treatment cabin," Babidi ordered. "If it's not enough, just drain these Cosmos Masters." Dylan was a little surprised, but he didn't dare to question, he just nodded. But baby D was poking his hands excitedly, pacing in front of the sky. "The more vitality, the stronger the power of death. I never thought that such a miraculous thing would happen, that a weak master of the universe can actually swallow so much vitality. So how strong should the power of death burst out when the opponent is about to die?" Babidi is looking forward to it originally, according to his plan. Even if it was ahead of schedule, it would take a long time to guide a large number of strong people to come. Now it is possible to do it in one step. From Jian Wushuang alone, enough power of death is obtained. And when he arrives at what he will do with the power of death, he will not know. In the treatment warehouse, Jian Wushuang does not care about the supplement of the power of life. Instead, he feels that the power of life is getting weaker and weaker. He is pure that he plans to go out. After watching Qingtian beat that alien beast, he feels that there is no danger, that if there is any danger, he will face it in the treatment chamber. The life force in the treatment chamber is getting stronger and stronger. Weak, he didn't even bother to transform. Not only was he wasting time, but every time he transformed, it would consume a certain amount of his source. In this way, not only did he not make money, but he also lost money. Qingtian in the cabin also became stronger and stronger, but he couldn't kill the alien beast. He also saw that the strength of this alien beast should not weaken him, but it just didn't fully explode. This made him very puzzled. Obviously has a very powerful divine power, but it does not explode. What is this for? As for Jian Wushuang, he hadn't paid attention to it for a long time. He just thought Jian Wushuang was a little weird. When he was on the upper floor, he was very calm in the face of death, and he didn't earn or take it. It formed a sharp contrast with the outside world. It's more like coming to visit. Now in the treatment cabin, I can't come out, and I don't know what I'm doing. You want to break through your own origin with vitality. Qingtian thought it was a little funny, but the next moment he couldn't smile. Dylan. When Qingtian saw the other party, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, exuding fear from the bottom of his heart. That it was the blast from the outside world that made him already have a shadow in his heart. Dylan didn't even look at Taoist Qingtian. Instead, he walked towards the alien beast powerhouse of the Eternal Family. When the other party saw Dylan, his expression was similar to that of Taoist Qingtian. It seems that Dylan has ravaged it. Lord Dylan. The beast kept stepping back, with a bad premonition in his heart. Especially when I saw the jade pot in the opponent's hand, I couldn't help but swallow. Jian Wushuang, who was in the treatment room, also saw Dylan's appearance. He originally thought of appearing directly, but after seeing the other party, he suddenly changed his mind. It is comfortable to stay in the short and thin treatment room that don't even go out. Trash. Dylan glanced at the alien beast and grabbed the opponent's head directly from the depth of his arm, so fast that people couldn't see the movement clearly. The alien beast was caught, unable to move. Dylan took the jade pot and inserted it directly into the opponent's chest. Then he saw a green liquid emerge from the opponent's body and enter the jade pot. This scene made Xintian and others keep retreating. What is taken away is the vitality. The powerhouse of the eternal family is Sanjie. Once it is drained of life, it also means death. They never imagined that Dylan would even attack himself that in a few breaths. The vitality of a four-tribulation realm powerhouse was completely extracted, and there was nothing left. The flesh has become extremely shriveled. Looking at the alien beast's empty eyes and lifeless flesh, they are all clear, as well as fallen. Dylan shook the jade pot and felt that the source of life inside was full. So he took the jade pot and walked straight to Jian Wushuang's treatment room. What is he going to do? Jian Wushuang's eyes widened, and there was a bad premonition in his heart. When he wanted to destroy the treatment chamber and go out, he found that his whole body was bound, and he couldn't move at all. Eternal change. Jian Wushuang burst out with all his strength, and the blue arrogance rose up, directly breaking the restriction to boom. The treatment chamber was completely destroyed, and Jian Wushuang evaporated all the remaining liquid on his body, staring at Dylan. Seeing that Daejian Wushuang suddenly ran wild, Dylan was stunned for a moment and said, "It seems that you have recovered." He lowered his head and glanced at the jade pot in his hand again. Yu reading www.sonicl.com felt a little wasteful. After all, it is the lifeblood of a powerhouse in the Four Tribulations realm. Under everyone's attention, Dylan inserted the jade pot into his body. But this time, instead of devouring his own vitality, he absorbed the vitality in the jade pot. Such a huge vitality, all absorbed into the body, Dylan's strength skyrocketed again. With the body of scattered robbery, it is comparable to the half-step 6 robbery realm. It's time for you to see what fear is. Dylan threw away the jade pot and shot directly. The violent divine power is suffocating. The rest did see fear, but Jian Wushuang did not move. He now understands that these people did not intend to kill them at all, but wanted to make them despair. Chapter 5732. This is also normal. Jian Wushuang is himself a god-defying emperor. He is the emperor of the same level. Many people are discussing below. Jian Wushuang turned a deaf ear. What are you going to do? Don't take it too seriously. Just want to see how much you have improved these days. It seems to be a bit stronger than before, but this strength is not enough. The supernatural power of 260,000 yuan was said to be worthless by Fan Tianfeng. Jian Wushuang's eyes trembled, secretly cursing in my heart. She is afraid that she has forgotten the fear of being dominated by extinction. At the beginning, Mi Bing possessed Dongjun's bones, exploded with 250,000 times of divine power, and was able to suppress her at will. How long has it been since now? Can I feel so arrogant if I have added some divine power? Good. Jian Wushuang agreed. Since we have to learn from each other, then let the other party know what it means there is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the person. And also, the origin of time and space is the strongest. Jian Wushuang put away the aura of supernatural power on his body. He wants to use the origin of his hometown to defeat Fan Tianfeng. Let her understand, don't forget your roots. And Fan Tianfeng frowned as he watched Jian Wushuang put away his supernatural aura and said, "Why, you're scared." Jian Wushuang couldn't help but smile and said, "If I'm afraid, I won't leave there for the rest of my life." Blue. Boom. The popping of space is deafening. Today is the day of the wedding, and it cannot be delayed. Since he chose to use the source to deal with Fan Tianfeng, he would not keep his hands. Eternal change. Surrounded by a blue arc, the aura on Jian Wushuang's body turned blue. Hair, clothes, and eyebrows are all blue. It also represents the power of the starry sky. This turmoil. People in the palace couldn't help but walk out. The female emperor led the officials, looking at Jian Wushuang and Fan Tianfeng. The junior's hands, she couldn't intervene. If those 2-6 tribulations realm dared to do it, she has to end. Although those two are both in the 6 tribulations realm, not the master of the universe. She is the master of the half-step six tribulations realm universe, and the palace is her dojo. You have to die as many as you come, unless it is the seven tribulations realm. Otherwise, she is invincible. Naturally, don't panic. When she felt the breath of Jin Wushuang's body, there was a color in her cold eyes. This breath also appeared when dealing with Sergio. Only this time, it is much stronger than before. He has a secret, the Empress sighed in her heart. She thought Jin Wushuang was a caged bird of the royal family, but now she understands. Yu country is a small place, and Jin Wushuang can't be trapped. Entrance is just a cover. She understands this. But at first, I just felt that Jin Wushuang was an emperor and couldn't overcome any big storms. It's just that she is shaken now, knowing that Jin Wushuang will definitely rise up in the future, a character who can't be restrained for 9 days in 10 places. Recruiting Jin Wushuang might be a wrong choice. If she knew that Jin Wushuang had harmed many people, she would have regretted her intestines. Fan Tianfeng felt Jin Wushuang's changes and was not surprised. She knows Jin Wushuang's whole cards. Draw your sword. You do not deserve. Jin Wushuang shot instantly, his figure resembling the thunder in the space. So quickly people can't see the shadow. Even the Lord of the Universe can't see clearly. Elder Mu Chen couldn't believe Jin Wushuang's speed even more. Rubbing his eyes, when he looked at Jin Wushuang again, he could only see some afterimages. The reason why Fan Tianfeng has confidence is that his strength is naturally not weak. The supernatural power of 280,000 soared to 300,000. Fighting against Jin Wushuang several times, he didn't even fall behind. The eldest prince who followed the Empress' side opened his mouth slightly. 3 days ago, he thought Jin Wushuang had exerted his full strength. The result is that he was playing tricks at the beginning. As long as Jin Wushuang is in this state, he only needs a look in his eyes to defeat him. Boom! Jin Wushuang had the upper hand, and the sharp fist smashed the space. If not for the formation of the royal capital and the maintenance of the female emperor, this place has long since become like an eternal kingdom. Although he could not destroy the entire eternal kingdom, but ruining a royal capital is really not a problem. The combat power he exploded has reached the four tribulations realm, and it's the fighting power of the Lord of the Universe. The Lord of the Universe in the four tribulations realm is only his strength. The Princess Jean Chen on Long Hug looked at the bursts of blue arrogance in the sky with her head hooked, knowing that it was produced every time Jin Wushuang played against each other. But just can't see how Jin Wushuang looked when he shot. Fear. He is so strong. Jean Chen was speechless. When Jin Wushuang defeated Sergio, she only felt that Sergio was out of luck. After reaching the robbery realm, he could still catch up with Jin Wushuang. But now that he has witnessed Jin Wushuang's real combat power, even if Sergio became the Lord of the Universe, he was not Jin Wushuang's opponent. She had to admit this. Wu Li and others in the royal capital also looked up. He was even more shocked. Jin Wushuang's strength has surpassed him. Some can't hold it anymore. Fortunately, he also has a whole card. Otherwise, he would have to consider running away. If you continue to cooperate with Jin Wushuang, he will kill the donkey that day, and he has no choice. The entire royal capital, and even the entire high level of the country of Vietnam, are paying attention to this battle. Some people think that the royal family has picked up the treasure. Actually discovered Jin Wushuang, such a peerless arrogant. Some people think long-term. I think the royal family might be afraid of Jin Wushuang. The strength that Jin Wushuang erupted was really too shocking. Jin Wushuang in the blue arrogance just used his aura to stun Fan Tianfeng back. Fan Tianfeng, who was also in the flames, had a somewhat unstable breath. Just a series of fights. Let her see the gap. Jin Wushuang was so strong that it was indeed beyond her imagination. Impossible. How can your strength be so strong? Fan Tianfeng forcibly burned his divine power and rushed again. She didn't believe that Jin Wushuang could maintain this state for a long time. Definitely burn the source and fight her desperately. Jin Wushuang stood in the void, deep, his eyes cold. Hum! A beam of light burst into the finger. The blue air column burst out and instantly arrived in front of Fan Tianfeng. Without waiting for her to think about it, Jian Wushuang's figure rushed along the air column he just hit. His speed is faster than his own breath. Fan Tianfeng has nowhere to hide. Dodge the attack, can't avoid Jian Wushuang. His Royal Highness, don't panic. The two Six Tribulation Realm powerhouses who were also watching the battle shot at this time. They shocked Jian Wushuang's terrifying combat power. But I will never forget my mission. Protect Fan Tianfeng. This is Ho Yi, the most proud of flame divine power. If they fall, neither of them will survive. Although Jian Wushuang was strong, he had no way to deal with the Six Tribulations realm. Can only stop the figure. At this moment, the Empress also personally ended. 3,000 red sleeves flew out of the palace. Cover the sky and the sun. The breath of horror suddenly fell. The two Six Tribulations realm experts simultaneously protected Fan Tianfeng and turned to look outside the palace gate. Where the Empress is standing, the Faxiang rises to the sky. Shenghui Nebula. The female emperor snorted coldly. Chapter 5733. A huge nebula form appeared, condensing the appearance of the Empress. The red sleeve envelopes the nebula image. A palm shot directly suppressed the two Six Tribulations realm. Fan Tianfeng had nothing to do, standing still at a loss. With a stroke of her hand, the female emperor directly threw the two Six Tribulation realm powerhouses out of the territory of Yu Kingdom. Go on! The Empress stretched out her hand, motioning for the two to continue fighting. Jian Wushuang swallowed, wondering if he should make another move. However, since I spoke, he can't violate it either. Huh. Fan Tianfeng's expression was a little flustered, and he hurriedly transmitted the sound to the ancestor. At the same time, shot again. Flame body, a fire demon that seemed to have crawled out of purgatory, descended. That is the blood that Fan Tianfeng is proud of. The blood of the flame gods. Fan Tianfeng, the strongest Hui. But in Jian Wushuang's eyes, it was vulnerable, condensing the power of the stars with both hands. An invisible sword appeared in his hand. You are going to lose. Jian Wushuang said he wouldn't draw his sword, but he didn't say he wouldn't use it. When he condensed the invisible sword, the sword of the starry sky was hung in the royal capital. Billions of sword intent fill the sky. They rush towards Fan Tianfeng together. At this moment, even if the opponent is struggling, it is useless to burn divine power. Jian Wushuang made billions of swords. The gathered starry sky power, if converted into divine power, would definitely exceed 500,000. He really wants to draw the sword. He doesn't know how strong he will be. Fan Tianfeng was really panicked this time. Retreating constantly, the flame behind her stood in front of her. But this is just a sign. Can't stop it at all. When billions of sword intents rushed in, they were instantly fragmented. I admit defeat. Fan Tianfeng was completely desperate without the resistance of the law. If you really want to resist, she will die. Hundreds of thousands of sword intent gathered into an invisible sword, suspended between Fan Tianfeng's neck. At the same time, the distant sky began to burn, and it turned into a sea of flames in just a moment. In this sea of flames, there is a human face hidden. Flame gods. The ancient Wood continent is the strongest in contemporary times. The infinite flame contained in his pair of eyes can kill the Seven Tribulations realm. If you really want to attack Jian Wushuang, I am afraid that the entire Yu country will be destroyed in an instant. However, he saw that Jian Wushuang's cause and effect were deeply entangled with Fan Tianfeng, and he did not directly take action. Empress Fengtian's eyelids throbbed, and her dojo collapsed in an instant. She knew that it was the flame who had arrived. Even in his own dojo, it is absolutely unstoppable. Let's go! The flame god made a dull voice. Jian Wushuang did not intend to kill him, knowing that the flame would not attack him. But being so watched, there is still a great sense of oppression. The same as that Qi Jiuxiao. However, the original Qi Jiuxiao didn't use his full strength. If he really wanted to make a move, he would be stronger than the flame god. Jian Wushuang, we will see each other again. Fan Tianfeng gritted his teeth, turned around and walked through the flame space, and left Yu Kingdom. The flame space in the sky also disappeared. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. The sense of oppression just now was too strong. Princess Jin Shun, who was sitting in the middle of Longhua, looked at Jian Wushuang's back with fear in her eyes. Only now did she understand that the mysterious powerhouse she met in Baiwan Mountain was Jian Wushuang. Emperor, Five Tribulations Realm. The strength that Jian Wushuang had just exploded definitely had the combat power of the Four Tribulations Realm. The Master of the Universe, who can fight for the Four Tribulations Realm. Powerful. Some people feel incredible. Guyu time and space. The first emperor can't be overstated, right? Many people were amazed. Jian Wushuang condensed his aura, and he also felt that he had just taken a shot that seemed a bit ostentatious. Accidentally, the burst of strength was too strong. The main thing is that there is a breath in my heart. Fan Tianfeng's own strength is not very good, but he uses his background to suppress him. This makes him very upset. Everyone is an emperor from the Temple of Qixin. Came to Guyu time and space to save the Temple of Qi. Instead of fighting background here. Meaningless. Call. Jian Wushuang glanced around and returned to Long Hu. The big wedding has to go on? Mu Chen looked back at Long Hu, stabilized his emotions, and continued to walk towards the palace. This time the Empress was standing outside the palace, waiting for the procession to welcome her. At the same time, several Six Tribulation Realm powerhouses arrived. The breath just now, as well as several ancestors in the royal family, were alarmed. Have you found out the details of this son? A simple voice came into the ears of the Empress. The arrogant Empress also moved her expression when she heard this voice, and then respectfully said, Ancestor, I have checked. The affairs of Outland are all arranged by Wu Li, not from the background of Jian Wushuang. Then, what about the real background? Can't find out, the Empress said truthfully. He appeared out of thin air. Thanks, it seems that the more my country is in a disaster. When she heard what the ancestor said, the Empress was stunned, then reacted. The country of Yu is not a powerful country among the 16 countries. The super dynasty of the Eternal Kingdom has not been destroyed for a few years. Today's Guma continent undercurrents are surging. Everything must be careful. If Jian Wushuang sneaked into Yu country, it was for the belongings of Yu country. Both the Empress and the ancestors didn't believe it, because Jian Wushuang's strength surpassed their cognition. It will never be because of Yu Guo. It might be to hide your identity and do some big thing. What they fear is that they will be implicated in the country of Vietnam at that time. But now Jian Wushuang has been married. There is no way to return it. Can only pray that Jian Wushuang's future will help Yu Guo instead of destroying Yu Guo. Looking at Jian Wushuang's passing figure, this idea was suppressed by her again. She didn't think Jian Wushuang would help Yu Guo. It's good time. After the sharp voice sounded, many guests all took their seats. The ceremony was extremely grand. It lasted from morning to night. Many powerhouses in the hall were discussing Jian Wushuang's strength. On the surface, Yu Guo picked up the treasure, but secretly waited to see the joke. Such a powerful son-in-law was not as cheap as the boy from Shiguo. After Jian Wushuang became the Tribulation Realm, it would not take long for him to become the master of the universe in the Five Tribulations Realm. By then, how could it be subjugated to others? The country of Vietnam will also change. But Wu Li is the biggest winner of the game. Regardless of Jian Wushuang's status, the status of the Wu family has risen in real terms. But Wu Li couldn't be happy from the bottom of his heart. Such a powerful Jian Wushuang is not something he can handle. When the time comes to open Wanlu, there will be some trouble. Although he also has a whole card, that existence cannot appear at will. This big wedding comes down. The audience is happy. However, no one in the royal family and Wu family can be happy. Shisan, the night is late. Jian Wushuang was sitting on the bed alone, while Princess Jin Shun was sending guests away. When I returned to the east, it was late at night. Chapter 5734. Big Husband, born in heaven and earth. How can you live on this bed? When Princess Jin Shin walked into the bridal chamber, Jian Wushuang suddenly stood up. His eyes are firm and clear, and his feet are strong, step by step close to each other. You! Princess Jin Shun was a little frightened. She was taken aback for a moment, her purple eyes staring at Jian Wushuang. The feat of Jian Wushuang by Tian Tian really restrained her. Now she also understood that it was not the mysterious Five Tribulations realm at Baiwa Mountain, but Jian Wushuang in front of her. Although there is still some distance from the Five Tribulations realm, but the current Jian Wushuang could have the combat power of the Four Tribulations realm. This time Mingyan defeated Tianjiao, the foremost bloodline of the ancient Wood continent, with the displayed combat power. It is already the #1 in Guyu time and space in contemporary times. Even counting upwards, none of the Emperor Tianjiao of the reincarnation era was as defying as Jian Wushuang. What are you doing? Jinshin took a step back unconsciously. No matter how powerful Jian Wushuang is, there is only one person in her heart. This will not change. Jian Wushuang approached step by step and stood in front of Jinshin. After staying for a while, Chong Chong said forcefully, "Let me." Princess Jinshin was a little puzzled, but took a step back as she did. Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to walk out of the vicinity of the bed and came to a corner. Said it is a corner, but the palace prepared by the royal family for them is not bad. Even in the corner, there is a futon. Those who didn't know thought it was specially prepared for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang directly sat cross-legged on the futon, his eyes closed. "Don't worry, I won't touch you. If you are acquainted, I have your handle. You'd better not do anything out of the ordinary." Princess Jinshin held her head up. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard the word handle, and instantly stood up, his eyes opened, his murderous aura leaked out. The Princess Jinshin, who was still a little proud just now, lowered her head held high when she saw Jian Wushuang's appearance. "Don't offend me. I know why you want to join the royal family. Isn't it because of the qualifications of the sacred society?" Jinshin said a little emboldened. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the matter of taking refuge in Bobby was known. Now that the Holy Assembly qualification token has been obtained, there is nothing to hide. This time I entered the custody, it was nothing more than a clever setting up of a name. If you simply provoke the Tianjiao of the major families to show your own strength, it is likely to be abandoned halfway. Come to Guyu time and space. Every time he broke out, it seemed to be for himself, but every time he fought for others. On the bright side, Jean Sergio and Fan Tianfeng have exaggerated backgrounds. Secretly, he first showed his prominence in Baiwa Mountain and then broke out in the Eternal Realm. They are all famous teachers. You can't just provoke others to explode your strength for no reason, and then wait for the Guma faction or some superpowers to draw in. This will not only fail to be cultivated, but will lose your life instead. The trip to the human world in the Temple of Qishan made him see the terrible family. It's okay to be a dog. Pride of the day. It simply doesn't work. Even now, it is because of Wu Li's identity that he can enter this upper world. Sometimes strength is not absolute. For example, he is just an emperor after all. Even if the fighting power of the Four Tribulations realm erupts, it is still the emperor. If there is no background, it is worthless, and it will be squeezed out by those superpowers or even beheaded. After all, this world has so many resources, and if one power rises, there will be one more rival. Jian Wushuang knew this well. That's why Wu Li's plan was carried out step by step. This also shows that Wu Li was the mastermind of this game, and even understood the chains of this world early. If you want the family to rise to another level, then there must be a peerless powerhouse. He pressed the treasure on himself. There are only a few tribulation realms in the Wu family, and they are not as talented as him. The family background is also very shallow. After all, resources are still limited. If you want to get more resources, you must become stronger. So he dared to peer into Wanlu Shenmu. It was his luck that he got the wooden sword with the vitality power matching the 10,000 willows sacred tree above it. Most likely, It is a treasure flowing out of Wanlu Shenmue. This is an opportunity and a catastrophe. Grasp it and make it to the sky in one step. It is not a problem to become the master of the universe in the Five Tribulations realm. Maybe you can go further and create a superpower. If you're not sure, then run away. This is nothing. Anyway, the Wu family now ranks in the top 10 in a small dynasty like you. Looking at the ancient Wood continent, it can only be regarded as a force with a name but no surname. He doesn't like that little resource either. Jian Wushuang's thoughts were not as simple as Wu Li's. In the face of it, he wants to open Wanlu and secretly cooperates with Bobby D. His goal is not only the ancient Wood continent, but even to be involved in the entire Guyu time-space dispute. As long as there are disputes, there will be opportunities. If Emperor Bobby can really overturn Guyu time and space, then he can also get a lot of benefits. But can't press them all together. He wants a long layout. The current strength is still too weak. You need to take risks if you want to rise. Following Bobby D is an adventure, and opening Wanlu is also an adventure. As long as one succeeds, he can fly into the sky, return to the Temple of Forbidding God to solve the extinction. He can directly disregard all time and space. At that time, he would have the real strength and patience to find Teacher Xian Yi and take a look at the future world. He now needs to struggle constantly. Yu Kingdom, Southeast China. A white figure, like a stream of light, broke through the space and flew at an extremely fast speed. On his body, there is still a breath of Jian Wushuang. This person, it was Jian Wushuang who refined the chess pieces of the font size and injected them into the life-recovering Five Tribulations realm powerhouse. By the day before the wedding, Jian Wushuang released Zibai out and waited near the capital. For the grand marriage of the future female emperor of the Yu Kingdom, many powerful people will come, and there will be some in the Five Tribulations realm, not afraid of being discovered. Zibai waited outside. He took the opportunity to select prey. Among the top 10 families, the top 3 are all 6 Calamity Realm powerhouses. That was the superpower that existed before the establishment of Yu Kingdom. Although it is now dilapidated, there is no master of the universe who has come to the Five Tribulations realm. But there are still old monsters in the Dispersion realm in the family. Of these 3 families, Jian Wushuang would naturally not take risks. The remaining 10 families. He also looks down on forces like the Wu family at the end. Finally placed in the 5th rank family. Chun family. Rise several times ago. The master of the universe whose family has gone out of the Five Tribulations realm has also opened a 5-star sect. The Lord of the universe in the Five Tribulations realm fell, and the sect was also destroyed, turned into clan power. Several cosmic masters of the Four Tribulation realm have appeared one after another, and all of them have failed to overcome the tribulation and become the dispersing tribulation realm. Chapter 57:35. Today, the strongest in the family is a universe lord of the 3 tribulations realm, and his strength is not as good as Wu Li. Even in one's own universe, the combat power of the ordinary 4 tribulations realm can burst out. If it were not for the glory of the ancestors, it would not rank 5th. There are also a few old-fashioned scattered robbers in the family, all of which are in the 4th tribulation realm. It's a good choice. Jian Wushuang's wisp of consciousness turned into an erratic human form, moving forward in Zibai's light and shadow. Go to the universe of the Lord of the Universe first. Yes. Zibai didn't hesitate. His figure quickly rose up, and he walked directly toward the universe conceived in the void. An elliptical universe, like stars in the void. If you look closely, you can see the internal structure. There are only more than 1,000 black holes. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Too weak. This kind of universe is in the eyes of a time-space emperor like him. Works that spoil the space. Not worthy to survive. Kill it. Yes. Zibai turned into light and shadow and directly pierced the universe. The origin of everything that envelopes the universe collapses in an instant, as well as the formations are constantly being corroded. This is a precursor to the destruction of the source. Who? An angry sound rang, and then angrily said, "Dare to break into my universe. You are looking for death." Zibai stopped, and after looking at the figure inside the origin of the universe, a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. There is also an extra folding fan in his hand, lightly dancing. Seems to be partial sun. However, in the next moment, he became a demon who destroys the world. His figure soared to hundreds of millions of miles in an instant, his whole body exuding colored light and shadow, and without waiting for the other party's reaction, his punch hit the origin of the universe. With just one punch, the black hole that carries the universe collapsed 100. The Lord of the Universe went from furious to horror in an instant. One punch destroyed 100 black holes. Now the universe has been hit hard. With a few more punches, I'm afraid his universe will be destroyed directly. "Ancestor, save me!" As soon as a cry of wailing sounded, it was completely dimmed. On a certain continent in the southeastern China, the Chun family sounded the alarm for genocide. What happened? What happened? Look, Patriarch's universe is collapsing. With a noisy voice sounded. People kept breaking out and flying into the sky. The universe of the contemporary patriarch is just above the clan land, and they can see it when they look up. A star keeps flickering. This is the signal before the collapse. Several four tribulation realm powerhouses in the depths of the clan gathered together in an instant. The law bodies of the Lord of the three tribulations realm cosmos was also there. "Run away. Go to the capital." After Qin family patriarch said these words, the law body shattered. This also represents the fall of the deity. The ancestors' eyes throbbed, but they were all people who had experienced big winds and waves, and they reacted in an instant. People in the family cannot be saved, but that is not important. The Tianzhou in the family is either in Gumu's sect or Qingyun's sect. There are also some strong players out there. Those who stayed in the family were some junior emperors or immortals, and some mortals. These can be cultivated, as long as the robbery is still alive. If the family treasure is still there, they will be able to rise again. A few people arrived at the treasure house in an instant. At the same time, a huge teleportation formation rose up. This teleportation array also carries a treasure trove. The treasure house is a single cave world. You can't enter at all at ordinary times. Once the family enters the moment of crisis, the treasure house will open the teleportation array and fall into the turbulence of moments. Only the few talents appointed by the family can sense where they are. Around the treasure house, there are 4 huge pillars. The 4 ancestors, one by one, sat cross-legged on the top. They don't need to manipulate the big formation, only need to guard the big formation. Even if you fall, you must make sure to leave the teleportation treasure house. The rest of the robbery realm and the family can escape if they can, and ordinary emperors don't care about it. The talented seedlings are scattered and fleeing. All this is in order. It seems to have been rehearsed. The response is extremely fast. Even Jian Wushuang, who had just arrived here, was a bit stunned. Look at it at a glance. The Qin family's nest was scattered all over. But these scattered powerhouses are no different from waste. Poor and weak. He didn't even feel a catastrophe. Apparently already ran away. And Jian Wushuang felt a faint atmosphere of space. If it is an ordinary strong person, it is difficult to feel even in the tribulation realm. But Jian Wushuang is an emperor of time and space, and he is very sensitive to this kind of induction. Not good. That breath is a space-time teleportation array. Jian Wushuang took out a mask at will and put it on. The aura on his body was restrained and contracted, and then directly squeezed a seed. That is the power of the starry sky condensed from the deity. The blue power rose instantly. Jian Wushuang slammed into the big formation. At the same time, he also transmitted the location of this place to Zibai. This teleportation array must be destroyed. Otherwise, this time he would come in vain. Only at this time Zibai was still scraping away the treasures in the universe. If he doesn't stop it, he will have to leave when he is discovered by the strong man in the nearby universe. Don't worry, come to the Chen family first. Jian Wushuang directly transmitted the voice command. This formation is 10 times stronger than the one in the universe. He can guess even with his butt, and this treasure trove is set in it. Ha! Jian Wu appeared invisibly in his hands. At this time, he was not afraid of other suspicion, and he went straight out with all his strength. This sword shook the entire formation. It was blocked for a moment. The four ancestors glared. The power of that sword just now was almost equal to the strength of the ordinary four tribulations realm. Similar to the four of them, Dragon, a strong man with the most withered face, stood up. He is the oldest four tribulations realm in the family. It is also the four tribulations realm with the least vitality. It's time for him to dedicate himself. Gong Song, great-grandfather. The three four tribulation realm powerhouses, who also have the title of ancestor, bowed one after another at this moment. Regarding seniority, they all have to call their great-grandfather. This powerful man in the dispersion realm had followed the existence of the master of the five tribulation realm universe who opened the family. Now they are facing downfall. Dare to attack my Chen family, is not afraid of the royal family. The thin old man, even at this moment, did not forget to delay time. Jian Wushuang didn't talk nonsense at all, constantly attacking the formation. It doesn't look at each other. Although the opponent has the combat power of the four tribulations realm, it is hard to say how long they can fight. Maybe there are no two tricks. All vitality will be lost, and only the flesh will be left. Jian Wushuang dodged at will, avoiding a punch from the old man. Hold the Excalibur upside down and leave precariously. Changed a place and continued to destroy the big formation. Said to destroy, in fact, it is interference. His current combat power is not enough to destroy this large formation. Even his deity can't do it. Chapter 5736. This great formation was definitely created for the family at the peak of the Five Tribulations Realm Universe Master. Unless it is a superpower in the Five Tribulations Realm, it can't be broken at all. Ha! Zibai's transformed, and demon directly descended on the sacred mountain above the teleportation array. Jian Wu was overjoyed and said loudly, "Despite everything, I broke him." After hearing these words, Zibai's eyes condensed, directly burning his own origin. He is also considered to be in the Scattered Tribulation Realm, and even worse than the Scattered Tribulation Realm. As long as the Dispersal Tribulation Realm does not take action, it can still slowly gather vitality. Unless it has existed for too long, and even the seeds of life have disappeared, it will wither completely. Zibai is different. He was the one who had died. Even if he was revived, it was only his strength for a moment. Once the source is burned out, it will fall completely. And Zibai, after burning the origin, possesses the power of the pinnacle of the Five Tribulations realm. For arms grew from behind, with three ugly heads. The strongest magical powers in ancient times, the pinnacle of the heavens and the earth, directly displayed 3 times the combat power. The entire formation was torn apart. Jian Wu was overjoyed. He didn't expect it would break so easily. Everything is done in a few breaths. The ancestors of the Chun family looked dizzy and completely lost their confidence. "I want you to die." The 4 ancestors gave their lives one after another, exhausting the last bit of life in his whole body and the little blood left when he was young. He chose to blew himself up. To die, Mingji. The family is over, and these old guys are useless alive. Crucially, Jian Wushuang would not let them live either. At the moment when they blew themselves up, Zibai also exhausted his whole Bodis origin, giving Jian Wushuang the terrifying power of nirvana at the moment. Boom! The huge and demon fell. Together with the flesh began to break. The teleportation array was also destroyed. Now only a piece of mutilation remains. And Jian Wushuang's law body. Wow! Behind Jian Wushuang, a black hole appeared, directly collecting all the wreckage into the black hole behind it. Turning around and taking a look, Jian Wushuang took out a source of destruction from the mustard seeds in the chaotic Chun family land. This was originally brought out from the Temple of Qishan. I was thinking of swallowing it myself. Now he doesn't lack this, just bloom here. Chi. Jian Wushuang tore through the space. and the law body stepped away. Behind him was a dark flower blooming. The Chen family land was wiped out. Although it's midnight, you can practice in the world, day and night. Similarly, there is no distinction between black and white. The Chen family was wiped out. Master, have you seen it? Someone looked up to the sky, offering sacrifices to their master. Someone also bowed down to the Chen family. There are enemies and benefactors. There are also some missing items. Jian Wushuang took away the treasure house, but he could not take away some fixed resources. This side of the site was quickly eroded by the nearby forces. But this is all for later. Jian Wushuang's law body threw a mustard seed on a meteorite through space, and the law body was destroyed by itself. That meteorite, mixed in the turbulent current, has hundreds of millions of the same rubble nearby, surrounding a burning star. And here, there are countless stars. It's like purgatory, deity. Early the next morning, Jian Wushuang and Jin Shun left the room early and went to the palace to meet the empress. This is regarded as the rule of the royal family. In the morning, it was the time for Shang dynasty. However, in the main hall of the palace, only Jian Wushuang and Princess Jin Shun are real bodies, and the rest are law bodies. They descended instantly and appeared on their respective thrones. The empress also appeared at the end. Your Majesty, the Chun family has been destroyed. According to the latest investigation, it looks like a magician giant shot. 3 years ago, the Eternal Kingdom was destroyed, and now the Chun family is wiped out in a single thought, and the remaining power is too strange to ask questions. Many people are more resistant to probing. The kingdom of God, like the Eternal Kingdom, will be destroyed. Not to mention Yugua. It's better not to check, it's more at this juncture. Moreover, he was still working on the night of the eldest princess' wedding, which was obviously premeditated. Sitting on the top, the empress slowly raised her hand with her fingers soaked in ink and scribbled randomly on a gold list. Regarding the Chen family's affairs, she didn't care about it. A family died, and it is also the top 5 big family in Vietnam. It was a big deal, but at this time she didn't have any worries. The heart is like water. After the sacred meeting is over, do further investigation. The empress' tone was very casual. Compared with this incident, what she wants to announce next is the real big thing. When everyone heard the next words, everyone was shocked. The 16 kingdoms of grass. Ranked first is the Stone Kingdom, not only as simple as having appeared in the 8 Tribulations realm, but also guarded by the flame gods. There is no need to say the 3rd Eternal Kingdom. The Lord of the Universe with the 6 Tribulations realm for generations is extremely stable, but unfortunately it has now been destroyed, and the space has been directly wiped out. There is no Eternal Kingdom in the world. The 1st and 3rd places have special places. Among the 16 countries, the 2nd place is also unusual. Daughter Country. What the Empress announced this time was that the Lord of the Daughter Kingdom successfully crossed the tribulation and became the Lord of the 7 Tribulations realm universe. Originally, this country lord was as famous as Shi Xiu, the Lord of the 1st universe in the Stone Country. In terms of fame, it is not even as good as Shi Xiu of Zhongxing Shihua. The two are in the same position as the men of the ancient Wood continent, and the future will depend on the existence of the 7 Tribulations realm. There are only so many masters of the 6 Tribulations realm universe in Guma continent today. Many people think that Shi Xiu will be the fastest breakthrough, but they did not expect to be the leader of the daughter country. There was also a strange color on the face of the Empress. Her brows frowned, as if she was reminiscing about something. It's just that now everyone is more shocked. Master of 7 Tribulations realm universe. When Jian Wushuang heard this, he also took a breath of cold air. The realm of the gods at the beginning. This is not the realm of scattered robbery. That is the real master of the universe. There is almost no gap between the masters of the 7 Tribulations realm universe in the entire ancient Wood continent and the number of powerhouses in the 8 Tribulations realm. There are only 2 or 3 people in Guma continent. There is one of the Gu Mu sect, who is the ancestor of the school, who used to open up the Guyu time-space sect era together with the leader of the Guyu sect. It is the oldest batch of 8 Tribulations realm. Then there are the ancestors of the Stone Country, and the flame gods. The last is the ancestor of the daughter country. However, the 8 tribulations realm of the daughter kingdom has fallen, and the era of fall has been a long time ago. There are only 4 8 tribulations realm, and one has fallen. The wood king of the ancient wood school is too old, and there is not much vitality, and I am afraid that it is not far from the end. The only one who can tell is the flame god. The ancestor of Sherwood didn't work either. Chapter 57:37. And the Lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe is also rare. And they are all in the sect. One is the contemporary leader of the Gumu sect. The other is a superpower from the ancient moon sect to the ancient wood continent. He is a powerful man named Iron Courage. Except for the 19 super beings who opened the sect at the time, most of the powerful kings have fallen or left Guyu at time and space. The strongest person is almost the person with the highest position in time and space and the strongest strength in Guyu. The masters of the 7 tribulations realm universe, who can be entrusted, are all peak powers of the same rank. In his own dojo, it can be comparable to the peak 8 tribulations realm. It is conceivable that even the person in charge of the Gumu sect was not sealed. Now the daughter of the country's master has successfully crossed the catastrophe. Besides the sect, he was the first 7 tribulation realm universe master. It is also the 3rd contemporary master of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm in Gumu continent. Within the dojo, there is the infinite vitality of the 8 tribulations realm combat power. Everyone is envious. Most of the people present are the masters of the universe. However, most of them are in the 3 tribulations realm, and only a few are the masters of the 4 tribulations realm of the universe. As for the Lord of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm, the entire Yu kingdom is also the female emperor of the royal family. Moreover, the female emperor is still the master of the universe of the 6 tribulations realm, and is only one step away from crossing the tribulation. In the entire Gumu continent, the female emperor's combat power in the same tier, faintly ranked first. This is also the reason why Yu Gua has been emboldened recently. Now only need to move forward steadily to compete for the position of the saint. Now that the daughter of the country's master has successfully crossed the catastrophe, the Gumu sect saint of the same name may be coming soon too. Regardless of success or failure, it must give way. The position of the female emperor for the saint can be said to be determined. Not surprisingly, it should be her. Well, there is nothing else to do today, so let's go away first. The empress waved her hand, a little tired, but there was a little oppression on his face. That is brought about by strength. The lord of the daughter country. The empress closed her eyes and thought about it carefully. The two at the time, they are a generation. Even in her age, she is much older than the daughter of the country's lord. When she achieved the immortal, the daughter of the country's lord had just embarked on the road of spiritual practice. When she was at the limit of Daojun, the other party had already caught up with her. That innocent and romantic girl, she vaguely remembered that face. During the time when I went to the Guma school to practice, that girl, she did not follow behind her. Now she has reached a position that she dare not even think about. The Lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe. She really didn't think about it. In the 6th calamity, she was a little struggling. Not to mention the 7 tribulations realm. If she could also become the master of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm, the contemporary Yu kingdom could rank in the top 3 of the 16 kingdoms. Because of the disappearance of the eternal kingdom, there is an extra place. But the resources are not much. The entire eternal kingdom is gone. Empress Fengchen rubbed her eyebrows, and the phantom on the other throne had disappeared. Jian Wushuang and Princess Jinshen were also walking outside. Before stepping out of the threshold, he was stopped by a voice. Jian Wushuang was taken aback for a moment, then turned around and said respectfully, "What else is your majesty?" Although he is already a family, according to the rules of the country, he still has to call your majesty. The lord of the kingdom of the daughter of the kingdom of the 7 tribulations. All parties will congratulate, and we cannot be less than the country. This time you too will go with the ancestors of the clan mansion." After speaking, a scroll flew out and fell in front of Princess Jinshin. "Mother Queen." Jinshin was a little surprised and still picked up the scroll for a moment. Jin Wushuang looked at him with enthusiasm, not knowing what it was. "Get out," the Empress said, and her figure disappeared faintly. With full of doubts, the two walked out of the main hall, speechless all the way, and went straight back to the mansion in the royal capital below. As soon as he entered the luxurious mansion, Jin Wushuang couldn't help but ask, "What is that scroll?" In the hall, he noticed that Empress Fengshen had written something on it. When it was handed over to Jin Shun, he didn't say much. "This scroll is definitely not simple." "I don't know." Princess Jin Chun walked towards the back garden with her little hand on her back. Jin Wushuang originally planned to get back the hidden mustard seed, but in his heart he was extremely curious about the scroll. Followed to the back garden. He didn't get better in this mansion. Only after arriving in the back garden did I realize that this is the garden, and the whole is Iwa Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, among countless glamorous flowers, there is an ice pool. The two were sitting in the pavilion next to the ice pool. The cool breeze has passed, making people happy. "I've said it. I can't open it." Jin Shin got a little annoyed, took out the scroll directly, and gave it to Jin Wushuang. He took it carefully, gently holding the scroll, and complained, "I don't know the goods. This is a baby. You can't be so spoiled." Jin Shin's large shui lingling eyes rolled his eyes. "But in the bottom of my heart is a cold snort. This scroll is a gift from her mother's queen to her daughter's country lord, and only the person involved can open it. It's just that when it was handed over to her, it didn't make it clear, but Transhin informed her. Although Jin Wushuang entered the royal family, but it doesn't mean it's one's own. Jin Wushuang can go to show his face. But there is no Jin Wushuang share in important matters related to interests." Holding the scroll, Jin Wushuang, who has won the most precious treasure, doesn't know what the other party thinks. At this time, he had only one thought, and that was to open the scroll and want to take a look. He is not all curiosity either. "Never mind. This time I was really curious." He didn't want to quibble, because in the hall, he, an emperor, could see the female emperor's frown and some strange smells. This empress must have some kind of connection with the daughter of the country master. Regarding the relationship between the Empress Fengshen and the Lord of the Daughter Kingdom, only some universe masters in the 5 Tribulations realm and even the 6 Tribulations realm know. Only a few people of that generation have survived to this day, either died midway or died outside the battlefield. Consider for a moment in his hand. Jin Wushuang saw the power of restraint from above. Very peculiar. That power seemed to be borrowed from somewhere. It's like the power of the starry sky that he peeped into the starry sky. The more you can't see through, he was more curious. "I want to go and take a look," so that he didn't even care about business affairs. The most important thing for him now is to retrieve the treasure trove from the Chen family, as well as the future plans with Wu Li that need to be finalized one by one. Now there is not much time left before the holy meeting. He also needs to build a sword embryo. For the robbery, he was almost ready. Breakthrough is not a problem. The problem is how to go further. When he broke through the tribulation realm, it was the day he became the Lord of the universe. By then, his sword embryo will also become a treasure of the universe. It can be regarded as the first cosmic treasure bred by the original universe. Chapter 5738. It is very important to him, but he intends to infuse all his kendo into it by then. Create a treasure to promote each other with him. Naturally, be careful. It's a pity that time has been rushed this time. He didn't expect to be able to make breakthroughs so quickly, so he hasn't been in a hurry. I am embracing the Buddha's feet now. I don't know if it will be too late. After pondering the scroll carefully, Jin Wushuang stretched out his hand. A trace of blue power poured into it. When Jin Shin saw this, his eyes shrank and threatened. The Queen Mother said, "Only the Lord can open it. If you dare to open it now, it is a felony." "Thanks, Tusk, it's the same as I guessed." Jin Wushuang smiled, shook his head, and then reluctantly returned the scroll to Jin Shun. But the bottom of his heart was a sneer. The power radiated just now is for the other party to see. When he first touched the scroll, he injected a force into the scroll. It was just blocked by the ban. With the time in his hand, he used the power of the starry sky to constantly test. Peeped at the contents of the scroll long ago. What I did just now is just to blow up Jinshun and see what the Empress said to her. Little girl film, play with him? Not even close. Jian Wushuang walked out of the pavilion regretfully. What are you going to do? Jinshun couldn't help but ask when Jian Wushuang was a little lonely. Go home, Jian Wushuang replied irritably. The figure changed, and he left the mansion directly. Wu family. He was not in a hurry to fetch the mustard seed from the turbulent flow of time and space. Instead, he went to Wu's house and looked for Wu Li to find out about the Sure Kingdom's cast of gods. By the way, talk about the current situation again, and ask what else to prepare before the congregation. Just entered Wu Mansion. Wu Li hurried over. Why are you coming back so fast? Wu Li's eyes were full of surprise. I got married yesterday, and I came back less than noon the next day. Jian Wushuang walked straight into the backyard and joked as he walked. Why, those who married out, the water poured out. It's hard to get over water. He is different. That's not what I meant. I'm afraid the royal family will misunderstand. Wu Li laughed and followed into the backyard. Since discovering that Jian Wushuang's strength surpassed him, he has lowered his posture by 1 level. Jian Wushuang came to the backyard, randomly found a place to sit down, and said, Brother Wu Li, this time I have a business to come here. Say. Wu Li's expression became serious when he heard it. Now Jian Wushuang said that there was a business matter. He was indeed very solemn. Maybe it was something big. Jian Embryo. Jian Wushuang said about his own affairs, and wanted Wu Li to pay attention to him. After Wu Li heard it, it was not difficult. By the way, the embryo matter was also explained to Jian Wushuang in detail. There are many types of embryos. There are also many levels. For example, congenital embryos are the most precious innate embryos. The embryo of the eternal treasure is the eternal embryo. The embryo of the treasure of the universe is naturally the embryo of the universe. Creating a universe embryo is no less than creating a universe. When Jian Wushuang heard it, his expression moved. Fortunately, he ransacked the Chen family last night. In terms of treasures, it should be enough. Divine power dominates time and space. How many treasures can it cost to build a universe? Jian Wushuang smiled and told Wu Li to open up and say, let alone the ordinary ones, just say the kind that is the strongest, and he wants to build that kind. This. Wu Li was a little embarrassed, but went on to say, in fact, I want to create a universe embryo that matches me perfectly, and it is also related to me. Not the stronger the better. Jian Wushuang rubbed his chin and nodded for Wu Li to continue. Let me give you an analogy. The cosmic embryo I created at the beginning is also a sword embryo. According to the structure of my universe at the time, I have embedded 100 black hole spaces in the embryo, reaching 1/10 of my universe. 1. It is also the limit state of most people. The universe is not too strenuous to cultivate. It only accounts for 1/10 of the origin. If so, Jian Wushuang would need to be embedded with thousands of black holes. It was 10 times stronger than the limit state, Wu Li said. Even if the power is different, the combat power is 100 times stronger. Jian Wushuang didn't feel that suffocating feeling. His own strength is not 100 times stronger than ordinary emperors. 1,000,000 times is said to be small. In front of him, no matter how many emperors are, they are also ants. The sword embryo he wants to build must at least have a gap of 108,000 times. 108,000. Jian Wushuang thought from the bottom of his heart. This number is good. If the sword embryo is inlaid with 108,000 black holes, plus 8,600 cosmic mysteries. And Jian Wushuang grasped the outline. Watching Jian Wushuang fell into thinking, Wu Li talked about the casting gods. Speaking of this cast god, Guo ranked first. Jian Wushuang agreed. He had heard from the beginning that it was also because of the flame god. For the cast god, the flame is the most needed. The kingdom of gods with infinite flames. This is naturally not lacking. Therefore, many talents will recognize Shigizu the gods more. Bacchus. Wu Li said a name. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and he had also heard of this title. The pinnacle master in the Stone Kingdom, although not a member of the royal family, is a guest of the Stone royal family. The treatment is even better than those of the royal family. The strength of the Six Tribulations realm is comparable to the Seven Tribulations realm. You know? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. When Wu Li heard that, he shook his head and teased herself. I was just a poor boy back then. If there are treasures, please move that person. Right? The original Wu Li was a casual cultivator. It's not bad to go to your country to find a casting master. How can you be qualified to let Bacchus take action? However, the existence that created the sword embryo for me is a disciple of Bacchus, a powerhouse of the Four Tribulations realm. And that's not bad, Wu Li said with some pride. He was not as cool as Jian Wushuang now. Not only the strength is against the sky, but the background is also very hard. It was stepping on the Wu family and entering the Yu royal family. Strong background and stronger strength. If you are willing to use the relationship between the royal family of Vietnam, Khan may really be able to please that Bacchus. The Bacchus has stayed in the kingdom of God built by the flame god for many years. Then I thought about it. Jian Wushuang had just offended Ho Yi, who was extremely valued by the flame god. Feeling out of it again. If Fan Tianfeng had been careful, Jian Wushuang wouldn't even want to create a sword embryo from Shergua. It's over. Seeing Wu Li's expression, Jian Wushuang also thought that he had offended Fan Tianfeng. This time it was self-breaking. He also forgot this. Headache. I'm being careful. There are 10 people in Qixin Temple, and Fan Feng is the least minded. Chapter 57:39. Now that I change my name, I'm also careful. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart, not thinking about this, but talking to Wu Li about the destruction of the Qin family. Although in the hall, the Empress doesn't care. But he was also afraid that nothing could be checked. Wu Li didn't know much about this matter. The deity has also been to the scene and chatted with those who were investigating. Nothing was found. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he talked about the daughter country. For the daughter country, he didn't catch a cold, but he was very curious about the matter of the Empress and the daughter country leader. In the scroll, he spied some tricks. That is a painting. 2 women are drawn. One is the female Emperor Fengshan of Yu Kingdom, but she was a little surprised in her dress. Man disguised as a woman. This kind of trick will be exposed in the ordinary. The Empress also played. The other is the Lord of the daughter country, a beautiful and lovely woman. Looking at that portrait, it is natural not to see that it is a great power in the Seven Tribulations realm. When Wu Li heard about her daughter country, she grinned first, then solemnly said, I don't know much about this matter. This time you are blessed. You can follow a certain ancestor of the Yu country to congratulate the master of the country. I want to take a look. Not that qualified. This is also true. At that time, the force is going to congratulate. I am afraid that the bottom line is all 6-star sections. Leading forces like Guma School and Stone Kingdom will also go. The strong men of the Yu royal family will not be conspicuous among them. Not to mention the Wu family, a family that hangs at the end when they cross. A glimpse of the honor of the Lord of the Seven Tribulations realm. It is indeed a rare opportunity. At that time, just drop by to Shergua. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If Brother Wu Li is willing, I can bring you a few specialties from the daughter country. Wu Li couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Naturally, I know what the specialty of the daughter country is. The two chatted about Wanlu for a while, and then Jian Wushuang quietly left, leaving Wang Du directly. After making a change in the outside world, after a circle, he returned to the mansion prepared by the royal family for him again. When he entered the mansion, he found a familiar atmosphere in the mansion. Lord Mu Chun, Wushuang nephew, it's just noon, and today I will cheekily have a meal with you. Mu Chen's face was full of smiles. Since seeing Jian Wushuang's strength yesterday, Mu Chen felt that Jian Wushuang was a rare thigh. I want to be worse than my sister in the future. A character who can be compared to the Empress. Naturally, get close. Uncle Huang joked, I have today Thanks to you, don't talk about a meal. Even if I come every day, I have to wait for you. Jian Wushuang said this string of words. Very useful. Mu Chun on the table, he is smiling. Jin Chen on the side couldn't stand it anymore and urged, "What are the arrangements for going to the daughter country? You girl, you are just anxious. Wushuang's sage nephew just came back, and it's never too late to talk about it." Mu Chun was afraid that Jian Wushuang didn't know his intentions, so he had to say it. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang hurriedly said, "But it's okay to say it." Next, Mu Chun talked about the whole itinerary. In fact, it is a departure time. Depart tomorrow afternoon. Just arrive at the daughter country before dark. Congratulations, just one night. This time only 3 people went to Vietnam. An ancestor of the 6 Tribulations realm in the royal family brought Jian Wushuang and Jin Chen together. The ancestor Mu Chun will take you too. Remember to be respectful to the ancestors, and to be in awe of the strong from all sides. Mu Chun finally added, "There are many strong from all sides, so don't overdo it. Zhang Yang, when the holy meeting is coming, there can be no mistakes in this kind of thing. Understand?" Jian Wushuang and Jin Chen nodded together. On the occasion of the holy meeting, Vietnam is a big hit this time. It's too much publicity, and it's unlucky to be calculated in private. When Jian Wushuang agreed, he also said about his going to Shirgua. Jin Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard Shirgua. Mu Chun was a little embarrassed, but Jian Wushuang didn't care. "Sword embryo, it is very important. We must go." Jian Wu is bilingual and firm. Mu Chun said politely, "I need help. You can say it. Must." This time, he didn't say anything. Mu Chun went back to his house after a while. Jin Chun went back to the room alone. Jian Wushuang went to the special training place in the mansion. Absolute space. Enter into a cave in the sky. This space is a black hole derived from his universe. Absolutely hidden. The outside is a secret room inside the mansion. After entering this cave sky, Jian Wushuang took out the mustard seed. Grasping for a moment, he directly threw it out, and his thought power moved to the heavens and fell into the cave. The ordinary wreckage was instantly swallowed and absorbed by the power of the black hole. From the wreckage, Jian Wushuang found 4 conch shells. There is the breadth of the universe above. It should be a universe-level cave. Extravagance, or too many treasures in storage, needs space in the universe to store them. Jian Wushuang is looking forward to it, but he didn't rush to open these 4 caves. Instead, a piece of black crystal was taken out of the mustard. This was discovered by Zibai in the Chen family universe. First, open this crystal to see what treasures there are. Jian Wushuang pointed out and directly broke the upper restriction. Forcibly opened the crystal. Click! A mustard seed is inlaid inside. Presumably, when the master of the universe was desperate, he chose to seal up all the treasures in his universe. It's a pity that Zibai can't escape the search. It was still found. In fact, there are still a lot of cosmic crystals in Zibai's body, but unfortunately after burning the source, he went to block the attack for him, and he collapsed and those cosmic crystals were also exhausted. Jian Wushuang didn't care about that little universe crystal anymore. On the contrary, I feel a little sorry for Zibai's fall. A good helper in the 5 Tribulations realm. That's it. Now he wants to refine a chess piece, but he doesn't have that strength. You can only refining the chess pieces of the general size when you wait for the robbery realm. Call! Jian Wushuang took a breath, holding the endless illusion, and opened the mustard seed sealed by the Lord of the Universe. You reading www.akanshu. Wow. Countless treasures tilted down instantly. When he saw these treasures, he was a little surprised at first, but he quickly reacted. In the universe of the Chun family, all the people living in the universe are the ordinary children of the Chen family. Some clansmen who are weak or simply can't set foot in the practice. If they're in the country of you, I am afraid they will live very poorly. It's different in the universe. It's entirely the Chun family's own place. Even if they can't practice, they can give them a perfect life. Therefore, the treasures stored in the mustard seeds are for ordinary use. There are also some treasures used by immortals. Although the number is staggering, enough to be used by hundreds of millions of people, it is of no use to him. Chapter 5740. Fortunately, there is also the treasure of the Lord of the universe. Some well-known treasures of the universe are definitely unusable and will be doubted. The Qin family was just destroyed. He used the treasures of the Qin family, and a fool would do it. Some treasures can be swallowed, and the ones that cannot be swallowed are destroyed. There are also some unheard of. After all, apart from a few treasures that a practitioner can represent, most of the treasures are whole cards, which are easily hidden from others. It's like a treasure in his own body. Many people know that he has a sort of decisive cloud, as well as a beast weapon. For other treasures, less is known. One reason. The same goes for others. Except for the unusable treasures, he simply didn't look at the remaining rubbish. The only thing that can be used is some strange things. It should have been obtained from the void outside the domain, and the value is not bad. According to his estimation, the value exceeds tens of billions. However, a cosmic master of the three tribulations realm, the actual benefits he can get are only tens of billions. It's a bit of a disadvantage. Of course, there are some treasures that he can't see through. 3 pieces of red metal, I don't know what material they are extremely tough, and there is this breath on the top. He doesn't care about this. The most important thing is the treasures in the Chun family treasury. Don't get me some mundane treasures. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but complain. The wreckage is exhausted, leaving the cave sky. Only some forbidden power. He couldn't be the master at all. A palm shot directly destroys the prohibition of the cave, together with the internal spatial structure. Wow! In front of him, a colorful breath burst out instantly. A closer look, this is chi, but a real treasure. It's just that there are too many condensed together, very similar to the breath. The cave sky is broken, but the general structure is still there. There are 3 areas in total. Represents 3 treasures. Jian Wushuang had seen the colorful treasures, which were clusters of purple crystals. His breathing became a little deep. A treasure from the extension of the universe crystal. It's like piled up with cosmic crystals. Jian Wushuang looked around. It was a majestic mountain, at least 100 billion cubic meters. Converted into a universe crystal, it is an incalculable quantity. Source stone. Jian Wushuang thought of the information he had opened at Qinjianmen. Recognized these spars. This is the purest source stone of divine power, and it is very useful in Guyu time and space. It is not as good as the universe crystal when placed in the Qi temple, but in Guyu time and space, the price of the source stone is 100 times higher than that of the universe crystal. With so many source stones, I am afraid that the 7 tribulations realm might not be able to come out. A small Qin family will have so many source stones in reserve. This time it's really posted. With so many source stones, let alone the Bacchus, even the 8 tribulations realm would be tempted. Of course, most of the 8 tribulations realm powerhouses don't need this kind of treasure. They need some strange things. These source stones can still play an auxiliary role in the cultivation of divine power, and they can also be absorbed in battle to restore divine power. It can be regarded as the hard currency in the robbery, and it is also the strategic material that the family needs to reserve. In this way, the Qin family's ambitions are really not small. So many source stones were hidden secretly. Jian Wushuang couldn't wait to open the remaining 2 spaces. The second area. It is a valley. Countless god-level herbs and some exotic flowers are planted in the valley. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't recognize it. But judging from the power emanating from above, these things are of great value. Oh? Something is wrong. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. There was a familiar smell on these exotic flowers, which he had just seen. It's that breath. He tore off a blood-stained fruit at will and put it directly into his mouth. That breath instantly turned into a violent force and merged into his blood. Wang! Jian Wushuang clenched his fists with both hands. His supernatural power suddenly exploded. The base divine power has actually increased by 100. How is it possible? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. His basic divine power has reached 200,000 times. This is no longer the limit of the emperor, And even the limit of the strong man in the second tribulation realm cannot reach 200,000. The limit of the emperor is 100,000 times of supernatural power. He was able to reach 200,000 times beyond the standard, but it was because of Bobby D. Now that he absorbs that breath, he can actually increase his divine power. This is simply incredible. Looking around countless fruits, Jian Wushuang's eyes gleamed. If he eats all of it, wouldn't he be able to compare to the 5 tribulations realm and the emperor? No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. There must be some kind of backlash. If it is so magical, then this kind of treasure is too bad for the sky. How could the Qin family get such a treasure? A small Qin family, even if it is the glory of the ancestors, can't get such a magical treasure. With this kind of treasure, it shouldn't be the strength it is now. Then there is only one situation left. Jian Wushuang opened all 3 areas. On one side is the majestic mountain of the Source Stone. In the middle is the fruit. The last area is very small, with a pool of blood. This made Jian Wushuang think of the blood sacrifice of the Soul Heaven Emperor. Compared with his past, his blood sacrifices are pediatrics. The blood pool of the Qin family made him think about it. It's a pity that the Qin family died and fled. It is estimated that everyone who knew the truth was killed by him. These fruits should be cultivated by the pool. It seems that the Qin family's plan is very big. Jian Wushuang thought in his heart. But why didn't the Qin family use it by themselves? What is the purpose of cultivating these blood-colored fruits? With these doubts, Jian Wushuang walked out of the secret room. He can use the Source Stone, but this is not marked. He has to be cautious about the rest, destroy what can be destroyed, and throw away what cannot be destroyed. There are some bonus treasures that can be swallowed. Now he's going to find out some things about the Qin family. There is only one day left to go to the daughter country. It was late at night now, and he couldn't go out again after dawn. Only now go out of the city and go to the Qin family's ruins to inquire. After taking the attention, calm Jian Wushuang set off immediately. He couldn't hide such a big thing in his heart and wanted to understand it as soon as possible, because he always felt that the destruction of the Qin family was a big hidden danger for him. Just before he left the city, several powerful auras came to the capital of King Yu. Jian Wushuang ignored it, and after changing his body shape, he walked directly towards the nest where the Qin family was destroyed. I will not be doubted if I go there now, because many strong people are in the Qin family's nest at this time. Some are curious, and some want to make a profit. When he arrived, he encountered a lot of experts in the robbery realm. This fellow Taoist, you are already late. The powerful man from the royal family just made a major discovery here, and is already left with those treasures. An old man sat cross-legged on the mountain and found Jian Wushuang falling beside him. When I felt the strong breath, I told him what had just happened here. Chapter 5741. The person here is Jian Wushuang. After hearing the old man's words, he thanked him in a low voice, then returned directly. I wanted to ask what was going on here, or if there was anything found. Unexpectedly, there are really important discoveries. At the beginning, he was walking in a hurry and thought that all the treasures were in the cave. Unexpectedly, the Qin family still has a backhand. Jian Wushuang hurried with all his strength and returned to the royal capital within an hour. Thinking of the royal family's entry into the city just now, his brow furrowed. It seems that what I found is unusual. If it is some ordinary treasure, I am afraid it will not return so fast. Although things have changed a bit, Jian Wushuang himself did not lose his position. First, he recovered his figure and returned to the mansion calmly. Then began to contact Elder Mu Chun. He is the king of the universe, although his strength is not very good. But it is true that the backbone of the future is the elder brother of the Empress. The news should be a little better than him. Wushuang's sage nephew, the news is so fast. I also just got the news. Why don't you and I go to the palace to have a look? Elder Mu Chun was a little surprised at how quickly Jian Wushuang got the news, but he was not too skeptical. When the people of the royal family discovered the treasure, it caused a lot of movement and then hurried back to the royal family, which attracted the attention of many people. As long as Jin Wushuang keeps in touch with the outside world at all times and knows this matter, it is not surprising. Jin Wushuang received the reply from Elder Mu Chun and responded. It was indeed too unusual for him to go there alone. If Mu Chun took him there, it would be different. Two people are going to watch the excitement. A person has a serious purpose and temperament. To be on the safe side, Jin Wushuang cheekily pulled on the Princess Jin Chun. Originally, the other party was not going to go, but under his flicker, the Chun family password he said was earth-shattering. Be regarded as attracted to the other party. In this way, the two went outside the palace together, first met with Mu Chun, and then entered the palace together. The palace above the clouds is very solemn. After the three of them entered, they became awed unconsciously. Jin Wushuang's thoughts were more delicate, and he discovered that the guard at this time was much stricter than usual when he entered the palace. It was hard not to let him think that it was because of the Chun family, especially when he went to the main hall. The blood-colored aura in his body continued to surge, which was the aura in the blood-colored fruit he had just absorbed. In the main hall, the source with this breath is attracting him. Before entering the main hall, he felt a breath and came to the surface. A strong shot. The three of them looked surprised and then quickly entered the main hall. There was no personal summons, and he rushed in. When I entered the hall, I discovered that there were several powerful figures in the hall. 8 are in the 5 tribulations realm, and 2 are in the 6 tribulations realm. Of course, they are all in the diaspora realm, not the Lord of the universe. In today's Yu Kingdom, the only master of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm is a female emperor, and there are not many in the 4 tribulations realm. The entry of the 3 makes the scene cohesive. Several sharp eyes came, making people breathless. Ancestor Yanlong. Seeing this, Elder Mu Chun hurriedly bowed to see him. Among the 2 6 tribulation realm powerhouses, the oldest tribulation realm powerhouse nodded slowly. Although Jin Chun was the eldest princess of the Yu Kingdom, he had never seen an ancestor of this generation, and hurriedly pulled Jin Wushuang and walked with him to bow down. Get up! Ancestor Yanlong had a kind face and waved to the 3 of them. When the female emperor saw this, she said, "Since it's here, just stand aside and watch." Yes. Jin Wushuang slowly got up and stood aside. It was only then that he could see that there was a small, transparent altar in the hall. There was a churn of green liquid inside. It makes me sick to see, but the liquid in it contains vitality. Of course, this kind of vitality is very ordinary. It can't be compared with Jin Wushuang's life force at all. In this green vitality, there is also a small meatball. It is the appearance of Ganoderma lucidum. It should be this thing that made him surge. Jin Wushuang didn't cover up for a while, just staring at it blankly. The ancestor Yanlong, who was standing at the top, saw Jin Wushuang's strange eyes and asked, "Little guy, do you know?" Hearing Yanlong's ancestor's inquiry, Jin Wushuang reacted. There were several powerful men beside him, and he quickly closed his eyes. But when I looked at the ancestors, my thoughts moved, and I had an idea in my heart. Returning to my ancestors, the younger generation had seen the corresponding thing in Outland, found it in a secret realm, and accidentally ate the surrounding fruits. When I just saw this thing, I found that my chi and blood were related, so I was stunned. Jin Wushuang made up a lie that he was about to believe. Elder Mu Chun was on the side, but there were some differences, wondering why Jin Wushuang was so powerful. Even the secret realm of Outland dared to trespass. But another thought, Jin Wushuang's identity in Outland was fake. Can this be taken seriously? No one can tell whether it is true or false. "Oh, I have a fate with you. Then I will give it to you," said the ancestor Yanlong, mobilizing his mind to directly send the mysterious creature with the appearance of Ganoderma lucidum soaked in the life liquid to Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang was stunned for a moment. "This? Let you keep it. You just keep it," the empress said at this time, her voice cold. Jin Wushuang didn't dare to say more, and quickly followed up with his hands. The moment I touched the other party, the mysterious creature, very similar to Lingji, actually began to swallow his life force. The appearance also changed rapidly, from a Ganoderm-like shape to an oval pupa. After Jin Wushuang blocked his life force, the other party no longer changed. This scene surprised the people present. The ancestor Yanlong's eyes flickered. He was not interested in the creatures in the living liquid, but only interested in these living liquids. When I heard Jin Wushuang know this thing, my heart moved, and I wanted to borrow Jin Wushuang's hand to get the thing out. He didn't bother to know whether it was true or not. Mainly, they were all attracted by this stuff just now. Some people advocate not to move. But he can't wait. He urgently needs the life liquid in it now. Because he is too old. If there is no more life, you will fall into a deep sleep. Become a living dead in the king's tomb. Jianshan is so charming. He is very nostalgic. But he didn't expect that the mysterious creature was actually related to Jin Wushuang. And it changed quickly. I don't know if it changed because of leaving the life liquid or because of Jin Wushuang. He knows that Jin Wushuang is a dynasty cohort, and his strength and background are extremely mysterious. Baking is really related to Jin Wushuang. Huh? Not moving anymore. Jin Wushuang held the oval pupa, neither moving nor moving. Chapter 5742. He was afraid of instilling the power of life again, and directly let the other party be born. From the power above, it seems that the opponent's power has nothing to do with the life force, but is related to the breath that has just been absorbed. Life will only let it be born early, but the breath can make him powerful quickly. The female emperor stared at Jin Wushuang. Her brows frowned slightly. She always felt that since Jin Wushuang appeared in front of her, the Yu country was uneasy. She didn't know that even the destruction of the Eternal Kingdom was very similar to Jin Wushuang. Relation. Dead. The ancestor Yanlong condensed his eyes on the pupa and said, because the pupa's life force, after Jin Wushuang was broken, it had withered quickly, and it was about to end soon. Jin Wushuang quickly offered the oval pupa. He didn't want such a thing. It's yours for you, no need to say anything. Old ancestor Yanlong said with a smile. I heard that you two are going to the daughter country this time. Go back and prepare earlier. This is about to send Jin Wushuang and others to leave. But Jin Wushuang had some concerns about that altar and wanted to open it. However, his status is not qualified. He could feel the life liquid in it, and many people were staring at it, especially which Yanlong ancestor. It doesn't matter when the female emperor comes. The Lord of the Universe does not need vitality. But those few robbers and Yanlong ancestors who are about to step into the coffin of the robbery realm are in great need. Junior lead, the three can only leave in angrily. As for the main hall, it is studying how to distribute. In the Yu country, there is also a top figure. Jin Wushuang didn't know how many 6 tribulations were in the realm. But in the 7 tribulations realm, there is only one. The founding ancestor of the royal family. The 7 tribulations realm mighty one had heard that he had entered the tomb of the king, and he didn't know if he could recover. It's just that little bit of life liquid. It's almost a dream to revive the 7 tribulations realm, and the probability is still a few points in the palace. These have nothing to do with him. All he wanted was the altar, if not because of limited strength and status. He really wanted to take out a ball of life force, throw it on the opponent's face, and then go directly to retreat and study with the altar. Now I can only hold a cicada pupa, which is still a half-dead cicada pupa. Even the breath he had just absorbed was swallowed by the opponent. No! Jin Wushuang had just left the palace, and his heart suddenly moved. The breath on his body is gone, but the increased divine power is still there. At this time, someone understood. This power is the biggest backlash. The source of backlash is that pupa. Sent. Jin Wushuang directly bid farewell to Elder Mu Chun, ignoring Jin Shun, and went straight back to the secret room of the mansion to begin a short retreat. He is going to prove his thoughts. Back to the cave sky, covering the infinite secrets of heaven. That is the way of heaven. Play with the pupa in your hand. There is still a hint of life. Jin Wushuang's thought power can be felt. Even if there is no vitality, he can forcibly revive the opponent. This is something like this kind of risky thing. He dare not do it in his own source. Of all the treasures obtained from the Qin family, only Yuan Shirshan is in his origin. The rest are in the cave. Scarlet Valley. Fruit everywhere. Jian Wushuang threw the cicada pupa directly into the air. A huge green river, like a star river, directly envelopes the pupa of the cicada. The oval pupa is deformed again. The body shape is changing, but the strength is not changed. The present pupa is not even the immortal. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just given to him in vain. Break the cocoon. After swallowing a life force, the oval pupa emerged from the cocoon. Become a giant beetle. Although it has enough vitality, it can't be changed again, and the strength did not increase. After turning into a beetle, his body became larger and his movement was very slow. Jian Wushuang stared at the direction of the opponent's movement. It's Scarlet Valley. This can't be eaten directly. Jian Wushuang restrained the beetle at will. He entered the Scarlet Valley by himself, started to swallow the fruits and some herbs. The divine body skyrocketed frantically. There seems to be no upper limit. Jian Wushuang ate the blood-colored fruit in one hand, and in the other hand gave all the blood-colored power to the beetle. In this way, he is purely increasing divine power. In an hour's time, he added 10,000 supernatural powers. This speed, if people know it, I'm afraid it will suffocate. If it weren't for a family ugly to devour his blood, I'm afraid he would explode and die. That breath became extremely violent when it encountered the beetle. It's just that the current beetle is no longer what it used to be. Jian Wushuang stared at the beetle bound under his hand. The other party already had a walk, but it still retains the characteristics of a beetle. The carapace became shoulder armor, breastplate, leg armor, and toe armor. Its head is the same, although it is a human shape, but it has beetle's unique eyes and the bridge of the nose. The mouth is even more rigid and round. You can talk. Jian Wushuang felt a faint call, staring at each other in surprise. Call. Listen carefully, there is only a deep breathing. After swallowing so much blood, its whole body still doesn't have much strength. At this time, even the ordinary can't beat it. This made Jian Wushuang think of the blood pool. If this guy is thrown into the pool of blood, I don't know if he can become the emperor. Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Forget it. Your greatest use is to help me relieve these breaths. Wow! The flow of time slowly slows down, and his supernatural power is growing wildly. He wants to swallow all the fruits in the valley. Look, the divine power will reach that level. 1 year, 2 years, 100 years. With the acceleration of time, it took him 100 years to swallow all the fruits in the Scarlet Canyon. In 100 years, the body of the walking beetle has not changed much, but its strength has broken through to the immortal and reached the peak, be regarded as the realm of Taoist monarch. But this strength, in Jian Wushuang's eyes, was no different from a real bug. The current Jian Wushuang really has the qualifications to be arrogant. His basic divine power has increased to 400,000 times. The Emperor has 400,000 times the basic divine power. It makes people think about it, but I dare not think so. This time, calm. He doesn't need the power of the beast gods. He has 40 powers, comparable to the top 4 calamities. Now, if he uses the power of the beast god, the burden will be huge. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists slightly, and the beast soldiers on his body appeared. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and wanted to use the power of the beast god, but found that he couldn't mobilize the source of the beast god. It seems that it's a bit reluctant. There was no accident when he arrived. Now the 400,000 times the divine power. Once the power of the beast is used, even if it is double the power of the beast god, it can be increased to 480,000. That is the real limit. He has achieved a short period of 500,000 times his supernatural power. It was because of the power of Bobby D. Chapter 57:43. Now he can use twice the power of the beast to reach 500,000 times at any cost. Could it be that this beetle has something to do with Bobby D? But when he saw the appearance of the beetle, he didn't think it looked like it. is also possible, but from the same place as Bobby D. Was then acquired by the Chun family, who wanted to cultivate this kind of monster. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Unfortunately, the strength is too weak. Only now is Daojun. Even if it is thrown into the pool of blood, at most it will reach the absolute peak, or the tribulation realm. What can you do? Ordinary tribulation realm is also an ant. Unless it's like the Qi Jiuxiao made by Emperor Bobby. Half a step into 9 tribulations realm. Of course, the Qin family doesn't have the ability to train. Although the strength of Bobby D is weak, the secret method used is very special, able to control many powerful people, and even many superpowers in ancient Wood Continent are willing to cooperate with each other. What does the Chun family have? Is it the one that used to be the 5 tribulations realm? That's too far. Take 10,000 steps back, the beetle can really reach that point. How should the Chun family control it? Ordinary slavery simply doesn't work. Jian Wushuang pinched the beetle's head, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. I don't know if I want the other party to be strong or just like this. If he becomes very powerful, he doesn't have the ability to control the opponent like Bobby D. Forget it, just stay here. Jian Wushuang threw the opponent directly into the Scarlet Valley. There are still many remaining breaths here, and the altar is next door. The opponent is still here, and his strength will continue to increase. Bloody Pool, he didn't even rush to use it, is sealed next to it. But he didn't know how much disaster this random one would bring to Yu Kingdom and even the entire time and space. It's just that it's been a long time since. Before he left, the beetle, who could not stand still, was lying on the ground, turned to look at Jian Wushuang, and roared 2 words. Silu. Jian Wushuang left the cave sky, placed a backing stone for the cave sky in the jade spring in the secret room, and hurriedly left. Today, I still have to follow Yanlong's ancestors to the daughter country, so I can't delay. The daughter of the country, the master of the 7 calamities, also has an inexplicable relationship with Empress Fengtian. Jian Wushuang wanted to see it even more. By the way, go to Shigua again to get the sword blank. If Fan Tianfeng makes things difficult for him, he will go to the Ancient Wood School to find another, the master of casting gods. There is no need to hang in the stone country. Hope Fan Tianfeng will not be so careful. After leaving the secret room, the breath of just appeared in the mansion, and a figure came to him in an instant. Why did you come out? Don't you know that you are going to the daughter country today? The visitor was Princess Jin Shun, who was already wearing formal clothes and urging Jian Wushuang with an impatient look. Jian Wushuang was also not angry. This time he was really to blame. Hurriedly changed into a black robe and followed Jin Shun out of the mansion. The two went directly to the east gate of the palace. Yanlong ancestor is already waiting here. When Jian Wushuang saw the black dragon at the feet of the opponent, he also understood why the opponent was called Yanlong. Should be the road number, not the real name. Ancestor Yanlong. The two paid respectfully, as complexion was a little uncontrollable, and even let an old man wait for the two of them for so long. Come on! The ancestor Yanlong didn't care when he arrived, and he still leaked an amiable appearance. Jian Wushuang saw the other's face. It was a little ruddy, and it seemed to be much younger. There is a high probability that the life liquid in the altar has been absorbed. As for the altar, he didn't dare to think too much, and there was no need to think about it. The blood-colored fruits have all been transformed into divine powers long ago. Set off. The 3 of them rode on the black dragon, smashed the space, and entered the turbulence. It seems that the speed is not very fast, but in the blink of an eye, they have already left the country. Is now heading towards her daughter's country. It only takes a quarter of an hour to reach the daughter country. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the back of the black hole, looking around, thinking about Jianbi in the bottom of his heart. Daughter country, after all, is just a curiosity. Sword blank is the business. Went to Shigua without using the power of Yuegua. He quietly went to search for it. It is difficult to meet those celebrities. It is necessary to use the relationship between the royal family of Yu and let Fan Tianfeng know. Headache. The key is that this time, it is not only Yu country who went to the daughter country. There are other strong people from Guma continent and people from Shinjin, ancient moon god sect, will come. The Lord of the Universe in the Seven Tribulations realm has an extraordinary identity. If there is a Master of the Universe in the Eight Tribulations realm, I am afraid that there will be strong people coming to see him in the long river of time and space around him. Eight Tribulation realm comes with the Universe Dojo. A Master of the Universe of the Eight Tribulations realm can stun several great eras. It's like those times in Guyu time and space. Some were created by the Master of the Universe of the Seven Tribulations realm. But in every great era, there will be a Master of the Universe of the Eight Tribulations realm. For example, the Master of the Universe of the Eight Tribulations in the last great era has already left the Million era of the Ancient Moon era. In today's Guyu time and space, except for the Master of the Universe of the Eight Tribulations realm on the face of the Ancient Moon God sect, the other forces do not have a Master of the Universe of the Eight Tribulations realm. The power of the Master of the Universe of the Seven Tribulations realm is very pitiful. It's like the ancient wood continent, and there are only 3 Seven Tribulation realm universe masters. There is also a strong man from the Ancient Moon sect. The peak of the Seven Tribulations realm, the owner has half a step in the Eight Tribulations realm's combat power. If he were in his cosmic dojo, I am afraid that no one on the ancient wood continent could threaten him, unless it's the flame leading the dojo to fight. Just arrived in Guyu time and space, Jian Wushuang still felt that the Lord of the Universe was worthless. But looking at it now, it is weak and worthless. The powerful are always rare. Whether it is the Lord of the Universe or the Emperor, it is the same. He can't learn from those who are weak, but must follow the strong ones. The distance became a robbery, and he was only one chance. Open Wanlu, he will surely break through. When the time comes, he will directly become the Lord of the Universe. Strength will also change again. Don't talk about the power of the starry sky. In terms of his current supernatural power alone, there are 400,000. When the time comes, I will merge Dongjun's bones into the divine body. When broke out completely, 1,000,000 supernatural powers were easy. The power of the beast will truly explode in the robbery realm. Oh! Jian Wushuang let out a suffocating breath. There was a light in front of his eyes, and a hole was split. Appeared again, and it was a world where the sky was blue and the ground was green. The green grass is decorated with pink flowers. Is exactly the same as the daughter country in Jian Wushuang's fantasy. The only thing I didn't see was the girl from the daughter country. I don't know what will happen. It's coming soon, you two little guys follow me. Yanlong ancestor confessed. The black dragon at his feet flashed, and he instantly arrived outside a simple and small city. Chapter 5744 is incomparable to the super city of ascetics. Is this the national capital of the daughter country? Jin Chun was the first to question. Jian Wushuang is also very curious. There is no breath in this city. It's like a mundane city. Haha, of course, after you enter, you will understand that the capital of this daughter country is really an immortal city. The ancestor Yanlong took the black dragon magic weapon and landed the two on the trail outside the city. Go up, just walk into the city like this. After entering the city, Jian Wushuang and Jin Chun are like countrymen entering the city for the first time, so please take a closer look. The ancestor of Yanlong is like an accompanying old housekeeper. As he walks, he exhorts, remember, in this city, you can't use magical powers, let alone slaughter mortals. Otherwise, no one can keep you. Ancestor, rest assured, we are not magical practitioners. Jin Chun didn't care. Jian Wushuang also nodded slightly. He really is not a practitioner of the demon way. If he counts, he is not a practitioner of the righteous way, but a practitioner of the heavenly way. Pursue the way of heaven. Pursuit of being strong. Pursues longevity even more. His longevity road has been realized. According to his speculation, he reached the absolute point and mastered the complete Tao Xian. Is true eternal immortality. The once eternity can't be immortal. Tao Xian does not really reach consummation. It will still fall. But now Jin Wushuang is a real, immortal longevity. But if you want to become the Lord of the Universe, you have to face catastrophe. Cut off longevity. And above the Lord of the Universe, there should be this immortal longevity. Maybe that is his pursuit. Walking on the mundane streets. Has different emotions. Especially Princess Jinshin. I'm afraid I haven't experienced too many red dust experiences at all. The immortal in Gyue time and space is actually more like a red fairy. Stand out from the mundane red dust. There are some arrogances, but they quickly broke through and reached the Emperor. And even without any stumbling along the way, they directly became the Lord of the Universe. This will not go long. The three of them walked, and suddenly realized that they were being followed. Jinshin's personality is relatively straightforward. He turned his head to look at it when he felt that he was being watched by a pair of eyes. On the corner of the street, one old and one young stood. Which teenager, or a young man, has red hair and blood-red eyes? A long robe, embroidered with red patterns, very strange. Stared at the three of them at this time, with some greed in their eyes. When I look at Jinshin, his eyes are even more strange. Seeing Jinshin looking back at him, he had been spotted, and he stared at Jinshin up and down. Wears a golden robe. Embroidered on the top is a 5-claw golden dragon, more like an imperial robe. Maybe this kind of dress can arouse a man's desire for control. Jinshin's appearance is also stronger, and he directly shouted at the other party. "Bold, look at this palace like this. If you were here, I told you that your eyes were dug out. Don't be rude." As soon as he said this, Jin Wushuang frowned. The ancestor Yanlong was actually speaking. He actually stopped Jinshin. When I looked at the two people in the distance, I didn't pay attention to any red-haired young man, but looked at the old man next to him and said respectfully, "Senior Bloodblade, long time no see. Thanks to us, who am I? I turned out to be from Vietnam." The old man didn't buy it. After feeling the breath of Yanlong, he dismissed it, turned his head, and said coldly to the red-haired boy next to him, "Let's go." "Well, I want to see it. After I get out of here, I will grab it back for you to be a furnace tripod." After hearing this, the red-haired young man licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue and cast a very disgusting look at Jinshin. This made Jinshin very angry. His eyes were already huge, but now they are about to stare out. Can be stopped by Yanlong ancestor, can only swallow it. Jin Wushuang stood aside, his expression cold. Although he and Jinshin are just a superficial couple. But in this situation, he couldn't watch it either. "I thought I was shameless enough, but I didn't expect you to be more shameless than me." Jin Wushuang sneered. A dark energy, a palm of 400,000 supernatural powers condensed in an instant, and patted the red-haired youth. Although the opponent's aura shrank, Jin Wushuang could also see through the level of life force that he should be the Lord of the Universe, and stronger than Wu Li. At least the peak of the 3 tribulations realm, or the Lord of the Universe in the 4 tribulations realm. 400,000 divine power. Even the Master of the Universe in the 4 tribulations realm should be treated with care. This is not his dojo. "You dare!" The red-haired young man's complexion changed drastically, and he shouted angrily. That dark energy rushed towards his face. He didn't expect Jin Wushuang to dare to make a move. Can only be hardwired now. There is a muffled noise with both hands. A young man with red hair, a trace of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't believe that Jin Wushuang was able to hurt him. When the ancestor Yanlong wanted to stop, there was no time. The ancestor Yanlong, who was originally calm, looked a little ugly at this time. Jin Wushuang took action without his consent, which made him very dissatisfied. But this is also related to the face of Yugua. For a while, many foreign practitioners looked over. If he licked his face before apologizing, he wouldn't be able to lose that person, but he can't afford to offend the other party. The Blood Knife Ancestor. 7 Tribulation Realm Powerhouse. Although it is the realm of scattering tribulation, its combat power is not ordinary, with the top combat power of the 7 Tribulation Realm. Is stronger than the founding ancestors of Vietnam. It's fine if the other party is a casual cultivator. The ancestor of the Blood Knife came from the strongest sect of Haitian, the blood-clothed sect, which red-haired young man, if he guessed correctly, he should be the son of the current sect master. The blood-clothed gate, the 8-star sect. The contemporary sect master is even the master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm. They really can't afford it. 9 heavens and 10 earths. 2 days in black and white, the most complete and powerful. I want to talk about it during the day, but the headquarters of the ancient moon god sect is in the daytime. How can the black sky, which is comparable to it, be weak? Blood-closed door is another magic sect, is stronger than the ancient wood school, and more powerful than the ancient wood school. This superpower is really unattainable. If you want to destroy the country, you can destroy it with a backhand. Old wood pie is useless. Although both the Bloody Cloth sect and the Ancient Wood sect are both 8-star sects, the current comprehensive power and background of the Bloody Cloth sect are much stronger than those of the Ancient Wood sect. If the Ancient Wood school can completely master the Wanlu Shinmu, maybe better than the Blood Cloak door. But even his own treasures can't be fully controlled. How is it compared with the blood-clothed door that completely controls Haitian? You mess, dare to attack me. The red-haired young man is the young master of the blood-clothed door. With such an identity, no matter who you see in Haitian, you have to walk up to him honestly and let him play around at will. Now it's just looking at each other. There are people who dare to come forward and attack him. He couldn't help but want to shoot right now. The ancestor of the blood knife grabbed his raised arm and said in a low voice, "Go out and talk about it. This place is the territory of which country lord?" Chapter 57:45. Although the blood-clothed door is powerful, but the strong dragon does not crush the ground snake. The magic way knows this truth better. If you shoot now, you will definitely suffer. Just now, he didn't know how Jian Wushuang was able to keep his breath tight, so he dared to attack him. Just when the two of them are leaving, the strong man of the daughter country comes, a master of the 5 tribulations universe. Looks like a 28-9-year-old face, but it has a hint of unusual charm. Dear guests, this place is the most important place in our country. You can't do it privately. I hope you can forgive me. Fairy and Z, you are here just right. It's the first time I have come to your daughter's country. It just so happened that you took us to meet the lord of the country. Yanlong ancestor quickly changed the subject, took Jian Wushuang and Jin Chun towards the Z fairy. Before leaving, Jian Wushuang glanced back at the red-haired young man. The other person's eyes really disgusted him. Jin Chen's view of Jian Wushuang has changed a little at this time, and he whispered, "Just now. Thank you. I'm so thankful. You don't think the other party is interested in you, right?" Jian Wushuang said angrily. "I think that person is as good as Long Yang. I just take care of me when I am in love." His mouth was so hard that the change Jin Chen had just made disappeared again, and he rolled his eyes at Jian Wushuang. Fairy Z smiled with joy when he saw that he was the ancestor of Yanlong. "Are you Fengchen's daughter?" Z Fairy asked. Jin Chen was shocked by the question, then nodded quickly. "I was very happy to see Jin Chen Z Fairy," and he went straight to grab Jin Chen's hand and asked for warmth. Jian Wushuang was very jealous when he saw it. Why is there not a fairy? Come and ask him. He also needs someone to comfort him now. Under the leadership of Fairy Z, the 3 directly broke through the clouds and entered the palace of the daughter country. Jian Wushuang looked down the clouds and said with emotion, "Why these royal families like to build their palaces on the clouds?" After entering the imperial palace, this place is still somewhat different from the imperial palace of Yu Kingdom. The scenery is more in line with the commonplace. Various kinds of flowers are planted everywhere, very bright. The country of daughters is all women, which is not surprising. The strange thing is why the whole body of the daughter country can continue to multiply. Jian Wushuang actually asked about it. The rumor is that the goddess left a glance at the spring water, and she conceived after drinking it, and only gave birth to daughters. Jian Wushuang thought, what would happen if a man drank it? That screen. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to think too much. After entering the palace, a few people came to a hall. This place should be a partial hall. Now there are many people seated. Has thousands of thrones. sitting in a bustling hustle and bustle. Most of them are in the six tribulations, and a few are in the five tribulations. There will be many masters of the universe. Compare which country Lord can preach and tell his own experience of successfully surviving the catastrophe. Even the masters of the universe in the six tribulations realm have come a lot. Jian Wushuang saw a burly man sitting at the front. He had short hair and was avant-garde. His temples were a little pale, and his beard was the same. But the face is extremely resolute. Is somewhat similar to the original Shurjiao, or Shurjiao is more similar to him. Rock Shou, the most promising cosmic lord in Shurgua today to enter the seven tribulations realm, is also a strong man at the same time as the master of the daughter country. Used to stand side by side, but I didn't expect to let the other party overtake it. In addition to Shurjiao, there are also several masters of the universe in the six tribulations realm, all of whom are Tianjiao. The status is much higher than the seven tribulation realm. The forces that came to congratulate this time either came from the Lord of the Universe or from Tribulation Realm. Sunjus are all powerhouses above the six tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang followed Yanlong's ancestor, very inconspicuous. The ancestor of Yanlong was seated. He and Jin Chun could only stand behind the throne. Ding! A clear and melodious voice rang out, attracting most people's attention. Jian Wushuang also followed the voice. Four breaths rose into the sky, coming from outside the hall. Big shot. Everyone held their breath. Four figures. Standing at the forefront is a middle-aged man with a beard. His face is calm, with a jade hung around his waist, and a pair of deep eyes hides an extremely deep city. Iron Guts. The superpowers sent by the ancient moon god sect to the ancient Wood continent are not exactly the people of the ancient Wood continent. Can have monstrous power and unfathomable strength in the ancient Wood continent. Rumor has it that the eight tribulations realm has combat power. Ancient Wood continent. The only thing that can crush him is the flame god. The remaining two eight tribulations realm had little vitality, and they couldn't make a normal shot at all. Otherwise, Bobby D's plan would not go so smoothly. He is the Lord of the universe, and he is not interested in Bobby D. Holy God! Brothers you! For a time, the few seven tribulation realm powerhouses in the temple stood up to say hello. These seven calamities are not the ancestors of a party or the head of a party of forces. I can see the Iron Guts, but he is extremely polite. Compared that he is no longer the Lord of the universe, and Tai Dan Shun is the Lord of the universe at the pinnacle of the seven tribulations realm. The time to cross the robbery is still very long. Even if it fails to cross the catastrophe, it will have a huge vitality for countless years in the future. We'll live longer than these old guys. And if it succeeds in crossing the catastrophe, that is the pioneer of the new era. This is why many people are very polite to every master of the seven tribulations realm universe. Even the eight-star sect, they are extremely kind. In case of a successful crossing of the catastrophe that day, it would be a great opportunity. Iron Daring looked around, leaking a smile, and said calmly, "It seems that it was not too late," then took a seat directly next to the main position. The master, of course, is reserved for the daughter of the country master. Now that the daughter kingdom greets everyone outside, it is a powerhouse of the seven tribulations realm, and he can be regarded as the ancestor of the daughter kingdom. Although the ancestors of the eight tribulations in the kingdom of the daughters have arrived, there are still a lot of them in the seven tribulations. At the time, the ancient Wood sect had not yet been established, and there was a daughter country, which has a longer history than the ancient Wood sect and even the ancient moon god sect. There are naturally many seven tribulation realms that were born. In this era, another universe lord of the seven tribulations has been born, and the daughter kingdom still has the glory of several eras. With the appearance of every big man, there are not many thrones left in the hall. Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to record the information of these powerful men, to prepare for future running. The strongest person on the scene is the brave face. The level of life alone surpasses everyone. The strength of the opponent made him think of Qishan. When Qishan's body was revived, he also witnessed this power. Maybe the current is still a little bit behind Qishan, but that power is already very close. The power of the Lord of the universe is stronger than the feeling that Tribulation Realm gives him. If the catastrophe is a pool of water, then the Lord of the universe is a sea. A pool of water will eventually dry up. Can be a sea, but it is endless. No wonder Chishan was unwilling to switch to Sanjia. Seems to have seen it through. Chapter 5746, Scattered Robbery, Only Self-Destruction. Stay alive, it's better to fight. Now he has begun to agree with Kishin's approach. Although Kishin's approach would probably count him, he still feels that Chishan is fine. If it were him, he would do the same. In addition to Taiden Shinho, the master of the Seven Tribulations Realm universe, there are also a few Seven Tribulations Realm auras that are unusual, even though there is no origin universe. But his life is still alive. It is estimated that the combat power is no less than those of the Seven Tribulations Realm who took refuge in Bobby Emperor. I don't know why. None of the Seven Tribulations Realm that was released by Emperor Bobby at the time came. He was afraid that the other party would recognize him. Unexpectedly, I didn't see one. It seems that they also have a mission. His clone has been on Bobby D spacecraft, and it seems that there is no movement on the surface. Kobabi D has worked so hard to make the monster Chi Jiuxiao, and he must have a big plan. Whether it's rekindling the road of cultivation or whatever, it won't be so quiet after all. Something must be done. The more immobile, the greater the proof of the plan. Then the movement will be even greater. This is also good. The greater the movement, the more opportunities he has. Looking at it now, the overall strength of Guma Continent is pretty good. Is far worse than Chi Jiuxiao. Unless it is the master of the Eight Tribulations Realm universe in the cult, it will not be able to stop Chi Jiuxiao at all. Babidi might also be worried about this, so he hasn't made any moves and wants to find a certain opportunity. Just as Jian Wushuang was thinking about it, two familiar auras appeared outside the hall, and someone was complaining from afar. Thanks, it's really hard. The red-haired young man snorted coldly and was very upset with his daughter Guoguidu actually wanted them to come in. But Jian Wushuang and others were picked up. The person here is exactly the two of the blood-clothed men who have had some small holidays with Jian Wushuang and others. These two people do not belong to Guma Continent. They enter the hall with their heads high, very arrogant. The blood knife ancestor walked in front, and even sneered at the Seven Tribulations realm next to him. In their opinion, the comprehensive strength of Guma Continent is basically enough to compare with Hei Tian. Dark days and daytime are the two strongest days among the 9 days. As for the 10 places, the collapse, the withered. There are not many to see. Ancient Wood Continent is already relatively well-preserved. It's a blood-clothed person, really arrogant. Some of the Six Tribulations realm experts whispered, "It is reasonable to be able to let the strong from the outside world come this time. But I didn't expect someone from the blood-clothed door to come." Demon Dao Sect ignores you. The blood knife ancestor stepped forward and only nodded to Tai Dan. Tai the Courageous Look is a title. S real name, Zhu ignores. A master of the universe at the pinnacle of the Seven Tribulations realm is still worthy of respect. It just seemed that the blood knife ancestor and the iron guts were not on the right path, and neither of them said a word. The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes when he saw the tall and bold body. Reminded him of something terrible. The gods who hadn't descended on the ancient Wood Continent at the time were also the people of Haitian. Just entered the ancient Wood sect early and rarely returned to Haitian. But when he was weak, this was also the famous Emperor Tianjiao of Haitian. Is a generation with the master of the blood-clothed door today. The two even fought each other during the Emperor period. The red-haired young man is the young master of the blood-clothed door, and naturally, he has heard rumors about the gods from his father. That's why there is a trace of scruples and fear in my heart. You are so timid. You really look like your father. Zhu Wusher turned his head and took a look at the red-haired young man before speaking lightly. By this, the red-haired young man jumped with cold sweat on his forehead, so he didn't dare to say a word. The ancestor of the blood knife frowned. When he was the lord of the universe, he was no more than the emperor. According to his seniority, he was still the opponent's senior. Now he threatened the young master of the blood-clothed door. No matter what, he would come out to block it. A violent blood gas rose suddenly, forming a blood shield, directly blocking Zhu Mizu's gaze. He was daring, frowned, and said, "It's still as stingy as before." Although he is also a Haitian person, the most uncomfortable are Haitian people, who can only bully the weak and have no courage to challenge the strong. There is no such thing as a strong one. Everyone snickered when they saw the people in the blood-clothed door squad. Sadly, this is a check and balance within Haitian, the ancient wood-continent powerhouse present, but no one dared to confront the blood-clothed gate. If Black Sky is not good, then Guma continent is not good. Fortunately, he does not belong to any party. I can't put it on his face without shame. Just when the hall was noisy, a fragrance of flowers came, and everyone was stunned. The fragrance of flowers is very special, which makes people instantly enter an ethereal state, feeling comfortable all over and thinking faster. With the fragrance of the flowers, a puff of white dust descended, looking around, raising a wave of majesty. Then came a powerful breath. The Lord of the Daughter Kingdom is here, the Lord of the Seven Tribulation Realm Universe. Everyone withdrew their thoughts one after another and turned their heads to look around in unison. Some people have met this country lord. This time, there are also some friends of the other side who know each other naturally, but they have never seen the Lord who became the Lord of the universe of the Seven Tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang stood behind the throne covered half of his face. Only one eye looked at him, and he was shocked. In a single eye, a gentle woman in a white fairy skirt is walking slowly. I don't know if it's the angle or something else. He always felt that the other party was coming towards him. A long and narrow body, with carved facial features and soft skin like jade. Single round appearance is actually hard to surprise Jian Wushuang. Is that temperament that squeezes the people present to death. This temperament makes people have the desire to conquer. Seeing the gentle gaze of the other party, I wanted to pull it into my arms. Not right. Jian Wushuang shook his head desperately, and after his eyes became clear, he discovered which daughter of the country lord really came towards him. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang was surprised and delighted in his heart. What was surprised was why the other party would notice him as a small person. She can't be said. Maybe it is a short heartbeat. For some reason, it suddenly moved the mundane red heart. Made him show no ill will towards the daughter of the country's lord, only full of goodwill. The white skirt floated with the breath, and the daughter of the country's lord came so lightly. Surprised everyone. Many people are puzzled as to why this country lord would go to Yanlong's ancestor. You need to know that the strength of Yanlong ancestor is not too prominent in this hall, and the background is average. Everyone is surprised. Chapter 57:47. But the ancestor Yanlong was not surprised. He was not led by that touching tenderness, and his eyes were kind and respectful. But in his mind he recalled that era. When the current Empress Fengshen was still an immortal, he had not changed much from that time. It's all robbery. When I first saw this country lord, the other party was still a little girl. When I saw each other for the second time, Empress Fengshen and her were already inseparable friends. The last time I saw him, the other party begged him with tears. "See you now," has been treated respectfully. "Your Majesty." Yanlong ancestor stood up to meet him. Jian Wushuang and Jin Chun behind him also bowed to see each other. Jian Wushuang secretly rejoiced in his heart and waited for the Lord to call him. But the Lord of the Kingdom approached, but he said indifferently, "Uncle Yanlong, this one next to you?" With tenderness in her eyes, she was moved when she saw the figure. Staring at the figure behind Yanlong ancestor, her eyes became even more beautiful. Many people were amazed. They didn't expect this humble ancestor Yanlong to be able to talk to the daughter of the kingdom who had just broken through. If it's polite, it's fine. But now it has just appeared, putting aside the iron guts. and going to talk to a Sixth Tribulation Realm powerhouse. Many people envy it. It doesn't matter if Titan waits. He is not affected by any influence and still sits firmly on the throne. When the time came, the blood knife ancestor on the side swallowed, but he did not lose his mind. But the red-haired young man behind him stared blankly, and his saliva was about to flow out. Fortunately, the blood knife ancestor reminded privately that there was no shame. Otherwise, wait for everyone to react and see this scene, thinking that the people in the blood-clothed door have never seen a woman. Let's talk about Yanlong ancestor's side. After Jin Wushuang heard that sentence, his head was dizzy, thinking that he was talking about himself. Thinking of the sweet voice, he was overjoyed in his heart, and he straightened up and introduced himself. Unexpectedly, the country lord at this time stepped forward, grabbed Jin Chen's raised hand, and said softly, really like Feng Chun. Jin Wushuang's mind kept surging, and finally, driven by Dao Xan, he gradually returned to normal. At this time, I also thought of the matter of the Empress Feng Chun and the daughter of the country leader, and it became clear. Call. Don't live up to it. Jin Wushuang slapped himself fiercely from the bottom of his heart. Dao Xin returned to the cold state again. Jin Chen didn't know what was going on and was taken aback. But when he touched the Lord with both hands, there was a warm feeling in the bottom of my heart. Innate goodwill. The ancestor Yanlong looked awkward on the side, then glanced at Jin Wushuang again, with sadness in his eyes. Your mother is okay, the daughter of the country leader asked softly. Jin Chen replied cleverly. Everything is fine, but this time I'm in retreat, and I don't have time to come. She is still so strong. This sentence is very ambiguous. Jin Wushuang smiled at the side. I am afraid that only he and Yanlong ancestors know the inside story. By the way, this is a gift my mother asked me to give to your majesty. Jin Chun thought of the scroll at this time, and quickly took out the scroll with a hand and handed it to the other party. Upon seeing this, the daughter of the country lord looked happy and carefully took the scroll. This gift is the most precious. She is also very happy. Then I found that all eyes were on them. The corners of the eyes were smiling, and I apologized. I will let you all wait a long time. After that, he said to Jin Shin, you guys will go later, and I have something to give to your mother. Then he touched Jin Chin's small head and drifted away. The moment she fell into the dominant position, the aura on her body also changed from gentle to majestic. But the smile on his face still didn't have any deterrent effect, and some were just endless warmth. Congratulate. Start. With countless gifts given, you can have a few words with this country's lord. The last is preaching. Jin Wushuang, an emperor, also listened very carefully. Although he didn't understand many of them, he also benefited a lot. This time the receipt exceeded his expectations. Even for some things, he still wanted to ask which country lord himself. Just his identity. Maybe you can use Jin Chen's identity to talk to the other party for a few words. His current supernatural power has reached 400,000. Under normal circumstances, it is stronger than eternal changes. Now he urgently needs to merge the divine power with the eternal transformation. The power of the starry sky no longer only increases the original source, but also increases the divine power. In this way, the eternal change will once again become stronger. At that time, his strength will skyrocket. It's just that now he only has this idea, but he can't figure out how to do it. If one or two of the country's lord pointed him, he might be able to find a way to make a breakthrough. Normally, 400,000 supernatural powers can reach 500,000 supernatural powers when using the power of the beast to reach the limit state. It is very difficult for him to achieve this combat power now that he is performing eternal changes. But if it can connect to the divine power, the two increase each other. His combat power may be able to fight the 5 Tribulations realm, and it is not a problem with the original Dylan battle. In the holy meeting, there must be a fight. At that time, he is an emperor, and it is difficult for him to play a key role. Now he can't directly become the master of the universe, and can only seek to create a secret method to increase his combat power. The congratulatory ceremony lasted for several days. Some forces that have a good relationship with the daughter country will not want to go away, and they want to see the master alone again. Jian Wushuang and others naturally stayed. Old ancestor, can you talk about the original country lord and mother's queen? Jin Chun took Yanlong ancestor, wanting to hear the story of the original mother queen and this country lord. Yanlong ancestor's complexion was pulled. I don't know what to say. Empress Feng Chen didn't tell her daughter about this. Obviously, she didn't want Jin Chen to know about it. But this time I asked Jin Chun to come, but I wanted to make my daughter befriend this super existence. The abacus is very good. Jian Wushuang sighed with emotion. In the situation of Yugua, I had to choose this way. The ancestor Yanlong hit the Mandarin ducks, but he still came here with a cheeky. In the face of absolute strength, everything can be put down. The female emperor at the time gave up her love for strength. Now for the sake of Yugua, he put down his face again. The two shouldn't be in contact anymore. Although the ancestor Yanlong couldn't hang on his face, he was still happy. If the Yu country can hold the thigh of the daughter country, it will be a lot more stable in the future. Be regarded as a strong and reliable ally. The three of them were arranged in a different courtyard by the people of the daughter country. The layout of the courtyard is very ordinary and very warm. There is a tree full of peach blossoms and a well. Next to the tree is a small pavilion. The three of them sat in it, and Jian Wushuang sat in the middle to make tea. He was not curious. The ancestor Yanlong definitely wouldn't talk about this kind of thing, so he didn't ask it from beginning to end. Chapter 5748. Waiting for the daughter of the country master to arrive. And this time he was not in Shigua's team, and seeing Fan Tianfeng, he probably didn't come. It is a pity. It seems that I can only pray that I will not meet her in Shigua. Jian Wushuang thought so in his heart. In accordance with the plan, he was going to leave now. But the relationship between the female emperor and the Yu country was more unusual than he thought. Just wait a while. Originally thinking, which empress must have a conversation with those powerful powerhouses first, but did not expect them to enter the small courtyard with their front feet. Just soaking a pot of tea, the other party will come. The daughter of the country master. From the congratulations, Jian Wushuang also knew the right real name. Yunji. There is no royal family in the daughter country. Anyone can be the master of the country. If we talk about the royal family, then everyone is an ancestor. In the kingdom of daughters, everyone thinks they are the descendants of the goddess who opened up the ancient moon time and space. It's just that no one outside recognizes it. If this is admitted, isn't Guyu Shirkong belong to the kingdom of daughters? Ancient moon god sect would not agree either. Has been vehemently denied. Still have to speak with strength. If the 9 tribulations powerhouse appears in the daughter country. In other words, there have been several masters of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm. Even the gods can't help it. Can only admit. Yunji stayed the same, pushed open the wooden door, and walked in casually. Yanlong ancestor quickly took the lead and got up, respectfully, in worship. Yunji came here alone, without any pretensions. Uncle Yanlong, you are welcome. There are no outsiders here. After speaking, he looked at Jin Chun. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang quickly poured tea and water. Yunji just sat beside Jin Chun casually. Jin Chun was somewhat restrained at first. After chatting, he let go of his figure and asked about Yunji's country lord and the emperor's function. Jian Wushuang also raised his ears and listened. I thought the other party wouldn't say it. Unexpectedly, I really said it. It just covers up that layer of sentiment. At close range, feeling the aura of the universe master of the 7 tribulations realm, Jian Wushuang couldn't contain the excitement in his heart, but he still sat aside honestly, without any sockets. The ancestor Yanlong felt that the conversation was a little far away, but he couldn't say anything. He just pretended to be dead. Lord, when I parted with my mother and queen, why didn't I have contact with each other for so many years? Jin Chun asked curiously, but after asking it out, he remembered that this topic seemed a bit sensitive. There must be some stories in it. But the Lord Yunji didn't say it. After Yunji heard it, she was not angry, but looked up and looked far away, without answering for a long time. Upon seeing this, Jinshin quickly apologized and blamed himself for saying the wrong thing. Don't blame you. Yunji shook his head, then took the initiative to change the subject and said, in the future, you don't need to call me the lord of the country. Just call me Aunt Yin immediately. Jinshin was very pleased with this, and immediately yelled a few times. Jian Wushuang poured the tea for so long, and found that the other party still didn't notice him. He was a little anxious, but there was nothing to turn off the topic, so he could only wait. Yunji moved his gaze at this time, and found that Jian Wushuang had a causal entanglement with Jin Shun, and asked, this must be your husband. I forgot to introduce him. His name is Jian Wushuang. He just married me. Jin Shun replied heartily. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang offered tea again. Yunji looked at him up and down and said, a talented person with good strength. Fengchen has a good vision. The country lord is absurdly praised, and the juniors are lucky enough to be in the eyes of the empress. Jian Wushuang's respectful attitude finally touched the other party. Yunji smiled and shook his head. No, your strength is really good. Originally, it was just polite words, but I didn't expect the other party to insist on it again and again. Jian Wushuang's gaze suddenly changed, and his strength had been seen through by the opponent. The supernatural power of 400,000 is useless no matter how restrained. Luck. Jian Wushuang quickly replied modestly. Yunji heard it and didn't ask much. At this moment, Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to express his doubts and begged the other party to answer. This scene made Yanlong's ancestor very gratified and wanted to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, Jin Shun, the little girl, doesn't understand. Otherwise, it would not have been for so long in vain. Let me say something useful, not for the sake of the country, but also for the sake of yourself. You see, Jian Wushuang stepped forward to fight for it by himself. Jian Wushuang directly expressed his doubts, looking forward to the answer from the Lord Yunji. This is the Lord of the Seven Tribulations realm universe, with the origin of divine power. One level with Qixin. He didn't have a chance to come into contact with this level of boss, but this time he was able to get an explanation for free. It's also a great opportunity. Hearing Jian Wushuang's doubts, Lord Yunji nodded and asked indifferently, your divine power and origin have not yet been condensed. If you want to increase each other, you actually need to reach the tribulation realm, but the secret method can also make up for this defect. It's just that I think your current strength should be reached by the Emperor, and there is no need to waste time studying this secret technique. When you reach the tribulation realm, your divine power and origin will merge, and you can get an increase without the secret technique. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart, practicing according to the divine power, which is indeed the case. But he is a time-space practitioner. His original space does not integrate divine power, but the birth time. When he reached the tribulation realm, what he cultivated was time. It has nothing to do with divine power. Even in the tribulation realm, he couldn't directly increase his divine power. Now that the other party asked, he simply said it. Lord Yunji, I am not a divine power practitioner, but a heritage, the origin of time and space for cultivation. Hear the word time and space. Yunji frowned slightly. The ancestor Yanlong was also a little puzzled. Jin Shun is a little curious. She still doesn't know what time and space represent. The ancestor Yanlong couldn't help but said, you are so powerful. How can it be the time and space for cultivation? This may be because of my special physique. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he slowly got up, aeration. Directly used the ancient changes. At this time, the eternal change, the strength is no different from normal. Divine power has caught up with his original combat power. That's why he wants a combination of the two. This is the source of the increase of divine power, but it is also the source of the increase of divine power. The supernatural power after the eternal changes, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. The combat power will soar to another level. The three of them were all taken aback when they saw the blue breath on Jian Wushuang's body. Jin Shun had seen it at that time and was not too surprised, but when he saw it again, he still felt a little weird. The Emperor would be so strong. The ancestor Yanlong had heard of Jian Wushuang in the past, and this time he was surprised to see Jian Wushuang explode. Sure enough, listening to the scene is worse than watching the scene. Jian Wushuang's strength was stronger than the rumors. The Lord Yunji saw that Jian Wushuang in this form consumes a lot of money, and it is not as powerful as it was when he displayed his supernatural power in the normal state. End of this chapter. Chapter 5749. Call. Jian Wushuang collected this form. It is indeed very expensive, but when they grow up, they are more powerful than divine power, and the upper limit is different. It doesn't make sense with these people, so there is no need to say it. Just need to help him answer. This sentence is true to compare the differences and do not seek each other. Your state just consumed so much, but you are obsessed with time and space together. It seems that you have a lot of opportunity. It is not impossible to combine time and space with divine power. It is just that the price is very high. My heart disease after going to the tribulation realm. Lord Yunji answered indifferently. However, Jian Wushuang insisted and said firmly, only by being able to merge, I will not hesitate. There is courage. The Lord Yunji praised. The ancestor Yanlong was also pleased and encouraged. Jian Wushuang, you have such a firm path. In the future, the Yu Kingdom will not become your shackles, but will be your help. At this time, the ancestor Yanlong did not forget to paint Jian Wushuang. Jinshan didn't feel anything when he arrived, but felt that Jian Wushuang was stronger than her now. After the Lord of the Universe, it would be different. The bottom of my heart is still not giving up. Since you keep insisting, I will tell you a way. I don't know if you can succeed, and you need a foreign object, which is not too precious. I have a good friend in Shirgua. You should still have it. Quite a few. If you are in a hurry, you can visit him directly. Bring this piece of uncut jade, and he will understand it. After the country Lord Yunji finished speaking, he held Wenyu and entered the method of fusion of divine power into jade. Inside, Jian Wushuang quickly took it if he had won the treasure. The lord of the country is great. The kid will never forget it. If there is a need in the future, I, Jian Wushuang, must be sad. This sentence is true. The grace of giving karma, no matter where it is greater than heaven. Same as parents. The Lord Yunji smiled and looked at Jin Shun, but the words were for Jian Wushuang. I don't need your front and rear horses, as long as you treat this girl well. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought of something and added, you owe Jin Shun a favor. She could see that Jian Wushuang and Jin Shun had cause and effect, but they were not Taoists. It should be nominal. It's just that you can't directly ask about this kind of thing. That's why I changed my mouth. After Jian Wushuang heard this, the corners of his eyes moved, and he agreed. From the bottom of my heart, I also thought to myself that it should be the Lord Yunji who knew that he was just playing with Jin Shun. After being seated again, after a short while, Lord Yunji seemed to have received a voice from someone, frowned, and left first. He also told Jin Shun that he would spend a few days in the daughter country, and then talk to each other when they are finished. Jian Wushuang also took advantage of this opportunity to go to Shi Kingdom. He directly absorbed the information in that piece of Wenyu, and he was also preparing to cultivate. The senior who went to visit Shirgua was the Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm, but he was not from Shirgua or even a strong man in Goma continent. It's just that one of the seniors was a casual cultivator and had no fixed residence, so he settled in Shirgua. He happened to be refining the sword blank, and he got 2 birds with 1 stone. You can even use Witch Senior to help you find a master of casting. It's a multitude of things in one fell swoop. Ancestor Yanlong, I will go ahead and go to Stone Country. You don't need to wait for me. I will come back before the holy meeting comes. Well, be careful if necessary. You can use the background of Yu Country. Jin Shun was attracted by his daughter's country when he arrived, and had no interest in where Jian Wushuang was going. It's just that when I heard Shirgua, there was a strange expression in his eyes. Jian Wushuang pretended not to see it at all, and left directly through the air. When he left in the palace above the capital, 2 other people also left the daughter country. These 2 are the people of the blood-clothed gate. They were originally to win over the daughter of the countries, Lord, to cooperate with the blood-clothed gate to explore a mysterious realm in the universe. Unexpectedly, it was directly rejected. That secret realm must go by the Lord of the universe. There are only a few masters of the universe in the Seven Tribulations realm, and everybody harbors ghosts, and it is the future of every major sect. There is little cooperation with the outside world. Even if it was cooperation, the Bloody Cloak himself was worried. So I focused on the Yunji country lord, a strong man who has just become the master of the universe of the Seven Tribulations realm, is easy to control. But I didn't expect to be rejected directly. The Blood Knife ancestor was very angry. A newly promoted Seven Tribulation realm universe master, so arrogant, she will definitely regret it in the future. The red-haired young man couldn't hate it. He was extremely obsessed with which Yunji country master. Seeing his appearance, the ancestor of the Blood Knife seemed to give him a knife. A breath flicked across, and the Blood Knife ancestor research became fascinated. It's a guy from the country of Vietnam. They are so lucky, and they know their daughter, the leader of the country. The ancestor of the Blood Knife was a little jealous. Hearing Yugua, the red-haired Yu's eyes changed and became fierce. Elder Bloodblade, why don't we go and kill them and the little lady over? At this time, an evil fire rose in his abdomen, and the Lord Yunji did not dare to infect it. But a princess of Yu Kingdom is not just taking it casually. Even if it was looted, the Yu country did not dare to pursue it. The Blood Knife ancestor was also angry at this time. Originally, it was just an angry word, but now I really want to do it. Anyway, they're not from Guma continent either. No, there is only a breath of air leaving. The little girl you are thinking about probably hasn't left. The ancestor of the Blood Knife shook his head. The red-haired young man was a little disappointed and said, "Forget it, an old bone. I don't want to chew." Thanks. It's not the old guy Yanlong. It's an emperor or the one who shot at you. It seems to be called Jian Wushuang. The strength is pretty good. The Blood Knife ancestor laughed. Hearing that it was Jian Wushuang, the red-haired young man raised his interest again and said, "You can kill him, the origin of an emperor Tianjiao, but it's delicious. Chase." The breath of the Blood Knife ancestor wrapped the red-haired youth, escaped into the void, and began to follow Jian Wushuang. It is unwise to make a move here. It is better to leave the daughter country. Jian Wushuang, who was flying in the void, didn't know that he had been spotted. And it's not a group of people. A Khonshu. See him, there is still a pair of eyes staring at him. He also knew the owner of these eyes, and it can be said to be very familiar. A pair of copper bell-like eyes, a thin body, and dark green skin. It's not Bobby. Who else can it be? The cosmic boat at this time, seeming to be turbulent in time and space, has actually reached the daughter country quietly. The Lord Yunji became the Lord of the Seven Tribulations realm universe, and this matter was quite sensational. It is more sensational than the Holy Meeting. The Holy Society still has some attraction to the strong below the Six Tribulations realm. However, there is no attraction to the powerhouses above the Six Tribulations realm. Chapter 5750. That is to say, when the Holy Meeting opens, the Willow Sacred Tree will also be open for people to visit and practice under the tree. It can also attract some strong people to come. Under the Willow Tree, it can absorb vitality. It is a good place for spiritual practice. Will attract a lot of Seven Tribulations realm to come. As for the Lord of the Universe in the Seven Tribulations realm, even the Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm can't look down upon it, unless you open Wan Lu Shinmu. Otherwise, there is nothing worthy of nostalgia in Ancient Wood Continent. Most of the time, I went to explore the secret realm of Outland, or some mainland ruins. Among the 10 places, there are many relics. Hui Qing said that the Ancient Moon Remains is one of them. Ancient Moon Continent. In the past 10 places, it was comparable to the daytime in 9 days. Unfortunately, it has now turned into coke. There are countless prohibitions. The Master of the Universe in the Seven Tribulations realm was unable to explore in depth. Very few treasures were obtained, and slowly few people came. 9 heavens and 10 earth very big. There are countless secret realms. The Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm and the Lord of the Universe in the Seven Tribulations realm will both go to trespass. The robbers have no hope of being promoted, but for the sake of vitality, they will also go to some places where vitality is born. It's just less. There are many masters of the universe in the outer domain, and there are many tribulation realms in 9 heavens and 10 earths. This is also why Jian Wushuang encountered very few masters of the universe, and most of them were Sanjia. Back then, in the Eternal Kingdom, he encountered the strongest master of the universe, and he was only in the 4 tribulations realm. He had never encountered the Lord of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. If it weren't for entering the Jiyue Kingdom, he wouldn't even be able to see the Lord of the 5 tribulations realm universe. Most people come into contact with people like Wu Li. This visit to Yunji Kingdom Lord, the master of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm, also delayed the blessing of Yu Kingdom. No wonder Elder Mu Chan would be envious. How many powerful people will never see a master of the 7 tribulations realm universe in their lifetime? Let's talk about it. Flying along the void, he needs 2 hours to leave the daughter country. It takes 3 days to get to Shergua. It's already fast. He didn't conceal anything now, and all 400,000 divine powers exploded. The blood knife ancestor who followed behind frowned. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to have 400,000 times the supernatural power. Although he was a powerhouse of the 7 tribulations realm, just like the Lord Yunji. But the Lord Yunji is the Lord of the universe. Vision and perception are all different. The Lord of the universe is to release, and the robbery is to shrink. The universe is like a blooming flower. The catastrophe is the withered flower. This world is like this. There will be blooming, there will be withering. Since ancient times, throughout the long river of time and space, there have also been 3 superpowers who have truly lived forever. Such a strong person is rarely encountered. Even the master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm could not see it. It belongs to the existence of Shenlong seeing the end, but not the head. Jian Wushuang himself did not dare to think so far. The master of time and space in the fantasy should be at that level. Travel time and space. Today, he has initially grasped some of the origin of time. The road to time and space is still far away. In an instant, his figure was constantly shifting in the void. Jian Wushuang's deity was taken aback for a moment. He seemed to feel another self. Is his clone? He could feel that breath as long as it was not far apart. How can I appear here? Jian Wushuang was shocked. According to his speculation, the clone followed Bobby D and should have left Gumakan in it. How could I be near him in an instant? At this time, his deity was in the territory of the magic kingdom of the 16 kingdoms of grass. There is still some distance from Shergua. Feeling the breath of his own clone, it also proves that Bobby D is nearby. He quickly compressed his breath, restrained his vitality, and then fell to the ground. The moment he disappeared, the 2 blood-clothed men who were chasing after them had their eyes flickering. The blood knife ancestor said strangely, "He seems to have found us." His eyes kept staring at Jian Wushuang's position. Although it is impossible to detect it now, but it also knows the approximate location. The breath on his body shook, and the red-haired young man instantly reached the place where Jian Wushuang disappeared. It's weird that I can't feel the breath anymore. The blood knife ancestor frowned. The red-haired young man was also very surprised and said, "An emperor can hide his aura to this extent. In front of a 7 tribulations realm, it is still possible to cover up the breath without being discovered. I am afraid that only the Lord of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm can do it." So the red-haired young man was very surprised. He didn't even have the confidence, hiding in front of the 7 tribulations realm and still not being discovered. The ability of an emperor to do this not only surprised him, but also made him very jealous. It's no use concealing it. This place is so big. The 7 tribulations realm can be destroyed instantly. You can't hide. It can be hidden without being discovered by the 7 tribulation realm powerhouses. But the strength does not have the 7 tribulations realm. Find out it's dead. But they didn't know that Jian Wushuang was hiding from these two at all, but hiding from the terrifying Bobby D. Jian Wushuang, who hides into a turbulent flow, rushes along the direction of the wind. Long ago, no longer in the original position. Now he is completely hidden and unable to conduct large-scale investigations. I didn't know that he was being chased by two parties at the same time. What he is most worried about now is Bobby D. If the deity falls into the hands of Emperor Bobby, it is over. On the Blood Knife Ancestor's side, he didn't know that there was still a super existence here. Standing in the void with one hand behind him, he immediately shouted angrily, "Umph, I really thought it covered my breath. I didn't know you were here." This angry shout made the entire Devil Kingdom tremble. The powerhouses of the Devil Kingdom appeared one after another, but no one dared to check it. "Ancestor, are you a powerhouse in the Seven Tribulations realm?" In the Demon King capital, a group of robbers are waiting for the ancestors to speak. Faced with the sudden emergence of the strong, they were also panicked. "Don't be messed up. It shouldn't be aimed at my demon country. Just treat it as if you haven't seen it." The ancestors of the Devil Kingdom chose forbearance. He is also a Seven Tribulations realm himself, but now he has too little vitality, and the price of his actions is too high. As long as a strong stranger does not threaten the capital, he will not take action. As for the master of the universe of the Demon Kingdom, is only digital, and the strongest is only in the Four Tribulations realm, not even as good as the U Kingdom. It belongs to the low period. There is no right to offend a vigorous and many Seven Tribulation realm powerhouses. The ancestor of the Blood Knife did not put the Devil Kingdom in his eyes at all. If the other party dared to come, he would be very rude to kill a strong person of the same level. A lingering Seven Tribulations realm is not as threatening as a Six Tribulations realm master of the universe. Inside the space boat, Bobby and Dylan are both in the control room. At this time, their position is in the Devil Kingdom. The target is not here, but the country of daughters. The anger just now shocked this terrifying existence. Chapter 57-51. Bobby D is also very knowledgeable. This is the first time I have seen such a fearless death. Thanks, Tusk, he was able to discover the cosmic boat. His strength is good. Bobby D shook the strange vessel in his hand. At this time, he thought that the Blood Knife Ancestor was talking about the universe boat. It's no wonder that he was wrong, but even though the current cosmic arc is still in the deep void, a cosmic master above the Five Tribulations realm can observe this behemoth for a little while. The Blood Knife Ancestor of the Seven Tribulations realm found that it was also normal. The Blood Knife Ancestor failed to cross the robbery in a very short time. The vitality in the body is also abundant, far from reaching the point where you need to sleep. This combat power is no less than the Seven Tribulations realm of the Gumu sect. Standing behind Emperor Bobby, Dylan saw the Blood Knife Ancestor in the crystal ball, with killing intent in his eyes. "I don't know how to live or die." The current Dylan, once again transformed by Bobby D, is terribly strong. There is also a chance of winning against the ancestor of the Blood Knife, the top powerhouse of the Seven Tribulations realm. Today, Emperor Bobby has created a rudimentary method for the cultivation of the powerful. Dylan is the first. In addition to Qi Jiuxiao and the soul of the Emperor, Dylan is the strongest fighter under Bobby Emperor. Dylan, who is sword in strength, also wants to show his strength. At this time, the Blood Knife Ancestor in front of him is a good opponent, and he pleaded, "Dear Lord Babidi, please let me be with that person. War, just need a stick of incense, I can kill him." "Ha, are you very confident in your own strength?" Babidi sneered, then nodded, pointed his finger, and then took a circle at Dylan's feet, and Dylan disappeared into the control room. "Ha!" In the void, the cosmic boat also stopped. The Soul Tiendi and the others also felt an aura rising, and they walked out of the secret room one after another. And Jian Wushuang's clone was no exception. Through the huge French windows, they can see the void of the outside world. When Jian Wushuang saw people from outside, he was stunned. "It's him!" Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the other side's appearance. Bobby Emperor probably didn't deal with him. It's just that he didn't expect why Babidi suddenly appeared here. It should be a matter of the daughter country, because now there is no need for Emperor Bobby to be so fanatical for a Seven Tribulation Realm powerhouse. Chi GXEO's strength can definitely rank in the top 3 in the entire Guma continent. Half a step in the 9 Tribulations realm. Even if you encounter the Master of the Universe at the peak of the 8 Tribulations realm, you are not afraid. Even in the right cosmic dojo, there is a complete battle. With such a powerful helper, Bobby Emperor should look down upon these gangsters. What kind of blood knife ancestor is even Haitian can be destroyed? And now Bobby Emperor actually let Dylan play. Many people are very puzzled. Dylan's strength. They know, at most 7 catastrophes. I'm afraid many opponents, when they felt the rising breath, they all understood. The method of Bobby D has been created because the strength of Bobby D is constantly rising. But there is no vitality in the body. This has already explained the problem. Master Bobby, the Sultani looked at the core compartment. Now these people, they are no longer lost, but have an endless future. Once they get this method, they will rise again, especially the Soul Heaven Emperor. He now has the power of the 8 Tribulations realm, and once he obtains the method, he can step into the 8 Tribulations realm steadily. Even the ordinary combat power of the 8 Tribulations realm is much stronger than the original half-step, and it can continue to grow stronger. At this time, their hearts are filled with joy. It's overwhelming. Sure enough, it was right with Bobby D. They were the first group of strong men to take refuge in Bobby D, and they will also be intensively cultivated in the future. This method allows them all to enter the 8 Tribulations realm. A Dylan now has the top combat power in the 7 Tribulations realm. The outside world is empty. Dylan was dressed in weird clothes, the same style as Barbie, with a blue skin behind him, his forehead with tentacles that hadn't fully grown out, and sharp ears. His appearance changed the eyes of the blood knife ancestor. 7 Tribulations. But when he looked at Dylan now, he could only see that Dylan had the ordinary combat power of the 7 Tribulations realm. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't panic either. Are you a strong man in the Devil Kingdom? The blood knife ancestor stood high above him and didn't put Dylan in his eyes at all. The red-haired young man also held his head proudly. The ordinary 7 Tribulations realm is indeed nothing to be afraid of. Dylan looked at these two people, but nothing changed. Seeing that Dylan didn't answer, the blood knife ancestor frowned, then looked at the red-haired youth and smiled. It looks like a fool. The red-haired young man also laughed wildly. The ancestor of the blood knife directly drew out the blood knife of 10,000 feet, and his figure continued to climb. His left hand condensed a wave of 1,000,000 divine power at will, and directly threw it towards the mainland below. You want to stop me, you can do it at any time. The blood knife ancestor didn't care. His top combat power in the 7 Tribulations realm is not afraid of the ancient Wood continent except for the Masters of the Universe and the Flame Gods. Even the Shinmu King, he is fearless. Dylan clenched his fists in both hands, ignored the arrogant blood knife ancestor, but began to explode the power of death in his body. The power of death runs wildly, and his divine power is constantly erupting. The blood knife ancestor was stunned. He saw Dylan's strength very clearly. The 7 Tribulations realm was not the Lord of the universe. Logically speaking, no matter how much vitality there is in the body, it cannot break out again. Why the other party is constantly getting stronger, just like the Lord of the universe. Unwilling to do it, Dylan ignored it, and his divine power rose directly from 1,000,000 to 5,000,000. Feeling the divine power surging in his body, the constant sensation made him crazy. The blood knife ancestor was completely shocked. The voice trembled and said, 1,500,000 supernatural powers? In the 7 Tribulations realm, the bottom line is more than 1,000,000 supernatural powers. The power of 1,500,000 is nothing. It's just that Dylan's outbreak is very life-consuming. The blood knife ancestor didn't dare to play like this. But he didn't know that Dylan now uses the power of death completely and does not live on vitality at all. Dylan leaked a sneer at this time, stretched out 2 fingers, and spoke to the blood knife ancestor for the first time. "My peak is 2 million supernatural powers, Sky." The blood knife ancestor was shocked, and then thought of something, disdainfully said, "My peak, there are still 3 million. Obviously, he was a little unwilling to believe it. 2 million supernatural powers. That is the normal divine power of the universe master of the 7 tribulations realm. His current divine power can also burst to 1.8 million, which is considered the top combat power of the 7 tribulations realm. When I was the Lord of the Universe, the normal state was more than 2 million, and the peak of 3 million was no problem. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.